show that we talked about Damian Lillard and how he's been performing and leading his team. Hey, this is like the third time we keep talking about this guy, but his performance was expected. Was expected. You're fighting for the eighth spot, and you have to perform at the elite level. And to me, Damian Lillard is an elite player that's performing at the elite level, and he's doing an absolutely good job doing it though. Like 8 of 14, and don't get me wrong, Caris LeVert had 36 points. He was balling too though, but for Dame Dollar though, this was a must win though, Trey, and it was a good performance for Dame Dollar. Now I'm looking forward to that play-in game on Saturday.
Yeah, Dame Dollar showed up again. This is his third straight great performance. The Portland Trail Blazers needed all 42 points of Dame Dollar's contributions in this game. And also, I want to give a big shout out to CJ McCollum. He dropped 25 and 7 assists. And CJ right now, Clarence, he's playing with a bad back. So he has some injury issues that he's dealing with. But I want to give CJ some credit because he made a big-time shot down the stretch of that game last night in the final minute with about 53 seconds left, I believe. He hit a pull-up jumper, which put the Portland Trail Blazers up 4. So that kind of gave him a little bit of breathing room. But overall, Dame Dollar, down the stretch, he didn't really hit any big shots, but he did make some key plays. He got a steal that led to C.J. McCollum's pull-up jumper. It was the big steal that the Portland Trail Blazers needed. So he made some key plays, and he had one kick out to Melo down the stretch in the final 3 minutes where Melo hit a three-point perimeter shot. That was a big-time shot as well. Melo didn't play particularly well last night. He didn't shoot the ball very well. But I expect Melo to rebound himself and, do better on Saturday against the Memphis Grizzlies in that play-in game. But overall, Nurkic, he had 15 plus. I ain't got the numbers right in front of me, but he had over 15 points, I believe, in that matchup. So he's shown his presence as well as a big man. I love the way he's come back and has rejuvenated his career. He's playing at a high level right now for the Portland Trail Blazers. Offensively, that is. Defensively, he's terrible. He needs to get better on defense and rebound the basketball because the Brooklyn Nets, they had their way on offensive rebounds last night. I think he should have gave Hassan Whiteside more minutes down the stretch in that game, Clarence, because I felt like Nurkic, although he gives you a premium over Whiteside offensively, defensively, Hassan Whiteside gives you a significant premium over Nurkic, and he's a better defensive rebounder. So I felt like the Portland Trail Blazers let the Nets get a lot of second chance, unnecessary points, and it almost cost them an opportunity for the play-in matchup on Saturday against the Memphis Grizzlies. But Dame Dollar and CJ McCollum made the plays necessary when they had to for Portland. And this kid, Carlos LeVert, he's the real deal. He's the real deal. And I'm excited to see him with Kevin Durant next year.
Caris. It's Caris, Trey.
Caris? Okay, Caris. Okay.
Caris LeVert.
So how you spell it? C-A-R-I-S?
No, C-A-R-V-I-S.
Okay, Caris. Yeah. My bad, Caris, for messing up your name.
Yeah, no, it's all good, though. Shout out to Caris LeVert, though. But importantly, though, the Portland Trail Blazers, though, they gave up 130 points in the last 2 games, though. Or do you believe they should be important for they improve to their defense?
Yes, they got to improve defensively. But here's the problem, Clarence. I don't think the Portland Trail Blazers have the personnel to improve defensively. That's the issue here. So I think Whiteside can help you, but he's not a great perimeter defender because he is a big man. He's a big. That's what he's used to doing. So I think they don't really have the personnel to really stop teams. I'm going to tell you a player that they really missing right now in this bubble, and that's Trevor Ariza. If they had Trevor Ariza, I think along with other people, would give them more of a chance to upset the Lakers. Would you agree with that? Because you could put Ariza on LeBron. Ariza can guard LeBron.
You can. That right there, that would have been like that's the missing piece for them right now. But
yeah,
but at the same time, it's too much LeBron in the playoffs, man. You can't bet against him, man. You can't.
We'll talk about that in a minute. But the thing is, when it comes to the Portland Trail Blazers defensively, I don't think they're going to improve defensively. Honestly, Clarence, I think their objective is to outscore the opponent. And I think when you got Dame Dollar pulling up from 30 and CJ McCollum putting in 25 points. Yeah, and then you see that shot that Dame hit last night from the logo. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see that, my brother? I think. Huh?
I was definitely tuned in. I was just like,
yes,
he's showing off the
yes.
range. Definitely showing off
From
the range.
the logo, it's only about 3 players in the NBA that can pull up from that distance. That's Dame. I'll give Trae Young some love in Atlanta, and Steph Curry for the Golden State Warriors. Those are the only players pull up from the logo. But you've seen afterwards how Dame was spirit. You could tell he had put all of his energy.
Yeah. Hey. So I got a quick question for you though. So you telling me this? You expect the Trailblazers to close out the Grizzlies on Saturday? Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Had a little bit of disconnecting there. I don't know what happened there, but I was trying to say basically that Dame Dollar after the game, you could tell watching him that he did everything that he could and gave all the effort that he could by helping the Portland Trailblazers be in this position during these 8 seeding games. And I'm going to give him some credit as well because ever since he's missed those 2 free throws against that Clippers team last Saturday, Dame Dollar has answered the bell, Clarence. He's had 3 straight performances in must-win games for the Portland Trailblazers. They beat the Sixers on Sunday. Then they end up beating the Dallas Mavericks Tuesday, and they had a must-win last night against the Brooklyn Nets team that actually is playing well so far in this bubble, Clarence. I got to give a lot of credit also to head coach Jack Vaughn for the Brooklyn Nets. You know he wants that job. He wants them to keep him on board and have him be the head coach of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving next year when they return to Atlanta.
He's not about to be there.
He's not about. He has a shot. The way this Brooklyn Nets team is playing right now, they are playing some good basketball. If we get to the playoffs and they steal 1 or 2 games away from the Toronto Raptors, I guarantee you the Brooklyn Nets front office would be considering keeping Jack Vaughn on that staff. But overall, Dame Dollar, I got to give you some credit. I think Dame Dollar has solidified himself as being the best point guard in the NBA right now. Steph Curry's at home. Kemba Walker hasn't been healthy. Chris Paul is a legitimate MVP candidate. I think top 5 in my opinion. Russell Westbrook is injured at the moment. He's going to miss a few games to start the playoffs. Therefore, I think Dame Dollar is the best point guard in the NBA, and I think he's creeping into being a top 10 player overall in the NBA as well.
So let me ask you this. Do you expect the Trailblazers to close out the Memphis Grizzlies to get ready for the playoffs against the LA Lakers?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. You can book it. Book my Portland Trailblazers to be in a first-round matchup against LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and the LA Lakers next week in Orlando in the bubble. I don't see Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies beating Dame Dollar and the Portland Trailblazers 2 games in a row. I just don't see it happening.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go to the next question. If Portland makes it, LA in 6. If Memphis make it, LA in 4. So let me ask you another question. So Shannon Sharp declared, he said Damian Lillard will be a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference. Do you agree that he will be a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference?
Yes. I think
easy,
no doubt. Right now, because right now Kevin Durant isn't playing. So I think he would easily be a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference. I would say it would be Giannis 1 and Dame Dollar right behind him at 2. Jason Tatum, he's a superstar coming. He's not a superstar just yet. He's on the come up. Yes, he's on the come up. Hold on. Siakam, also. I like Siakam's upside. I like the potential that Siakam has for the Toronto Raptors. I think Siakam has a bright future, and I think he has improved on his game over the last 2 years. But I'm not ready to say Siakam is better than Dame Dollar. Joel Embiid, Clarence, can't stay healthy. For whatever reason, Joel Embiid, every single time he gets into a rhythm and he's playing well, he has a nagging injury that comes back, and he's out for a significant amount of time. I love Joel Embiid. I think he's the best big man in the game, but he's not available. And we all know best ability is availability. I think Dame Dollar is always available for the Portland Trailblazers, and I believe he always comes through for the Portland Trailblazers when they need a much-needed victory or they need a virtuoso / great performance. So I think Dame Dollar would easily be a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference right now. What do you say to that?
This top 2, I mean,
he's better than Middleton too. He's better than Middleton. Yes.
I mean, I'm not saying Middleton is a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference, but he's a top 10. He's definitely a top 10. But I think I agree with this on here. I think when you think of Damian Lillard, he's a special guy that has ability to shoot long range shots and very athletic at his position, and he's fast and quick off his feet. Yeah, he's a threat. He's one of the best point guards in the league, though. But yeah, he's definitely be a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference, though, Trey. I can't say that.
Clarence?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We have some technical difficulties. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I think Dame Dollar would easily be a top 2 player in the Eastern Conference for sure.
Definitely.
And yeah, for sure. And like I said, I know it's a lot of other up and coming players in the East right now. Siakam, Jason Tatum, Oladipo, I believe also was a player when he's healthy and when he's back to 100%. I think he'll be back to 100% next season. I think he's one of those players that have superstar capabilities, but right now, Dame Dollar, if he was playing in the Eastern Conference, he would be a top 2 player easily right now. So, and I think the Portland Trailblazers would be a top 5 seed in the East. Go ahead.
This is a question though, Trey. So if he'd be a top player in the Eastern Conference, what team do you believe that he would have made a team like one of the best top 3 teams in the league? And who you believe? What team you think he'd be on to be the top 2 player in the league? Just quick guess. Yeah.
Imagine Dame Dollar with the Knicks. Imagine him with the Knicks. Yes, imagine him with the Knicks. The Knicks have been starving for a star to play in New York. I think Dame Dollar would embrace the challenges that come with playing in a big market. I think Damian Lillard would thrive with the New York Knicks. I think the New York Knicks should be doing Yes, I think the New York Knicks should be doing everything they can to try to persuade Damian Lillard to leave Portland for New York. I think Dame would thrive in New York. I think he will take on the brightest lights at his biggest moments, and I think he'll make those necessary plays for the Knicks to win basketball games. I really, really believe that. I think Damian Lillard would do great in a big market like New York, or maybe even Chicago. Imagine Damian Lillard with the Bulls.
That would be a shot.
Think about Derrick Rose with the Bulls. Derrick Rose did outstanding during his career with the Chicago Bulls. They didn't get to a finals, but Derrick Rose won an MVP. They was a perennial Eastern Conference powerhouse team. D. Rose did a hell of a job with the Chicago Bulls. So I think there are numerous teams in the East that Dame Dollar could lead to the promised land and have some type of success in the playoffs. But let me say one more thing real quick before we move on.
Yeah, definitely say it.
About the Portland Trailblazers. I know my Portland Trailblazers do not play any defense. And that's part of the reason why, Clarence, when I watch Portland, I almost have heart attacks every single game at least once. And there are moments throughout the games when I'm watching Portland play where I have at least 1 or 2 close heart attacks. Like my heart be pumping when I'm watching these boys play. I don't think you understand how hard it was for me watching LeVert dribble at the top of the key. And before he finally missed that shot, I was so nervous because I was thinking it was so many things at stake in that moment. If he would have hit that shot, it would have been a great shot for him, but it would have been a dagger in Portland Trailblazers fans' hearts and myself. But hey, I think Melo gonna ball out in this play-in game on Saturday. I'm expecting you to redeem yourself, Melo, and play well.
Yeah, definitely though. I agree with that on that.
Oh, real quick, you got Portland winning Saturday?
Yeah, I got Portland winning Saturday. I got them winning in a big margin. Okay. I think without Jaren Jackson, the Memphis Grizzlies will struggle on the big side of it. And yeah, I got Portland winning that game. Get prepared for Monday.
Yeah, and real quick before we move on, I want to give a shout out to the Phoenix Suns. They were 8-0 in the bubble. They did a hell of a job down in Orlando in the bubble. They did, Clarence. The Phoenix Suns been balling. They've been playing great basketball. And I think Monty Williams
was the worst, bro.
Huh?
Their scenario was the worst. Even though they went 8-0 in the bubble, they needed the Spurs in Portland to lose. But
and probably Memphis too.
Yeah, Memphis. And guess what?
If Memphis would have lost yesterday, then it would have been the Phoenix Suns and Devin Booker playing Dame Dollar and the Trailblazers. So I'm glad. To be honest, Clarence, I'd rather face the Memphis Grizzlies than the Phoenix Suns right now. I didn't want to see Devin Booker. I didn't want to see him. I really didn't. But Monty Williams, the head coach for the Phoenix Suns, he deserves a ton of praise because he's been doing a great job with those young kids in Phoenix. And like I told you on Wednesday's show, going 8-0 in the bubble is something that you can build off of heading into the next season. It gives you confidence that they're going to be a team that can definitely compete for a playoff spot next year.
Yeah, definitely, man. But I'm looking forward to that Saturday game, though. Doo-doo. All right. Oh, my bad. Take a good difficulty. All right. Hey, first of all, let's move on. Let's move on to that Dallas Cowboys topic. Now, I heard that now. So, like someone said that CeeDee Lamb is compared to Kevin Durant. So, and then I didn't read.
Playmaker said that. Michael Irvin said that. The playmaker.
Yeah, Michael Irvin said he compared CeeDee Lamb to Kevin Durant. And my friend Trey, can you read me the quote, man?
I don't have it right in front of me. Let's just paraphrase. He basically said that CeeDee Lamb is comparable to the Warriors bringing in Kevin Durant. He said basically that the Cowboys drafting CeeDee Lamb is comparable to when the Golden State Warriors added Kevin Durant. That's what the playmaker said. So what's your reaction to these comments?
Well, I think for me, I think when the Dallas Cowboys drafted CeeDee Lamb, that was a steal in the draft because honestly, I thought they was going for the needy position, but they went for what's best. They took the basically the best one on the chart. And with CeeDee Lamb going add to that though, that's nice. You giving Dak Prescott more weapons. You making that Cowboys offense more scary. And I've been telling everybody the Cowboys is probably the most prolific offense in the league, but they just don't get it done because they ain't winning big games last year. But they really got some skilled players on that offense that can be a big threat. Now you got Mike McCarthy, an offensive-minded coach and a winning coach. I think they can basically have a big year in the NFC East.
You didn't answer the question. Do you believe the Cowboys adding CeeDee Lamb and bringing him in from the NFL draft is comparable to when the Golden State Warriors signed Kevin Durant?
I said yeah. Because I'm gonna say this. They are already better than the Eagles.
You said yeah?
Yeah, I said they're better than the Eagles. They're better than the Eagles. Listen, the Cowboys always been better than the Eagles, but they couldn't get it done. And I do believe that the Dallas Cowboys can win it this year. They can win the NFC East this year. They fully loaded on offense and defense. We ain't gonna get into the signing of Everson Griffin yet, but that's the next question. But we talk about the offense here. You got one of the best running backs in the league. You arguably got a top 5 quarterback in the NFL from Prescott, and an offensive line that's solid enough that he can make throws and adjust to plays. And you got a nice receiving core, a top 10 receiving core. I mean, you know what I'm saying? A duo. What?
Did you just say, okay, so it's so many holes in your argument. First of all, did you just say the Dallas Cowboys are always better than the Philadelphia Eagles, but they never can get it done? That means they're not better than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Let me paraphrase that. They have the better weapons than the Eagles. They got the arguably better weapons than them. They honestly a better offensive team than the Eagles. But for the Eagles, they had a good coach that can coach them good, Doug Peterson.
And what else?
I'm not gonna lie, you had a nice quarterback in Carson Wentz. He's a good quarterback. But it's funny though, he didn't make the top 100 list. So something has to be the reason why he didn't make the top 100 list. Well, he's always injured. But that's all I'm saying.
So you say that Michael Irvin is right comparing the CeeDee Lamb drafting by the Cowboys. You saying that's a nice comparison to the Warriors and Kevin Durant. Let me get this straight.
Look, he was one of the best receivers in the draft, though, Trey. CeeDee Lamb, if you actually watch him at Oklahoma, he's a good route. He's a good route runner, a good run after the catch. He has good hands.
Are you serious?
Nice. Look, I'm being
serious. Or are you joking with me?
Look, I was surprised when the Dallas Cowboys drafted him, and now he's going to look. He's about to be one of the next big receivers in the league, man. In a few more years, he's gonna be up next. He's gonna be one of the big.
Okay. So let me. Oh my God, why do I have to talk football with you as well? Because your football knowledge really should be in question. Like, your football IQ is terrible. Like, I know you've been watching the Bengals all these years, and I know it probably has really messed up your football knowledge, but you got to be kidding. You got to be kidding me here, right?
You got to think about it. They already have an above average quarterback in Dak Prescott. He's a good quarterback. You just don't want to admit it. And
that's enough. That's enough. Look, we heard from you. That's enough. First of all, last year, you talking about Dak Prescott. I think he had 30 touchdowns, just 11 interceptions last year, had close to 5,000 passing yards. Not bad statistical numbers, but we all know those numbers are misleading. Why? Because Dak Prescott couldn't even lead his team to the postseason, Clarence. They were trailing on the scoreboard a lot last year. That's why Dak Prescott put up the statistical numbers that he did. Those numbers were misleading. They couldn't even get to the playoffs, and they had a healthy squad last year. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia Eagles, Carson Wentz, he had less skill position players than Dak Prescott did. And guess what? Carson Wentz still led his team to the postseason. Also, the Philadelphia Eagles have a proven Super Bowl winning head coach in Doug Peterson. Everywhere you look around, the Philadelphia Eagles have better structure than the Dallas Cowboys overall. When you look at the rosters from top to bottom, yeah, you may say the Cowboys have bigger names on their team, but that doesn't necessarily always equate to wins. Just because you got bigger names and a better roster than another particular team in your division doesn't mean that you're going to beat that team when it matters the most. And what happened last year in week 17, I believe. It might have been week 16. Whatever it was. Last year, I believe Dak Prescott took his talents to Philadelphia, and they had a week 16 matchup with the NFC East division title on the line. And what happened? He got outplayed by Carson Wentz because Carson Wentz is better. Nevertheless, let me get to Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin needs to be ashamed of himself. He really should. They need to ban him from talking football for a few weeks after these comments, Clarence. This is ridiculous. He's talking about CeeDee Lamb is comparable to Kevin Durant. First of all, I like CeeDee Lamb. I think CeeDee Lamb has a lot of promise. I think he's going to possibly be an elite receiver one day. But you compare him to an all-time NBA great and Kevin Durant. When Kevin Durant went to Golden State, Kevin Durant had already won NBA MVP, Clarence. Kevin Durant had already won scoring titles. Kevin Durant had already had a finals appearance on his resume. It is no comparison comparing CeeDee Lamb to Kevin Durant, the great Kevin Durant. And I got one more for you. He tried to compare the Cowboys to the Warriors. Oh, last time I checked, before the Warriors brought in Kevin Durant, they were 73-9 the season before. And they also had 2 finals appearances before Kevin Durant arrived in Golden State. The Dallas Cowboys didn't even make the playoffs last year. The Dallas Cowboys ain't been to the NFC Championship game in over 25 years. It's been over 25 years since the Dallas Cowboys have even been to an NFC Championship game. So Michael Irvin, he is a homer, and he's wearing his Dallas Cowboys pom-poms on this one, Clarence. And I can't believe you can't see it.
Listen, but at the same time, we talking about CeeDee Lamb. Okay, let's talk about CeeDee Lamb. He's a great young receiver. Great young receiver that was probably the second draft. He was the second receiver off the board, which I thought he was going to Oakland because I thought Oakland wanted, but they wanted speed. But for CeeDee Lamb, he gives you your future number one receiver for the NFL, man, and for the Cowboys. So whatever Dak Prescott's contract situation, CeeDee Lamb is going to be there, man. And I think that's a steal that the Dallas Cowboys is getting him.
Nobody's debating that, Clarence. Nobody's debating whether or not CeeDee Lamb is going to produce for the Dallas Cowboys. The comparison to Kevin Durant is the issue that I have.
That's confidence. It's confidence that Michael Irvin see in CeeDee Lamb. And he believed that CeeDee Lamb was going to be a game changer for the Cowboys. So whatever Michael Irvin thinks, that's what he thinks. He just support his team. That's what he do. But he definitely see the confidence in CeeDee Lamb. He probably watch him day in, day out in practices and virtual meetings, whatever. But he sees the confidence in CeeDee Lamb. He does.
Yeah, I know. But at least, listen, here's the thing. You actually supported his argument here. You said that he's right comparing CeeDee Lamb to Kevin Durant. You said that he's right with that comparison. At least I can give Michael Irvin the pass of being a Dallas Cowboys fan. I think sometimes Michael Irvin, when he makes predictions, he uses his heart over his head because he's a Dallas Cowboy homer. He's a Dallas Cowboy fan for life. He was a great player for that franchise, won Super Bowls for that team. But what excuse can I give you here? You're not even a Dallas Cowboys fan.
But think about it, though, Trey. You don't have to look. Okay, so I know you don't like talking Bengal, but Anthony off tackle in the NFL, whatever. He says he can see Joe Burrow being an elite quarterback in the next 3 to 5 years, and I believe it because of the traits he got, the intangibles. That's just him being a fan supporting his player that got drafted to it. So I see where Michael Irvin coming from. You got to understand. So let me ask you this: did any greats of the Green Bay Packers say anything about Jordan Love? Anything? No. Look, the point is they have a lot of confidence in these rookies, and they think they're gonna be special in a few years. So you got to give them their credit.
Listen. Nobody is arguing as to whether or not CeeDee Lamb is going to be an elite receiver. Nobody's arguing that point. The point here is CeeDee Lamb has great potential, but Kevin Durant had already been an All-NBA player once he decided to go and play with the Golden State Warriors. There is no comparison here. And then the fact that Michael Irvin even tried to compare the Dallas Cowboys and the Golden State Warriors, he shouldn't even brought the Dallas Cowboys and the Golden State Warriors up in the same sentence, Clarence. He shouldn't have. Like, that dysfunctional organization with the Dallas Cowboys, who haven't been to the Super Bowl since the 90s, they being compared to a great dynasty team and the Golden State Warriors? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's like, what is Michael Irvin talking about here? Like, it just hurts. I know back in the day, he had some issues with recreational activities. Let's call it what it is. I'm not so sure, Clarence, if he wasn't possibly under the influence when he made these comments. Like, what is going on with Michael Irvin? I love Michael Irvin. I love him, but he is way off here. He way off.
Well, look, all Michael Irvin doing is supporting the young rookie, and he sees a lot of confidence in him. That's all. So let me ask you this though, Trey. Let's ask each other this. So you know the Cowboys, a few days ago they signed defensive end Everson Griffin to a 1-year deal. Do you believe that it makes them the favorites in the NFC East?
You know the answer to this question.
No.
No, they're not going to win the NFC East. They have a loaded offensive team. They got some nice weapons offensively for Dak Prescott. Amari Cooper just brought him back on a 5-year, $100 million deal. You just drafted CeeDee Lamb, who I admit as well is going to have a nice career, and I think he's going to be a nice, productive receiver. And you still got Michael Gallup at the receiver spot. You still got a top 5 running back in Ezekiel Elliott. So we know offensively they're going to put up points. And I like Mike McCarthy, bringing in Mike McCarthy as a head coach. You know, Mike McCarthy is a proven coach in this league, although some of Mike McCarthy's success has to tie in to the fact that he has Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, 2 legendary quarterbacks that he's had a chance to work with. We'll see what he can do with Dak Prescott, who's nowhere near their caliber. Say it again.
That only brought in 2 Super Bowls.
Right. Yeah, that definitely underachieved. But defensively, bringing in Everson Griffin, that's going to help them on the defensive side of the ball. And I think they got some nice, players defensively. They got Clinton Dix also as well. He's a former Packer as well. So they got some nice pieces on defense, but I still don't think they're going to be better than the Philadelphia Eagles because I think the Philadelphia Eagles have some players coming back this year that are going to be healthy and ready to go for the Eagles. Last year, the Eagles won a division and they were depleted. They didn't have no weapons offensively for Carson Wentz, and they still won the NFC East. This year, because the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be healthy throughout the entire season, I believe they are going to beat the Dallas Cowboys out in the NFC East. I think it'll be a close race throughout the entire season, but I think down the stretch, when we get late into December, somehow, some way, the Dallas Cowboys will fold and they will not come through when Dallas Cowboys fans expect them to. Therefore, I believe the Philadelphia Eagles ultimately will win the division.
Yeah. Hey, Trey, you know what time it is, though? This is one of my favorite topics of the day. I wanted to talk about this so bad. It's the NBA playoffs prediction. I just wanted to get into that so bad, man. because we got a excited one. We gonna discuss all of these, all the playoff matchup, and we gonna get into it though. Everybody follow Wise Guys on Facebook, Instagram. These guys know sports, Twitter, Wise Guys _H, and we on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Now, Trey, let's get into the first one, baby. The number 8 seed, the Magic, play the number 1 seed Bucks. What's the key to this series?
Can the Orlando Magic keep up with the firepower of the Milwaukee Bucks? That's going to be one of the keys to the series for me. And I want to see if they can be able to score enough points to stay in these games. You know, I like what they're doing. I like the fact that they're in the playoffs. They're a team that's on the come up. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens with them in future seasons to come. But the biggest question for me is going to be whether or not they can keep up with the firepower for the Milwaukee Bucks. You got Giannis Antetokounmpo. You still got Eric Bledsoe also as well, a perimeter guard who created his own shot. You got Chris Middleton, who's played very well so far in the bubble for the Milwaukee Bucks. And, you know, Lopez as well, he's been playing nice basketball for the Bucks, contributing offensively. And they have a great coach in Mike Budenholzer. So the question for me is, and one of the keys for me in this series is going to be if the Magic can keep up with the firepower of the Milwaukee Bucks, Clarence.
Nah, man. For me, though, I think the Magic, though, they was, you know, they was like tall and they was balanced. I would give them that, though. For Aaron Gordon, they were just a big team. The team was big. Like, you know, unfortunately, Jonathan Isaac, he had to go down with an injury, the knee injury, and that hurt the team bad because he stretched the floor too. Mo Bamba's a good defender. We stretching the floor. Aaron Gordon is also a good defender when he's going to the basket. And Vucic, he's an old school cat. He played old school ball, but he still contributes to the team. But for me, it's
how has Markelle Fultz been playing?
He was playing solid. He was playing solid though. But this one you can really look at him and see how he gonna perform in the playoffs. But to me though, if they can create that wall to stop Giannis, they might have a chance. But like you said, it's too much Milwaukee, man. It's too much Milwaukee.
Yeah, they ain't got no chance, Clarence, here. Look, let's just get right to it. Do you think they have any chance of stealing a game from the Milwaukee Bucks?
Believe it or not, you know, if a team they're down 3-0, I think they can win. They can steal one game. But I arguably believe like Milwaukee can close them out in 5 games.
5? Wow. No, I got it being a clean gentleman's sweep. The Milwaukee Bucks will sweep the Orlando Magic in the first round of the playoffs. Here's something to keep in mind, Clarence. If this series was played in Orlando, and they wasn't in a bubble, I would give the Magic a shot at winning a game in Orlando going up against the Milwaukee Bucks. You know, a game 3 or a game 4 in a playoff series. But because they're in a bubble and there's no, you know, crowd and there's no fans, I don't think they have a snowball chance in hell at stealing the game from Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks. I got Bucks in 4 in a gentleman's sweep. What you got, Bucks in 5?
Yeah, I got Bucks in 5, man. I got Bucks in 5.
All right, let's move on to the 3-6 matchup. We got the Philadelphia 76ers going up against the Boston Celtics. Give me your keys to this series.
Oh, I'm going to be honest with you. Tobias Harris, he got paid to be a superstar, an elite superstar, right? He's honestly supposed to be the second option on the 76ers team because he got paid to do that, and he's a good scorer. He lost a lot of weight, and he started developing to be a good scorer. Now, this is his time to lead his team. I think the keys to this series is, though, can Tobias Harris lead his team without the 2 stars, then Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons? Because he's considered another star on that team. And if they want to be alive in this series, he has to show up. But for this Celtics team, they have on and off games, though. But I still believe the Celtics go take it here, though. No. Now, I think the Celtics going to take it here. For the Celtics, Jason Tatum got to find his rhythm, and Jaylen Brown also. And Kemba, you gotta just watch to see what you get from Kemba.
Yeah, the keys to this series, for me, one of the keys is going to be the Boston Celtics getting Kemba Walker into a rhythm. That's what I would aim for if I was the head coach of the Boston Celtics. If I was Brad Stevens, I would want to get Kemba Walker into a rhythm because you're going to need Kemba Walker when you get farther in the playoffs to play at an elite level. I would try to work Kemba back into being a quality player and being able to put up 20 to 25 points a night. You know, Kemba Walker been dealing with injuries since he's been in the bubble. He's been on a limits restriction clearance. If I'm Brad Stevens and that coaching staff, for the Boston Celtics. I'm trying to get my star point guard into a rhythm offensively so I can utilize him as we get farther in the playoffs. So that's one of the keys for me for the Boston Celtics. For the Philadelphia 76ers, I think they need to lock in defensively and do everything that they can to try to force other players to beat you that are not named Jason Tatum. So I love Jaylen Brown and what he's been doing so far in the bubble, but I'd rather him beat me than Jason Tatum. So if I was Brett Brown, the Sixers, I would try to force the ball out of Jason Tatum's hands and have Gordon Hayward or Jaylen Brown beat me. They're more than capable of doing it, but I would make sure that I wouldn't let Jason Tatum, a superstar on the come up, beat me in this series. And you said one of my keys as well, Tobias Harris. They paid Tobias Harris in the offseason. This is a moment for Tobias Harris to show why he's one of the top paid players we have in the NBA. He got a nice contract in the offseason, Clarence, a contract that I thought the Sixers overpaid for. But they gave him the money nevertheless. Therefore, in a moment like this, even if the Sixers come up short, which they will, I want to see Tobias Harris put on a nice performance and at least put up 20 to 25 points per game in this series and show why he is a top 3 option on this team scoring-wise.
All right, I like that question. But let's move on, though, Trey. So we got the 7th seed Brooklyn Nets against the number 2
Hold on, Clarence.
seed.
Hold on. We got to give our predictions. Oh. You going too far. What's your prediction?
For me, I got Boston in 5.
5?
Yeah, Boston in 5.
Why are you giving the Sixers a game?
Because the Sixers, though, I think they go win one at home. And like I said, Boston have on and off games. And that they might have an off game, probably a away game. The first 2 games is in Boston. But so game 3 or 4 might be the ones you have to watch to see how they're playing. That's why I said I give Philly 1.
I disagree. I got the Celtics also in the gentleman's sweep. If the Boston Celtics, if the Boston Celtics are legitimate championship contenders, like I say they are, with 4 great players who can create off the dribble, and Kemba Walker, Jaylen Brown, Gordon Hayward, and Jason Tatum, I believe you are supposed to put out the Philadelphia 76ers in 4 games. I think the Boston Celtics should impose their will on these Sixers. Therefore, the Sixers, as the series goes along, Clarence, they're going to lose confidence. I think they're going to be too much for the Sixers to overcome. So I got the Celtics with the gentleman's sweep in 4.
Okay. All right. Let's all right. Damn, that's another sweep right there. But let's move on to the 7th seed Brooklyn Nets, the number 2 seed, man. So you got keys to the series? Any keys to the series?
I would say one of the keys to the series is going to be if LeVert can consistently play as a number 1 option for the Brooklyn Nets. If he plays like he did last night against the Portland Trailblazers, Clarence, I believe it's a chance the Nets can steal a game from the Toronto Raptors. Also, for the Toronto Raptors, I want to see if Siakam is ready to take on that role of being a number 1 option for a championship contender. We've got to see it. Last year, he had the luxury of being a co-star with Kawhi Leonard. This year, Siakam is the man. Therefore, when you're the man, high expectations come with that responsibility. I want to see if Siakam is going to play like a true number 1 option for the Toronto Raptors, and I want to see if he's going to rise above the situation and put the Toronto Raptors in a situation where they can possibly compete and get to the finals. But those are my keys. Siakam proving himself to try to be a number 1, and LeVert consistently, playing at a high level for the Brooklyn Nets.
See, I'm going to disagree with you, man. I think Toronto is going to be too much for this Brooklyn Nets team. And this Raptors team is well developed all around. They're a balanced team offensively and defensively. Yeah, I think Toronto is going to be too much. And Siakam, him and Kyle Lowry, they already been through these situations. And when Lowry gets rolling, it gets bad. And him and Siakam, it's going to be too much to them. And they got OG Anunoby back, a 3-and-D player. Nah, man, I got Toronto beating them, man. Toronto is easy.
Why did you disagree with me? I didn't never pick the Brooklyn Nets to win the series.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I just think for the Brooklyn Nets, for Caris LeVert, it's going to be too much for him because it's going to be in the playoffs. He in the playoffs, it's going to be different feeling. And they have a nice setup, but for the Raptors, it's going to be too much for them. Kyle Lowry, He knows how to do in these situations, and it's gonna be too much for him though. I just believe that Kyle Lowry is a mastermind of when he on the court, he can manipulate guards.
How you got in how many games?
I got Toronto in 5. Honestly, I got Toronto in 5 games. I think they can steal. They gonna steal one game, but they might steal that game on the road. But it's a higher chance they won't.
What
but
road?
I think,
there ain't nobody on the road in the bubble. What are you talking about?
I mean, yeah, my bad. I'm the type of that mindset that they be on the road, but I think they gonna take one game that was towards the end, like game 4, man. That's all I'm saying.
See, I think if it gets to a situation where the Raptors are up 3-0, I don't see Brooklyn stealing the game. I think if they want to have any chance of stealing the game, it has to be the game 1 through 3. It can't be game 4. I got the Raptors in 5 too. I'm going to give the Brooklyn Nets a game out of respect because they've been playing nice basketball since we've been in the bubble clearance, and this series will be much different if Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were playing. We both know that. Let's move on to a series that has had history. The Indiana Pacers and the Miami Heat, they have had many, many playoff battles in the past, Clarence, with LeBron and Paul George. But now we got T.J. Warren versus Jimmy Butler. Give me your keys to this series.
Look, I know we all hype about T.J. Warren and Jimmy Butler, but that's gonna be what the biggest one we're gonna be watching for. We're gonna see how can these guys is gonna put all that trash talking into this playoff game. But the matchup I'm gonna be really watching though is Victor Oladipo and how he does with these guards. And another one, Bam Adebayo versus Miles Turner. I think that's gonna be a good one too because he can stretch the floor. And Miles Turner, he's a good defender. So I want to see how they gonna match up with each other. But for T.J. Warren and Jimmy Butler, that should be a hard nose right there, playing against each other right there. I think that's gonna be a good one. But you're gonna be surprised of my pick.
One of my keys in this series is going to be if the Indiana Pacers can contain the Miami Heat's perimeter shooting. The Miami Heat shoot the perimeter shot very well, Clarence. And I want to see if the Pacers can contain the Miami Heat's perimeter shooting. If the Miami Heat shoot the lights out, I don't see this series going very long. Honestly, if they are shooting the 3 very well, you can't stop them. They're unstoppable. So we'll see what happens. But that's one of my keys. Can the Indiana Pacers defensively slow down the perimeter shooting of the Miami Heat? They're more than capable of being able to do it. They're more than capable of being able to do it because Nate McMillan, as a head coach, he always has the Indiana Pacers playing hard. If you notice, every single year when the Pacers get into the playoffs, Clarence, although they may not go far, they play hard. Can you give them that credit? You agree with that?
Yeah, they play hard and they're a smart team.
They're a smart basketball team, and they're the kind of team where you have to beat them. They're not going to beat themselves.
Yeah, but then at the same time, that type of team, they have to find the players that can score, and they did in T.J. Warren. And T.J. Warren, he just surprisingly start going crazy in this bubble, and I think that's a good start that he did. But this matchup, though, yeah, they got to stop the 3-point shooters that Miami Heat has.
Yes, I completely agree. So they have to do that.
So let me ask you this though. So who you have winning and how many games?
I think, Clarence, this is one of the few series in the first round that has a high possibility of going 7 games. It's going to go 7 games, and it's hard for me to pick in this matchup, but I'm going to roll with Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat in a nail-biter in a Game 7. I think this series is going to go the distance. I think the Indiana Pacers are going to play the Miami Heat tough, and I think it's going to be a long series. But I think Eric Spoelstra's experience as a head coach and Jimmy Butler, him being the star that he is, he's going to rise above the occasion and make plays for the Miami Heat in Game 7 of the first round in this series. I like Jimmy Butler over T.J. Warren and Oladipo in this series in 7.
Yeah. And I agree with you. I like Miami in this one. I think they have the better players and a better 3-point shooter than them. And I truly believe that this team is a good balanced team offensively and defensively. And I think once they hit their peak, it's gonna be on from there. But I got Miami in 6 games, and the Heat in
6.
6.
So you giving the Pacers 2 games?
Yeah, we're giving the Pacers 2 games because I
Yes.
think all that pressure hits them. They're not gonna be focused on themselves. But I got Miami in 6, man. Jimmy Butler, you can't sleep on him, man. In the playoffs,
Give me an X factor in this series. Just one player.
Duncan Robinson. How many threes can he hit in this series, man? How many threes can he hit? You see what Chris Paul did to that boy? He was playing him so disrespectful, and Jimmy Butler had to step in and to him to cover, basically help a teammate out. Like, you a man, Duncan Robinson. That's the playoffs, bro. They ain't gonna show you no love. Your teammates are gonna be like, come on, Duncan. No, you gotta shrug that off, man. That's the X factor of that. Right there.
Okay, my X factor is gonna be Miles Turner. Can he match Bam Adebayo's energy? That's my X factor, Miles Turner. If Miles Turner can impose his will and compete with Bam Adebayo, that'll increase the Pacers' chances of pulling off the upset. But I got Heat in 7. You got Heat in 6. Let's move on to the Wild Wild West. And real quick, just let everybody know, me and Clarence already knew before we came on here today that the Eastern Conference matchups were going to be easier to predict than the Western Conference. We already knew it. So let's talk about the Wild Wild West, Clarence. Let's start off with the 7 versus 2 matchup. We got the Dallas Mavericks as the 7th seed taking on the 2 seed in the LA Clippers. Give me some of your keys to the series.
All right. Look, I'm for the Mavericks keys. Can you find that advantage against that Clippers team? Now, a lot of people said that Kristaps Porzingis, it will be too much for Montrezl Harrell because he's taller than him. But me personally, I think he's not really aggressive going to the basket, and he loves shooting that 3 ball. But as long as he's shooting that 3 ball, they should be fine. But the keys for the Clippers, though, they gotta find control of the team. Kawhi and Paul George, they are the top stars of that team, and they are one of the top defensive teams in the NBA. And one more thing, Dallas, they're not good. They're sloppy on defense. But I think for the keys of the game, Kawhi need to show up. I mean, there's nothing else. He has to show it. And Paul George, he gotta get that playoff nightmare away from that demon away from him. Them 2 players have to show up and lead that team, Trey.
My 2 keys are I'm gonna give you 2 keys, one from each team. Let's start off with the Dallas Mavericks. Defensively, can the Dallas Mavericks get any consistent stops? I watched the matchup the other night against Dame Dollar and the Portland Trailblazers, Clarence, and Damian Lillard, he had room service with the rim because they couldn't stop him from getting to the paint. They couldn't stop him. They had no answers for the Portland Trailblazers offensively. So they never get stops. And I've watched a bunch of games this year, and the Dallas Mavericks have been in a few exciting games. They had a game earlier in the bubble. They went up against the Houston Rockets, James Harden, Russell Westbrook. It was an exciting game. And they had a matchup, I think it was against the Milwaukee Bucks last weekend, where it was a high-scoring game. But I noticed a consistent theme when I watched the Dallas Mavericks, Clarence, and that's that they don't play any defense. They cannot stop the opposing teams from scoring. I like Luka and I like Porzingis as a 1-2 punch on the offensive side of the floor, but I think the Dallas Mavericks are missing that perimeter defender that can get stops down the stretch. Now for the LA Clippers, one of the keys for me is going to be the Clippers getting the band back together and getting into a rhythm. Throughout the entire season, even before the pandemic, Clarence, there were times where Kawhi Leonard load managed. Paul George was hurt at the beginning of the season. So the Clippers really haven't had an opportunity to play together. Like, they haven't all been there. Montrezl Harrell, he just returned to the bubble because of his late grandmother passing away. Lou Williams, he had the situation that took place, at Magic City in Atlanta. So he wasn't there in the beginning of the bubble for them. And Patrick Beverley, he's been injured. So I want to see the LA Clippers get into a rhythm of playing together and develop some chemistry on the floor because they haven't been playing together much this year.
So quick question. Who has the coaching edge? Who has the coaching edge between these 2 teams?
Man, this is tough, Clarence. These are 2 great coaches in the NBA. Doc Rivers is a champion, won an NBA championship with the Boston Celtics with KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo. He's a proven head coach in the NBA. And we know Rick Carlisle, he led a Dallas Mavericks team to a championship when they were the underdogs. back in 2011 against LeBron and the Miami Heat. So we know Rick Carlisle is a proven head coach in the NBA. He knows his basketball. He knows how to make adjustments on the fly in the mix of basketball games. I would say in this matchup, though, I'm going to give the slight edge to Doc Rivers only because he has the more talented team. But overall, this is a conversation that we can have on another show and another debate we can have, soon.
Yeah, I'll definitely give it to Doc Rivers, even though I call them overrated.
It ain't definite for me.
Yeah, I think definitely give it to Doc Rivers, even though I call them overrated. But I think when you look at that assistant coach and Tyronn Lue and Lionel Hollins, I think they're well known and well staffed to overcome the Dallas Mavericks, though. So good question though. Who wins and how many games? And how many games here?
I got Clippers in 5. I'm going to give the Dallas Mavericks one game. Yes, I got Clippers in 5. I'm going to give the Dallas Mavericks one game because of the talent of Luka and Porzingis. I think Luka and Porzingis could get you one. I got the Clippers in 5.
Look, Luka is great. I got the Clippers in 6 games, man. I think it's gonna be competitive, and we talk about how great Luka is, and we need to see how great Luka is, though. But I give him 2 games, man.
Let's move on to the 6 versus 3 matchup. We got Utah Jazz, the 6th seed, taking on the Denver Nuggets as a 3 seed. Give me some of the keys to the series.
One key is can Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell coexist? I think they can coexist, though, Trey, because they perform great in the playoffs when they're playing together. Regardless, they lost to the back-to-back years to the Houston Rockets. But when they play Oklahoma City Thunder, you see how the hunger of Donovan Mitchell and how the ability he can score with. And here's another key for the Nuggets. Can the Joker come up big for them again? They lost in 7 games against your Portland Trailblazers. And I was very disappointed because they lost. Can he come up and show up in the playoffs again? Him and Jamal Williams, man. I mean, not Jamal Williams, but Jamal I forgot his name. But the point is, can Jamal Murray and Yusuf Nurkic, man, the Joker show up in the playoffs, man? Can they? They're 3rd seed. I want to see it.
Jordan, let us know how much time we got. One of the keys for me with the Utah Jazz, I want to see if Utah is going to have enough offensive scoring power to keep up with the Denver Nuggets. That's the issue that I have with the Utah Jazz. Sometimes offensively, they have times where they just don't score the basketball clearance and they struggle. We'll break this game more down. We'll break this series down more on Monday, bro, because I got some more things I want to say about this, about this particular series. But we still got to talk about the rest of this series, Utah Jazz and the Denver Nuggets, and we also going to talk about Oklahoma City and the Houston Rockets. And then we got to talk about the Lakers versus either Portland or Memphis on Monday's show. We'll get right into it, bro, because I got some more I want to say.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Everybody remember going follow Wise Guys on Twitter at WiseGuys_OH, also on Facebook, Wise Guys. And be sure to follow Wise Guys on Instagram at These Guys Know Sports. Hey, Clarence, enjoy your time in Louisville with the family, bro.
Hiya, thank you, man. I'm very excited to go down there, man, so I can get some fun time down there. I'm gonna be hitting you up down there.
Hit me up. And one more thing before we get out of here, man. You going to Louisville? I got 3 words for you. Justice for Breonna Taylor. Maybe 4 words. Right. Don't forget about that, man. Don't forget about that.
Definitely, man. Hey, what you got? Any plans for the weekend?
I'm gonna watch some basketball. I'm expecting my Portland Trailblazers to get it done against the Memphis Grizzlies tomorrow, so I'll be watching that. Luckily, it's a day game, so I can still have me some fun tomorrow night because I'll be off. And Premier is at my mom's house.
Are you at home trying to figure out how to get your kids ready for another year of school? Don't worry, Strikeout Beer's got you covered. We're educational.
JETS, Jets.
We won 2 world wars without stretching.
Kids, if you have any questions, just refer to Urban Dictionary.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
That guy. You know who I'm going to subscribe to? I'm going to subscribe to that guy.
Are you sick of listening to podcasts where all you get is the same old guy whining, complaining, talking about his fantasy team and his favorite team? Well, I got a solution for you. This is Green Bay Greg from the Green Bay Greg Show, found on the RTF Network, Wednesdays, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central, Wednesday afternoon. So here's the thing. Eat lunch, slack off, take the rest of the day off. Green Bay Greg.
You want sports talk? We got your sports talk.
I like soccer.
You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week?
Connor Cook can sling it. We're Strikeout Beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner.
Pickle!
I am
Need a-
FIFA
yeah.
Dave.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
Are you tired of endless arguments over what to stream next? It's time to have a real night out again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite museum and attraction reopening plans.
Par, to say the least, last night. So, yeah, I'm excited for some pizza. Be cool. You're a wreck, dude. Jesse just texted me, your smile looks like you're in fucking third grade and you just got those Converse All-Stars that you like. I heard it, then it went away. I'm so excited. Oh, we're on. Tevin, are we golden or what?
Yep, just give me 1 second. I just got to restart this video.
Beautiful.
Jesse Spano on the caffeine pills. I'm so excited that I just can't hide it.
That's Here we go. We're running.
The 90s got deep with drug addiction, caffeine pills, toeing the line.
Trying to figure out this camera.
What do you get when you put two Minnesotans and a guy from Wisconsin together? Twist. The Weekend Sports Talk. Get ready for some sports chatter where there's sugar laughing, arguing, and maybe even crying. Now, here are your hosts, Mike Reese, Matt Benz, and Greg Green Bay Bauman.
Greg, how you doing?
Greg! Hey, do you know what you get when you get two Minnesotans and no guy from Green Bay, Wisconsin? Twist! The Weekend Sports Talk! Episode 35.
Durantula.
Kevin Durant. That was courtesy of our interviewee, Michael Bird Jr. Thank you, Michael. No big hurt. It's Kevin Durant, episode 35, in his lank-ass arms.
Yeah.
So Greg and I have done this without you, and now you and I do this without Greg.
Yeah, I get to
now I'm going to tell you what, you guys could never do it without me.
Is that what they say?
That's the rules.
Is that the rules?
No.
We'll see what happens. No, it feels good. It's a bummer that Greg couldn't be here today, but he went ziplining down in southern Minnesota.
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, no, he didn't die yet.
Oh, he didn't?
But he is drunk in love.
Good.
So good for Greg. Enjoy it. We will see Greg later tonight when we have our fantasy football draft.
We do. I'm
First draft of the
excited.
year. I'm digging it. But yeah, we got an interview.
We do. So we had two planned. We're going to bump Mike Pearson to next week. He had a family emergency, so hope everything is going well with that. But we do have another Michael Bird Jr., the Birdman. Wide receiver, University of Colorado in Boulder. So he doesn't have any pictures up yet of him in his gear because he ain't been there yet. He used to play at TCU.
Yeah, he'll have to send it to us direct. We'll be the first ones to publish that fit.
Fresh, I'll wear it.
Believe it.
Well, let's bring him on.
Let's do that.
What up, Birdman?
What's going on, bro? Now we might have got you muted. Hold up, bro.
Tevin, I can't hear him.
Tevin, hook us up, bro.
It's Greg's fault.
Let's try again, bro.
The bird call.
Oh, I can hear you now, bro.
The bird call worked.
You just waited for the drama. He did that for the dramatic effect. That's what it was.
Yeah, hey, exactly.
What's going on, though, bro? How you doing?
Not bad. Trying to figure out how to stay safe with all this foolishness going on.
No doubt.
But it is what it is.
You talking foolishness of COVID or the Pac-12?
Coronavirus. Hey, all of it.
Yeah, no doubt.
All of it.
No doubt. So when you found out the news, what was your reaction?
I wasn't surprised. I told a buddy probably about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I said they're going to end up canceling it, and he looked at me crazy. But for me, I think just how you see how the MLB, they started to have some cases trickle down. They're still playing, though, but that combined with, like, you know, it's spiking in Florida and Texas and really a lot of states across the country, cases are rising. So I kind of figured the NCAA, since they consider it amateur, but it's not really amateur. But since it's an amateur sport, I figured they were going to cancel it. So I'm not really surprised on that end of it.
So tell us a little bit about you, you know, for our viewers and things like that. Where did you grow up at? Where did you play high school ball at? Things like that.
I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am an East Coast kid. I play high school ball at Hickory Grove Christian. It's a small private school in Charlotte. My recruitment I didn't have a whole lot of schools interested. You know, I had to go to camps. I had to talk to coaches and kind of network to get my name out there a little bit. So it was hard. Went to prep school after high school for, you know, post-grad year, kind of like 13th grade for football, I call it. So did that. Then went to the University of Arkansas. I was going to play there. Had some health issues going on. So, you know, I had to transfer out of there because the coaches didn't want to wait for me to get cleared. Then went to TCU, got everything figured out with my health. They gave me an opportunity there. Was there the last 2 years, and now I'm transferring. So to the Pac-12 we go.
There you go. Awesome, man. So you actually got to play with Jeff Gladney then. Obviously, that's a big thing for us here in Minnesota. Yeah. What are some you got any stories about you with Jeff Gladney?
Yeah, I have a lot of stories. I was a scout team guy when I was there, so I got to play against the first string and the second string defense a lot. With him, he's got, what people don't understand is he was at TCU for 5 years. And so a lot of people don't understand how mature he is as a player, because he's got to learn so much from Coach P the last 5 years. So y'all are getting a corner he's day one starter ready right now. And so that type of experience, that type of you know, the amount of games he started in college, that type of experience you can't match. He's going to be ready to go day one, but he's a confident guy. He's going to talk. He talked a lot in practice. You know, him and Jalen Reagor, they always were competing against each other in practice. You know, Jalen was a first round pick with the Eagles, so watching them two in practice it was always fun, because they would be going at it, and you know, Ray would run by him on one play, and then Jeff would start talking, and then the next play Jeff would get a pass breakup. So it was kind of like that back and forth. So it was always good, kind of watching them compete. Sure. But yeah, Jeff's no joke. He's legit. He's legit corner.
I told Michael on the way over about how you were hyped up about Jeff Gladney, and I hadn't heard a thing about him. I couldn't get it out of my head. Jeff Gladney sounded like a white 5'8" kid that worked for Microsoft. And so I couldn't get hyped up about him until I watched the film, and dude is a beast, and I'm stoked to have him on the Vikes. We're talking to Michael Bird Jr. All of our interviews are brought to you by Bricks Boatworks.
Yeah.
So with the Pac-12, you know, kind of closing shop in Colorado, are there stipulations? I mean, is the team shut down? Is everything, as far as your training, just solo then? Can you even use the facility there?
Yeah, we'll start practicing. We have a team meeting next Sunday at 4. and then we'll start practicing just like normal. We just won't have games. We just won't be preparing for games. So really, it'll probably like a spring ball deal. From what I'm hearing, I don't know how that's going to look yet. But yeah, it'll probably look like spring ball. We won't be on campus very long anyway. I think the semester is going to end kind of quick. They're cutting it short. So that's what it's going to look like. I mean, it sucks. That's where we're at. But, at least you get to get better as a player. So at least it's not total. We're totally not without football. We still get to practice and stuff. But, it's that's the predicament we're in. So we really we can't complain about it.
I'd be upset. Colorado has beautiful women, and now they're closing the campus down too. So.
Hey, listen, TC, don't sell TCU short either.
Oh, I wouldn't. Texas, all over, man. Minnesota, we got lovely ladies as well. But I mean, high school, college. I mean, that's part of the fun. You go to class, and especially as an athlete, it's like.
Now you go bring out Susie Q and you catch the vid, bro.
Oh.
It's tight. No, but the big thing about it that I've been thinking of with all this college stuff going on is it's really going to find out who are the men and who are the boys with all of this, this struggle that's going on. You talked about growing up and, your hustle that you had to apply and reaching out to coaches, reaching out to teams. Well, now you got another hurdle that you got to overcome. And it's tough, man. It really is. But the guys that put in that extra effort, they have more time to prepare and they can really bust out because you kind of got an idea of who the first rounders are based on like the guys that are opting out and things like that. But you also get these guys that have a chance to get more reps in because they might not have the 5-star guys playing. So
yeah, and to your point, I think you're exactly right. Like you're gonna find out who the dogs are now, because a lot of guys when they don't have games to prepare for, when they don't have coaches on them because we don't have we don't have anything on the schedule now. You're going to find out the guys that's committed to the process of lifting, running, staying in shape, staying out of trouble.
Right.
So you're going to find out who the guys really are that want to be great, because the guys that don't, they'll be like, man, we don't have games, so I can go ahead and party. I can go ahead and kind of do whatever. I don't have to work out and lift with the same focus and intensity I had, beforehand. So we're going to find out who the guys are that are legit.
Well, that'll go a long way if you have pro aspirations as well.
Yep.
Because coaches talk and they'll tell, Birdman was in the gym every day working hard, getting after it. I know they have you listed as a wide receiver, but what are you, 5'7", 190?
Yeah, I am 5'7", $160.
160? But you look at a player like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, first round running back for the Chiefs, and again, that was one of those names I didn't know a ton about him, and then you look and it's like, dude's 5'7", but he's a beast, and kind of the mold of the NFL where you need to be 6'2", 220 has changed a lot.
It's changed, yeah.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Do you have aspirations of going to that next level?
Absolutely. I've been around, my first coach that I had, growing up played in the league. So he played, Brinson Buckner, he played defensive line with the Carolina Panthers. So for me, since day one, I've been around guys that are in the NFL. So that's kind of been my direction and drive. So yeah, I definitely do. I do want to get to that level, but you take one day at a time. You got to do well in college, and you got to dominate in college first. So that's kind of my mindset, kind of just getting to Colorado and finding a way to get playing time and doing well when I get in the game. So,
what's your 40?
4 or 5. I haven't ran it in a while. It was slower in high school too, but for me, I put something on my social media the other day, and a lot of kids don't know. Jerry Rice ran 4.7, and a lot of people they don't understand that a lot of playing the position of receiver. It's not necessarily a speed deal. It's more of a change of direction and suddenness deal. Like for me, I think the 40 is overrated at the combine. I think they really should look at the shuttle drill. I think side-to-side lateral movement is way more important than straight line speed, because you got to think this is not track.
Yeah,
right.
Guys are not just going to be running straight. Yep. For a whole play, you're going to have to be able to change direction. You're going to have to be able to stop on a dime. So for me, I think shuttle drill is way more important. But yeah, I'm a 4.5. That's the fastest I've really been.
Well, speed ain't everything here. We drafted Troy Williamson in the first round. Dude could, run the tread out of the tires, but couldn't catch a ball for shit.
Yeah.
But then you look at Matt's got his jersey on here, Adam Thielen, man.
Exactly.
White people are just slow, so he doesn't have he ain't got the speed.
Not all.
All right, Matt and I.
Yeah, there you go.
But I mean, it shows. Adam Thielen shows you that it doesn't take the speed. It's crisp route running. It's glue on the hands. I mean, when he's healthy, he's a top 5 receiver.
Sure.
So we know it's not all about speed. It's about heart as well. But
that and just football IQ, man. I can already tell just by the way that you're talking. Just trying to learn the game. That's the whole thing. A lot of people might have the talent, but the guys that don't have that top 5, talent, they pick it up in IQ, and I can totally tell that that's what you're all about, being a sponge, and that's awesome.
I've been little my whole life, so never been the fastest guy, never been the biggest guy, so I have to find ways to beat guys. So like you say, like sudden, quick change of direction type stuff. Being able to set guys up with your moves, different things like that. That's where you kind of just, that takes practicing and kind of just, working on little things. And so, like you say, Adam Thielen, I love his story. They gave him $500 scholarship. That's not even worth it. You know, and he turned that into being a Pro Bowl receiver. So you can't. That's a story that I got a lot of respect for him. I like him.
That's
for
awesome.
Sure.
No doubt, man. Well, we appreciate you coming on. Yeah. Hopefully down the road we'll have you again. Love to see you in our beautiful colors. Green Bay Greg ain't here. So please don't go to the Packers. Yep. Whatever you do, I don't care if that's the only team. I'll be your agent. I'll find you something. All right.
That's what it's all about. And hopefully once they do figure out what they're going to do with your schedule, and once they start getting you guys going and going to an upcoming game, hopefully we'll get you back just to hear what's going on. You can be our little inside guy, man. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
No pun intended, our little inside guy. Come on, Matt.
Yeah. Well, right on, Birdman. We appreciate having you on, man, and you have a good rest of your weekend, all right?
You all, too. Thank you for having me.
No worries. Yep. Peace out, bro. Awesome. Great stuff.
Thanks, Brick.
Bird and Bricks.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's what's up.
Awesome. Well, I messaged. I switched up the format of the show today.
Sure.
So we're going to get into some
It's all different today.
It is all different.
So perfect week to
It's great. No hiccup over here. How about over there?
I'm hicking it up. I'm trying to make Greg very proud today. But
he's just pissed. Right. He's fuming. But
I know he is. But I think he's laughing at home. So that's what it's all about.
Well, it's a great show.
It's a great show.
Yeah. Let's get into those twist topics.
Let's do it.
Let's go, Tevin.
Put your hands together for the twist topics of the week.
Beautiful.
All right, twist topic. Numero 1. This is courtesy of Greg Green Bay Bauman.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Does Kyle Kuzma need to play like an all-star for the Lakers to win? Win it all.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
He has to play at a high caliber, but I wouldn't necessarily put that on him as being an all-star. You have LeBron, and you've got AD. Those two need to play like they are.
Yeah.
They need to come out as the postseason studs that they are. But Kuzma just got to be a role player. He's just got to be there. Kind of like we talked about him a couple weeks ago or last week, Big Shot Bob.
Yeah.
Just be there and be ready and knock it down.
Yeah.
That's it.
I just think it's crazy that they started talking about this after he had one game. Vegas has had them favored to win it.
Right.
Before he had a breakout game. So, no, the answer is no, he doesn't. The Lakers just need to get their cohesiveness back on the court. They've just been kind of trying to figure it out. And the thing is, LeBron, sorry, Birdman, over Durantula, out of Jordan, sorry, Jesse. I haven't seen a player ever who, when it's game time like that, he turns into a different blackout mode.
Right.
I mean, he's just a beast. So you're going to see a different LeBron come Monday.
And I do believe that, the Lakers in the bubble, most recently, the games that we were watching, they didn't have to apply the pressure, man.
No, they don't play defense anyway.
They were in already.
Yeah.
They were playing for the 1 seed. Once they capped the 1 seed, it was like, all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think that what we saw towards the end of most recently is the Lakers.
No.
We'll see Showtime when.
Yeah, and Kuz has got to, the trouble is their bench is depleted. They had Avery Bradley, who didn't travel with them. Rajon Rondo got hurt, so I'm not sure what we can expect to see from him. But yeah, I mean, LeBron and AD just have to do their things. Danny Green knows, how to start stroking them threes. Come playoff time. So it's going to be fun, man. The bubble's been exciting.
Yep.
I think over any sport, they're really trending in the right way.
Sure.
And I'm excited, man.
It's going to be exciting.
Basketball.
Oh.
All right. Twist topic number 2. Did the Big Ten pull the plug too soon?
Yes. I do believe it. I think that
I said, I do believe.
I do believe that they did, simply because I don't feel like they went through all of the options that they could have done. I think they just said, we're going to do this because we've got the Pac-12 who's kind of like leaning our way as well. If we can come with at least another conference to pull the plug, they'll all pull the plug. And they were talking about it this morning on Fox Radio. They were talking about how, just as how the Big Ten and the Pac-12 are now going to do everything in their power to get the remaining conferences to pull the plug. So they don't look like, which won't happen.
No.
Either that or they're going to do whatever is impossible, almost like politics, dragging them through the mud, trying to make them look like their decision was the worst.
Well, the difference between the Big Ten and the Pac-12 is the Pac-12 did it based on the states around them. So you look at Arizona and Los Angeles, and so they have a higher rate.
Right.
The Big Ten did it based on the boogeyman, what could happen.
The invisible enemy.
Yeah, the invisible enemy. Yeah. To me, it's like they try and stand behind this facade of we care about the kids, and which is bullshit.
Sure.
It's all about the Quan. Always has been.
And that's the thing, too, is like it's all about the kids, and why are the kids showing up to campus to go to school?
Yeah.
It's a double negative. Then you should have all the campuses closed down until further notice, but it isn't.
I still think they're doing a hybrid model.
They are, but
which
still,
is
there's
weird.
still people there.
If I was a senior in high school right now during all this, I wouldn't even go to college.
Correct.
I'd take a year off.
Yeah.
That's what I did before, and I never ended up going.
Oh, that worked out, yeah. I remember saying, I did a year. I'm going to take a next year
I'm going to take a personal year.
Dad, I'm just going to take a year off. Go to a couple rehabs. It's going to be all right. No big deal.
Couple 13, 14 more. And
here we go. And now we're here. So it's good. Yeah, so Big Ten.
Fuck them.
Yep.
Oh, what I forgot to ask the Birdman, too, is I'll ask him next time he's on. I wanted a perception from a player on what the Big Ten looks like in PJ Fleck.
Oh, that would have been good.
Wouldn't it?
Oh,
damn it.
We'll just call PJ, get him on.
True, PJ's wife. Anybody.
We're pretty booked up, though.
We are. We're booked through September. So, twist topic number 3. Is George Kittle worth the 6-year, $94.8 million extension that he received?
George Kittle stats, ready?
Yes.
2019, 85 receptions for 1,053 yards and 5 tutties. 2018, 88 receptions, 1,300 yards receiving, and 5 tutties. Travis Kelce's stats. 2019, 97 receptions for 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Yep.
2018, 103 receptions for 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Yep.
So, to answer your question, is Kittle worth the $94 million?
Yeah.
6 years.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he just is.
The going rate for a tight end is so much less than even like a, top 15 wide receiver.
Yep.
And they bring an offensive line aspect to it because they're out there blocking. They're a hybrid position.
Right. And Kittle's more, not only that, but just he's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And he's got the swag that sells jerseys.
I gotta stop you there because I was coming. Travis Kelce's got that white boy swag like me.
Of course he does. Oh, like you.
Oh, yeah.
Way to throw that in there at the
end. I got that white boy swag hard.
Holy cow.
Oh,
my God. Travis Kelce has swag, yes, but Kittle has
the black ladies like him. He's got a sister girlfriend, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's got it. I'm sure he's got I'm sure he's got a huge cock too.
Greg's at home right now, like, oh my God, I'm so glad I didn't show.
Yeah, whatever.
Good
dude.
for you, Greg.
Kelsey's he's got a great beard too.
Yeah, he's great.
Can you imagine being his brother, the fat offensive lineman for the Philadelphia Eagles? Like, yeah, I made it pro, but look at
he was an all-star.
Yeah, but
and he's got a ring too.
But look at him. Look at the difference.
I know.
It's like really.
They both got theirs though. What a family.
Oh, yeah, but I'd be so jealous. You're the roly-poly offensive lineman brother with the short wiener. And your brother's over there just swagging like nobody's business.
So we both say, yeah, he deserves it. Good.
Yep.
For us.
Twist topic number 4.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Jerry Jones' comments on the Cowboys and the national anthem?
Go ahead, start it.
To me, kind of came off as a bigot, you know.
Sure.
Billionaire boys club, white guy, you know, you're going to do as I command.
Right.
Or else. It's like, bro, this is exactly what we're trying to move away from. You know, not just like putting stipulations on players like, well, this is what we're going to be doing or else.
But it's Jerry Jones.
Sure. I mean, you expect nothing
it's
different.
Jerry Jones. He's not going to change ever.
No.
He is Texas.
He is. Oh, God.
He is Texas.
Clear eyes.
Full hearts can't lose.
Can't lose.
Ever.
Yep.
You know, and that's the thing about Jerry Jones is he runs that ship.
Texas is America. America's team. That's what
know
they say.
That. Yeah,
that's what they say.
They always get that nice time slot too.
Yeah.
Every Sunday.
America's team. Yeah. So
America's game of the week.
Yeah.
And Dallas Cowboys.
Well, because Troy Aikman's sitting there doing it
just
too, and
baked.
Oh God.
Just ripped
bloodshot eyes,
sipping that brown water.
Oh God. Him and Joe, who gives a buck.
Oh, Joe, go buck yourself.
Go buck yourself,
all
Joe.
Right.
So those were our thoughts.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
It's fucking Jerry Jones. Bigot.
Yeah. Twist topic number 5. What is the crazier story?
Yeah.
The Phoenix Suns go 8-0 in the bubble and don't make the play-in game, which is going on right now.
Right now.
Or the Columbus Blue Jackets goalie gets 85 saves, but the team loses.
Okay. So you already know which one I'm going to pick. Because I was a goalie back
Silver
in the
platter
day,
lined it up.
and I was a beast.
What was your nickname? Did you have a nickname?
Bones.
Bones.
Yeah, I had this sick American flag custom painted mask.
They did that for third graders?
Bro, this was up in... But anyways, we played against Eden Prairie one day. Okay?
Anyway.
Understand?
Yeah,
Eden
EP,
Prairie.
Eagles.
They always of
course they did.
Smoked us, right?
I lived there till 7th grade.
I had 70-some saves, and I remember how we got smoked, like 10-0, right?
Yeah.
But just, they had parents coming up to me after the game like, wow, you did great.
Well, 70 saves for, how old? 13?
Couple 13, 14.
Okay.
Yeah. But, yeah, so for him to have 85 saves and get the L, yeah, that's crazy. So I'm going to go with that. But the Suns, on the other hand, 8-0, and then you flop? You just don't get a bid?
It sucks for the Wolves because Devin Booker just
Yeah, I know,
played lights out.
Everybody's like, oh, we could still offer them a first-round pick and they'll bite. Like, no, not after what just happened.
It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot. I don't know if I've ever told this story on here. So the Reeves family, my grandpa, God rest his soul, is in the Mankato Maverick Hall of Fame. He was a coach.
Horns up.
Coached a year, was a big booster. Dad played hockey, and so a lot of hockey players.
Sure.
So, of course, Dan Reeves wants his little lad, Mikey, to play hockey. There's
As
a
he should.
picture of me on the ice, 3 years old, bawling. Bawling.
Soft.
I don't like the cold.
It's not cold.
I was 3, and I didn't like it. And I've never liked even like boot hockey or going to the rink. And
you don't like taking your broad out and going over to the freaking rink outdoor in the middle of the when it's snowing out.
I'll go to Skateville, ATL style, like TI.
Oh my god.
Yep. Do the snowball dance.
Oh,
Did you ever do that?
I think I didn't.
Oh, God. So for you guys watching and listening, the snowball dance is where the fellas line up against the wall and the ladies are in the middle.
Yeah.
And the ladies come and pick you out.
Yep. I think during every snowball dance, though, I was either playing the claw machine or I was at the concessions.
Oh, I was sitting there waiting with my hand
Just
out.
pounding corn dogs and popcorn and in my freaking, elastic sweatpants because jeans didn't fit.
I was just waiting there for Tracy, Lacey, and Stacy to fight over me. So.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Now look at you.
Look at me now.
Oh, man.
Well, good stuff.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
That's it for the Twist topics of the week.
Yeah.
So thank you, Green Bay Greg, for not showing up. And with about 25 minutes to go before showtime, I had to come up with a special game just for Benzino over here. So let's get that theme music, Tevin.
Oh, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Twist game. Featuring Matt Benz against Mike's Questions.
Here. Present.
So,
Present.
Again, this was on the fly. We were going to do Are You Smarter Than a Second Grader?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. First grade last week.
Yeah.
Greg won.
Typical.
You weren't smarter than a first grader.
I was.
Barely. So we do a lot of trivia here on Twist.
Yeah.
And one thing Matt always complains about is that was before my time.
Oh, sure. So you're going to do 90s trivia.
So I'm going to do 90s trivia.
Brilliant. Make sure I can't see the questions.
Oh, you can't, boy. All right. So I have 10 questions here of 90s trivia for Matt Benz.
God,
when were you born? 1990?
Yeah.
That's a good segue. This 1990 movie was directed by Martin Scorsese and starred Robert De Niro, Ray Liotta, and Joe Pesci.
Goodfellas.
Ding, ding, ding.
One of my favorites.
They get a lot harder from here.
I bet they do. I'm going to butcher it. I don't remember the 90s. I remember like 2K.
Oh, here we go.
2K.
Here we go. I finally fucking give him something, and now 2K.
You remember before you were 10?
Oh yeah.
Let's go. Next
I
question.
do. Giovanna, I was picking dandelions.
1 for 1.
Question number 2.
Yeah.
Which Julia Roberts 1999 film, close to 2K, was top 10 for grossing films of the year?
Pretty Woman.
No. You think I'd give you 2 questions that
Brockovich.
easy? No.
Don't know.
Notting Hill.
Never seeing it.
Oh, it's too bad. Great flick. Question number 3. Rap was just becoming well known in the 90s. Which artist had the first number 1 rap single?
Run DMC.
That is incorrect. First off, Run DMC is a group, not an artist. And the
Hold
answer...
on. 90s. Biggie Smalls.
That is incorrect. It's Vanilla Ice.
Oh, good for him.
Kind of a trick question because some white boy...
Yep.
Yep. Oh, that's copywritten. That's stolen. YouTube.
Stop.
Collaborate and listen. Reeves is back with a brand new edition.
Next. God.
All right.
Awful.
Question number 4.
Yeah.
Who won the Question number 4. Who won the Record of the Year Grammy in 1994?
Mariah Carey.
Sheryl Crow.
Oh.
Yeah.
What song?
I didn't write that part down.
Brilliant.
And it was the record of the year, so it was her whole record.
Oh, it was just bangers after bangers? Or what?
Oh, just fresh.
Just pop it in and sip some
I think-
Long Island's?
Was that back when One Ball Armstrong was banging her?
What? Lance was hitting Sheryl Crow?
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
See, I don't remember the 90s.
Yeah.
On to the next one.
We do have a guest in here, Jesse, and he confirmed it. So thank you.
Whatever, Jesse.
Thanks, Jesse, for coming. How's that leather couch? I'm telling you what, these plush studios here at NBC are phenomenal. They got a fridge out there. He already helped himself to a Red Bull.
Got about 13 producers in the back right now.
God,
just spinning it,
yeah.
making sure they get us on the glow.
Tevin's the best producer in the game.
Think he's not?
Yeah, so we're in East Minneapolis,
When
NBC
he wakes up.
Studios.
Brilliant.
All right. Damn it, I had him sitting down. This was a popular fad in the 90s. No, don't you dare look at him.
Zubas.
That was a great... And that's not
So
just...
I get a point, right?
No.
Why?
Because it's not the answer I have.
Give me another clue.
Jesse, fire away. Oh, God.
Great. Smash them.
Dude, I was a fucking pod.
You had the tunnels and tunnels and tunnels. All over.
Legend, bro.
No, you were not.
I'd show up to sleepovers and my slammers and all my pogs were in like the to-go dildo-looking case, bro.
Yeah, the tunnels.
But the thing is, and this didn't change from when I was a kid to now. I was cocky as a motherfucker.
Yeah,
I would
thanks.
show up with empty slots ready to
take
fill
them.
your fucking pogs with my empty deals.
Oh my god, I would never have you over to a sleepover.
Oh god, just
Next.
firing away.
I should
The
get a
answer was
point.
fanny pack.
They're still a fad now.
But the Zubas, I got some Viking Zubas
They're
that are
mint.
fresh, bro.
Mint.
Question number 6.
Yeah.
So you have 1 correct and 4 wrong. Question number 6. Which musical star was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II in 1998?
Prince.
Sir Elton John. Incorrect. You're really doing good.
I thought you were going to throw me a bone here.
I did. Question
First
number 1.
Next.
These are all extremely easy.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Jesse's over here sweating because he
name
can.
a fad in the 90s.
Fanny pack. Ding, ding, ding. Question number 7. Supermodel Rachel Hunter Shawing
Never heard of her.
separated from which musician in 1998?
Sting.
Rod Stewart.
The Rod.
That's what she called him.
Yeah.
Question number 8. Which popular 90s show featured characters Tommy, Zach, Kimberly, Billy, and Trini?
90210.
It's morphin' time! Tyrannosaurus!
Power Rangers?
Yeah. Tommy, dude.
Was he the white one?
He was the white one. Zach
Yeah.
was the red. Kimberly, the pink.
Sure she was.
Oh, God. So
He's getting all riled up right now.
I have a story about this, too. So my dad was engaged to this gal back in the day.
Sure she was.
She had 4 kids.
Yeah.
One of which was a redheaded kid.
Sure.
So when we'd be playing stuff, all the time he'd want to be the girl. So we were Power Rangers, and he wanted to be Kimberly all the time. I'm like, red flag. But that's okay.
Oh, my God.
It's okay.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Embrace it.
Yes.
Kimberly. Question number 9. Who won the 1994 World Series? A little sports one for you.
Wasn't us.
No, that would be 89 and 91.
The Yanks.
Nope, this was a trick question. Nobody won it. It was a strike.
I was 4, dude.
Yeah, well, you got ESPN, man. Come on.
All right, next.
All right, question number 10 and final. Now,
Yes.
if you can't get this one, I don't know what to do. Which single gave Boyzone their 6th and final UK number 1 in 1999? So you were 9, and I know you had a Boyzone poster.
I didn't.
Bullshit.
No.
Which single was it?
Boyzone. What was it?
Tevin?
Bro. This is the bunk. This is so bunk. You think I know this? Never have I ever heard this, bro.
Wiped it dry.
No, bro.
I was confused. You cleared it.
Oh my God, Tevin, cut it!
Beautiful. That was phenomenal. Thanks for having that queued up and ready.
Oh my God, dude.
Boyzone, you needed
What a
me
shit game.
number 1.
What a shit game.
You got 1 correct.
Thanks, Greg. I had to play that. Thanks.
Well,
oh
that
my
was
God.
That was fun.
Thank God it's time for headlines.
Here's your shining moment.
Time for the headlines of the week.
No, just the headlines.
Oh, well, this is, yeah. All right. Now it's time for the headlines.
The headlines.
Boom. I don't even have them numbered. You'd be very proud of me.
Wow.
Yeah, I gave up on that. Just like I gave up on the dope.
Letter A.
No. All right, so starting off. I like that better.
Okay.
George Kittle agrees to 5-year, $75 million contract with San Fran. Good for him.
It was a 6-year, $94.8 million.
Jesus fuck. Next one. Travis Kelce agrees on a 4-year contract extension. $57.25 million extension. Kelce, 30 years old, had 2 years remaining on his existing contract. Though he comes in behind Kittle at 26 years of age for the title of the NFL's highest paid tight end, he easily outpaces Cleveland Browns' Austin Hooper, who received 4 years, $42 million for spot number 2.
Yeah, trash money.
Mookie Betts, baby.
Mookie.
The Dodgers' Mookie Betts hits 3 home runs in a game for record-tying 6th time.
Wow.
Juiced. The 27-year-old right fielder.
You bets, yeah.
You bets. The 27-year-old right fielder finished 4 for 4 with a hit by pitch and now has 7 home runs, 6 doubles, and is batting .319 through his first 79 plate appearances of 2020. Definitely earning that big bag.
Yeah, he is.
Patriots' Cam Newton makes good first impression on Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick stated, and I quote, "Cam's a hardworking kid. He really is." And now time for the headline of the week.
Wow, headline of the week.
Should the Lakers be afraid of the Trailblazers in round 1?
I don't know. Should they?
No, I asked the question.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, the way Dame Dalla has been playing, or is it Dime Dame, or what the hell's his nickname?
Dollar cash sign.
Either way, my real answer is no.
Sure.
They don't play a lick of defense. Nothing. It's going to be fun for a fan perspective here. The Trailblazers are leading the Grizzlies 54-47 with about 2:22 left to go in the half.
Sure.
So if they win today, it's over.
Right.
If they lose, they play again tomorrow.
Right.
But no, I really don't think the Lakers should be scared. I don't think when you have somebody like Dame going against somebody like LeBron, I mean, LeBron's just going to eat him like a cheeseburger.
Yeah, and the big factor there is just AD, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about LeBron, and LeBron is LeBron, right? But AD is probably the best player in basketball right now.
Yeah, Greg, you remember when we were giving you oh, he's not here. We were giving Greg shit about it because he acted like AD was chopped liver on the Lakers. It's
this
like,
is not
bro.
Zarundis Ilgauskas. This is Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he's a top 10 player in the league.
That's what I'm saying. And you've seen it even through the bubble when LeBron's having an off game, because it happens. AD drops 40.
It's crazy to think about it too. I was playing a little NBA 2K before I left the show. No, not at all.
Yeah,
advanced. I'm advanced. But I was playing against AD. I can't play with him.
Sure.
He's never been on my team. He wears a T-shirt.
You like to J it.
Well, no, I like to dunk.
Sure.
But he's got a T-shirt on.
Yeah, that's different.
The shit ain't right.
It's like going swimming with the shirt on.
And
I'm a husky kid, and I still don't swim with the shirt on.
You can't. You're screaming I'm fat. If
you just gotta run it.
Embrace it.
Dad bod.
Embrace it.
Run it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Brilliant.
But yeah, so they had mentioned during the video game that he's in his prime. So it's just crazy to me to think about all the years he's been in the league and he's just hitting his prime.
Correct.
It's nuts.
It is.
So no, I don't think that they should be scared.
They'll walk them. They'll walk them.
Walk off. Well, thanks for the headlines and the headline of the week.
Good shit.
Great job.
Yeah, good job.
So we were going to do a bet.
We're not.
I don't know. Should we?
Why not?
Bet of the week?
I don't know.
Well, because we're playing to 20, unless we just want to give...
That's right. No, we can't do that to Greg. But I'll still tell you my bet of the week. It just won't count.
Okay.
That way I can still feel good when I go 2-0. Oh, you don't have your bet?
It's the bet of the week.
Sounds great.
Doesn't
it? T-Money's on point right now. All right, so my bets of the week, I have my lock being the Rockies over the Rangers today.
Should we call Greg?
And see if he has a bet?
Yeah.
I don't care.
T-Money, I'm trying to get the Wi-Fi going, and I don't see it available. Any way you can link that up? We'll maybe try and give GBG a call and get our bets going.
Yeah, we can do that. If you want to text me his phone number, we can call him. I'll call him and we can get it going.
Greg, I know you're watching right now, so get those bets. Figure out what you're going to bet on here. Because
all right, I got to do something here. So I'm just looking up GBG's number to give to Tevin, and we're going to do our bets. To be frank, and I can change it if you want, my lock was going to be the game going on right now.
You were going to take the Blazers over that?
Yeah.
I'll let that slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's, where's Tevin?
It's still a game, so it's not even half. So that's your lock. Melo just fouled. Imagine that.
Are you watching the play-by-play?
Of course I am.
All right. So we'll give that a try, and maybe have
8-point
him make
lead at
the
half.
show anyway.
Yeah.
So let's just let me pull up the bets here as of now. So Ben's is at 6-4, still solely in the lead.
Right.
I'm at 5-5.
Right, and you're getting a bone thrown at you because they're up by 8 right now.
Well, that's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
And but as we get Greg going, I actually had 2 hockeys going.
Well, that was your bets then.
No.
What do you mean?
I'm getting rid of both of them.
No, what do you mean? Those were your bets.
Just because they're written on my paper doesn't mean they're etched in stone.
Your bets.
No, they're
now
not.
You're getting an 8-point favorite. How does that work? I want you to have to go with your
gone.
upset.
No.
Yeah.
Fine.
Who'd you pick? The Blackhawks over the Golden Knights?
Yeah.
That's a great pick. So you got a freaking sleeper there too. You brilliant.
Fine.
Yeah. So go ahead, go through your picks here. Just to state it for the record here.
So for the record, I'm 5-5. We are playing to 20.
Yeah.
For what?
I don't know. Fishbowl?
No, that's not. This isn't a fishbowl bet. Is it like a cup of water bet?
No, it's a bucket bet. What are you talking about? It should be a bucket,
It should
5-gallon pail.
It should be more because it's
Yeah.
tenured.
Right.
Yeah, fishbowl bet is a side.
This is a 5-gallon
side
pail bet.
action.
For those of you that don't know what fishbowl bets is, we just had one today.
We did.
Mike got to drench me with the fishbowl.
The funniest thing is for everybody listening, you can't see it, but for you viewers, you can see what Matt's wearing.
Correct.
So Matt does a group chat and sends me a picture of himself this morning and says, "Bro, we need to do the fishbowl bet after the show. I'm looking fresh." I'm like, "You got a fucking hat on, man. Like if you had a good hair day,
every day is a good hair day.
I'd have given it to you, but you can get wet and you can just plop your hat back on."
That's what she said. All right.
Did we get that Green Bay bastard lined up, Tevin, or what is he doing? Not answering like usual?
Just one sec. We're just getting him connected to the board, but he said he's ready to go.
Oh, I bet he is.
He is that dirty dog.
Oh, I can't wait to get him on.
Good for him.
Ridicule him. All right, so we got my lock is the Blazers over the Grizzlies.
Yep.
And my upset is the Blackhawks versus the Golden Knights. That game's on tonight.
Right.
All right.
And then
I love how you take hockey. You don't know the first.
Oh, there he is. I hear you.
Oh, I barely heard
there,
you.
Greg.
Yeah, what's up?
How are you, buddy?
How's your couch, you bastard?
Well, I'm doing great. By the way, I recommend the Kerfoot Canopy Tour to anybody who's in Henderson, Minnesota.
How was that?
Great time.
What was that all about?
Yeah, why don't you give us a breakdown?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually a crap ton of fun. There's this
Ton.
Yeah, you heard me. Whole bunch of zip lines. Start off with easy, and then there's one where you're 175 feet off the ground. There's up to 12 zip lines. Yeah, exactly. I'd actually lift my feet up on one of them because the guy's like, you may want to lift your feet up and do a cannonball thing. But then after they have this like rope course, like obstacle course. So yeah, I have no fear. So I'm going up to the top on each one, and then there's different ways to rappel down. No, it's fun.
Good. Well, I'm glad that you had fun, Greg. It's a bummer that you're not here. Have you been watching the whole show?
No, once you told me not to, hurry up there.
You took her out to eat.
Went to Minnesota, the Minnesota's largest candy store with the boys, and spent a few shekels getting some candy.
Here I am thinking that you're going to be all depressed and pissed off because you're not on the show, and there you are living your best
Yeah,
life.
I thought you were sharing the show like Twist Nation, and if you haven't shared Twist Nation, do it now.
I'm sure the chief is... Actually, my dad did call me and tell me, you okay, son? Hello. Hello.
So you got your bets ready, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, my upset is going to be tonight, taking Daniel Cormier, whatever, in the fight. His,
Mio kick?
Yeah, who's the champion. So, yeah, that's my upset. Ooh. And then my lock is going to be Game 1, Milwaukee against Orlando.
Okay.
I think that's Tuesday night.
Brilliant. Well, thanks, Greg. We appreciate you popping in, and I will see you in a little bit, all right?
Sounds good. By the way, Damian Lillard is my player to watch.
Oh, brilliant.
No, we cut that out of the show. Tevin, hang up on him.
Too late.
Excellent. All right. Well, we got him still on the show. That's good.
Good.
I'm glad we could keep the bets going. All right, my lock. There it is.
There it is.
My lock is going to be the Colorado Rockies over the Texas Rangers tonight. Both of these games are tonight. And my upset, think of this, dude. The Washington Nationals, the defending World Series champs, are not favored over the Orioles tonight.
Wow.
In Baltimore, so I am taking the Nationals to beat the Orioles tonight. So I'm super stoked about that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we could get Greg on the show.
Me too.
I can't believe he's not watching it. You know, at least when you had the COVID, you had the, know.
I was commenting, getting our comments up there. Yeah. Love. Like,
You know what? I'm never watching GBG again.
You watch that show?
Yeah, I do.
Holy cow.
Yeah. So if you guys didn't know, we have our own spin-off shows.
Yeah.
So on Mondays and Thursdays, Twist is on the RTF Sports Network.
Sure.
If you didn't know, we're on a sports network.
Yeah.
We're on a couple networks. We're on the Twin Cities Network.
Yep.
And the RTF Sports Network. Correct. They actually updated their website.
Beautiful.
Looks great.
Beautiful website.
www.rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Yep.
And then you're going to want to go to the Monday lineup at 1 p.m. Central. It's Twist.
They're all at 1 p.m.
All Monday through Friday.
Tuesday?
Mike on the mic.
Wednesday?
Green Bay Greg.
Thursday?
Twist.
Friday? Benzie's Bit.
Benzie's Bit.
Think it's not?
So I got D McCash working on my own
I heard about that.
Intro.
That's
I actually called him on the way because the dude is so tight and I want to have him on as a guest once my intro is done.
Sure you do.
I want to do the whole show with him, and that way I can have YouTube
Mike on the mic.
On Mike on the mic.
Yeah.
And YouTube, I want their permission or his permission to just play his shit. So I'm going to be a D McCash show. All my intros and segments, I'll just Dima it up.
Sponsored by D McCash.
Yeah, just a Dima show.
Have apparel and shit?
Yeah, we're going to end the show with D McCash too.
Are you?
We do here.
Are you going to do a rant?
Yeah, it's when we end
I thought
the
you were just
show.
going to pull the plug on me. I was like, geez.
Oh, hell no.
Is rants next?
Hit
it.
Yeah, buddy.
So my rant is going to be different.
You're going first.
I had this all set aside, right? And then I went to work this morning. And then this motherfucker.
Oh, yes.
It's going to be a good one. All right. So I was delivering to a grocery store. I am a bread man, so I am a bread vendor.
Dude.
I bring bread to big retail stores, Walmart, so on and so forth. This was not Walmart. This was a different grocery store. And I'm in the aisle, and I've got stacks of bread on wheels, right, that I can wheel in. Makes it easier on me. And the wheels actually come off. So as I'm taking the bread off of these trays, I'm stacking the trays over here, and then there will be a wheel sitting on the ground when I'm done.
Got it.
So I'm taking some bread over here to put in back stock, and
I feel like I'm here. I feel like I'm there with you.
Wait. And I see this older gentleman and his wife both pushing separate carts.
Were they 6 feet apart and wearing masks?
No, definitely not. The guy had a political hat on, which I agree with. And
but don't want to share?
I was pretty pissed. Yeah, I'm not going to share it. So then I go over here, and all of a sudden I hear somebody kick a wheel, right? These big plastic wheels, and he kicks it down the aisle. And he looks back at me and he says, "You inconsiderate fuck. You didn't see us. You saw us coming and you couldn't move it."
He called you an inconsiderate fuck.
And I was just like shocked.
Did he say it like this? Hey, Sonny,
no,
you inconsiderate.
He said, "You inconsiderate fuck. You saw us coming and you couldn't even move it." And I was just shell shocked, right?
This was today.
So at first, then the wheel only went halfway down the aisle.
Well, he's old.
So he kicks it again. Make sure it goes all the way out the aisle. And I walked down, and you know what I did? I gave him the Kelly Benz. And you know what Kelly Benz always taught me? Mama Benz always taught me, kill him with kindness.
Oh, of course.
Kill him with kindness. So
Sure.
I said, "Sir, I'm really sorry about that. I apologize. No big deal." As his wife is behind me in the aisle, he's turning the corner. I'm carrying my wheel back, and she goes, "I'm really sorry." It's like, no, that's all right. You have a good rest of your week.
You know what I would have done?
Oh, I wanted to snap on this dude so bad.
I would have got his wife's number in front of him.
I wanted to snap on him so bad, but it's just not worth it, man. But the big thing about it is, if you're going to wear, I don't care what political party you're affiliated with. I really could give a fuck. But if you're going to wear somebody that you support, don't act like a fucking idiot in public.
Yeah. I
You
act like
see
an
it all the
idiot.
time.
I act like an idiot a lot, but not when I'm wearing Twist stuff.
Correct. You're representing.
Only on the Twist show.
Well, that's it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I really was like, what the fuck?
You inconsiderate fuck.
You inconsiderate fuck. I didn't even know that wheel was sitting there, dude.
Well, you described it pretty well, like it was there.
Yeah.
I think you did it on purpose. I think you hate old people.
Oh, I wish you would have slipped on it now. That
You should have told
brilliant.
him. You should have told him I've had COVID.
Oh, I should have just fucking.
No,
put him
you
to sleep.
handled it brilliantly.
Yeah, I know I did.
You're a stand-up guy,
I know I
class act.
That motherfucker.
You're
I
not
hope
just
he
a-
watches this show.
You're not just a
Share it.
gentleman. You're a scholar.
I know. Go ahead.
Wow. Inconsiderate.
Now
fuck.
your shit's irrelevant.
San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich reflected on the death of Michael Brown, who was shot and killed by a police officer in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014.
Yep.
So he spoke with reporters. He noted it was a 6-year anniversary of Brown's killing and put it into context on the ongoing calls for reform addressing police brutality and systematic racism. Quote from him. This was a young man who had just graduated from high school about a week earlier, I think. There was some sort of an altercation that everybody has not agreed upon yet.
Yeah.
You're right, Greg. We haven't agreed upon it yet. But the fact that is agreed upon is that a young man with his hands in the air running away from the officer, running away and received 6 shots in the back that killed him. So he says we haven't agreed upon it yet.
Right.
But we have agreed on this. Well, that's just not true according to the autopsy.
Right.
So I want to know why he hasn't. So we're in the midst of this uncomfortable conversation time, right?
Right.
So I want to know why it doesn't go both ways.
Correct.
It needs to be all about, it's completely one-sided. And the fact that he wasn't called out on any of it is ridiculous, especially when he quotes it. We don't know about it yet, but what we do know is he got shot running away with his hands up.
Right.
So I have some autopsy reports to talk about. The official autopsy on Michael Brown shows that he was shot in the hand at close range, according to an analysis of the findings by 2 experts not involved directly in the case. A source with knowledge of Wilson's statement, Wilson being the officer, had told the investigators that Brown had struggled for Wilson's pistol inside a police SUV and that Wilson had fired the gun twice, hitting Brown once in the hand. Later, Wilson fired additional shots that killed Brown and ignited a national controversy.
Sure.
So Graham said the examination indicated a shot traveled from the tip of Brown's right thumb to his wrist. The official report notes an absence of stripling powder burns around a wound that would indicate a shot fired from short range.
Correct.
The report on a supplemental microscope exam of tissue from the thumb wound showed foreign matter consistent with products that are discharged from the barrel of a firearm. Sources told the dispatch that Brown's blood had been found on Wilson's gun. So short range,
right,
blood on the gun. All right. So Melinek also told the autopsy did not support witnesses who have claimed Brown was shot while running away from Wilson or with his hands up. She said Brown was facing Wilson when Brown took a shot to the forehead, 2 shots to the chest, and a shot to the right upper arm. The wound to the top of Brown's head would indicate he was falling forward or in a lunging position towards the shooter. The shot was instantly fatal. A 6th shot that hit the forearm traveled from the back of the arm to the inner arm, which means Brown's palms could not have been facing Wilson, as some witnesses have said. The trajectory shows Brown probably was not taking a standard surrender position with arms above the shoulders and palms out when he was hit. The official autopsy also confirmed that tissue from Brown was found on the exterior of the driver's side of Wilson's vehicle. Someone got an injury that tore off the skin.
Everybody, it's Durf from On and Off the Field with Durf and Dylan on the RTF Sports Network. And if you're looking for the best NFL podcast that gives you the on-the-field news as well as off-the-field issues, then make sure to catch On and Off the Field on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you're looking for more information about the show, head on over to onandoffthefield.com.
Know a lot about golf. We're waiting.
Trust me, it's worth the wait. Those Weekend Golf Guys, every Monday night at 5 here on RTF Sports Network. Join me, John Ashton, and my co-host, Jeff Smith, Golf Digest's #1 golf instructor in Indiana. You'll learn how to play better, you'll learn how to lower your scores, and you'll learn how to laugh for a full hour. Every Monday night at 5, Those Weekend Golf Guys, here on RTF Sports Network.
Hey, RTF Sports Network fanatics. This is Matt Benz with Benzi's Bit. If you like power rankings and off-the-wall fantasy football breakdowns, make sure to tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I'll make sure to give you a Midwest take on current events in the vast sports universe. Once again, that's Benzi's Bit, 2 p.m. Eastern every Friday on RTF Sports Network.
You can only bake so many loaves of homemade sourdough. It's time to treat yourself and dine out again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite restaurant reopening plans.
Check. My goodness! Now he's got it back! That's it! He's got the shot!
Episode 28.
Yeah. It's all over! Surprise, surprise, motherfucker! The king is back! Head movement! Head movement! Head movement! Head movement! Head movement! My aunt had to say I had a long road back to do fear of you.
This is #1 bullshit.
Absolutely, man. I'm about to get him coast-to-coast after. We'll make him go face down, ass up once again.
It's the Heirs of the Dog, baby.
What is up, folks? It's the As the Dog, episode 27. It's your boy Johnny O'Neill. Once again, we here with your boy, as always, co-host Dylan Newbro.
What's up, man?
Welcome to the show, man. Fuck, I just took a really big rip, and I'm fucking, like you were just talking about, I am fucking zooming through the clouds.
You gotta put your brain back together.
Yeah, I just got a puzzle laid out in front of me. But anyway.
Yeah. As soon as you get that puzzle put back together, how great is your life gonna be? Pretty fucking great.
I think it just,
Well,
I just got really, really big sense of peace figuring out the fact that I'm gonna be able to figure out this puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole point of it all.
That's life, man. Figure out that puzzle.
Yeah.
Bro.
Figure that fucking puzzle out.
I try real hard not to talk like what's the fucking guy from That 70s Show? Not Hyde, but the guy, the Photoshop. What's his name?
Leo.
Leo.
Yeah.
What's his real name?
Tommy Chong.
Tommy fucking Chong. That was him.
Hey man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the reality of life, bro.
Dude, I fucking love that. I love that show.
I catch myself talking like that too often.
Hey man, that's a good fucking way to. It's the dude, you know.
It is
the Big
dude,
Lebowski. Yeah. Those are good role models. It's like Dazed and Confused.
You're talking about.
What's the main? What's Matthew McConaughey's character in Dazed and Confused?
I forget his name, but he's like
just be a whole lot cooler if he did.
He hangs out next to the fucking bar.
And
a ton of high school chicks.
I forget Ben Affleck was in that movie.
Yes.
The bully.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, he fucking.
Is he a bully or is he just keeping up tradition?
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
or is it a shitty tradition?
It is a shitty tradition, but I feel like there is value behind it. You know what I mean? Because people experienced it, they bring value to it because they made it through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just fucking nature.
Yeah. There's a fine line between hazing and abuse. Definitely.
100%, but that's the thing is there is that line.
If you can ride it and figure it out, that's the point.
Yeah, if you get socked in the face and then go cry about it, you know what I mean?
Right.
You don't get it. You know what I mean? You're missing the point. But anyway, we want to thank New View Pharma and RM Extracts, our always and faithful sponsors. Awesome deals as always.
Every day.
I was just looking at the Instagram here.
What is today? It's Wax Wednesday. 15%. What? I don't know, 15% off your wax purchases, maybe 10%, something like that. Regardless, hell of a deal.
Yeah, they got some. Cultivation team is at it again with another amazing harvest of Sunset Mac, Hotep Haze, and Clio.
Hotep Haze was always
That's 19 minutes ago. Man, these flowers. You guys need to go and follow New View Dispensary on Instagram and check out these pictures. I believe it's Caleb. I think it's Caleb that's running the social media. And whoever's taking the pictures, they're fucking amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah, for real.
They're hard to believe.
Yeah, it looks like sci-fi shit.
It really does.
It's like, what kind, this plant is from another... This is from our world?
I don't think so, dude.
It's like an underwater... Yeah, like weed. Weed is... Well,
you see
we're all space
THC
dust.
survives in space?
Oh, really?
Yes. Google that.
No shit, man. I never saw that. Oh. But yeah, New View Pharma has deals every day. Wax Wednesday today. I think Terpy Tuesdays. And then there's an edible
edibles.
Munchy Mondays.
Yeah.
Wax
Thursday?
Wednesday. Concentrate Thursdays. And then Friday is Fun Fact Friday. And then I think Saturday is Pick Your Deal.
Ooh.
Yeah, or it might be Sunday. I'm not sure. We need to head up there to the HQ up there in Pueblo. Say what's up to BK soon, bro.
I'm down.
All the COVID shit's kind of been hard to make it up there, but man, I'm not following New View on my personal. That's sad. I don't know why that's not happening. Well, it is now. Just happened. So yeah. Thank you, New View, and thank you, RM Extracts, more importantly. I can't say enough how much I absolutely appreciate the quality of, like, the live resins, bro.
They're cool.
Like, and it's not even, like, the pictures are cool, like, they do them justice, but, like, the terpenes and the flavors of all of the concentrates are what really, like, separate them from everybody else. So, we love New View. We love RM Extracts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who else we got, man?
Hey, we got RTF Sports.
We do.
Their whole network.
The whole one. The whole kit and caboodle. Can we say that?
Yeah,
Is that trademarked?
Oh, I thought you meant, is it racist? And I was like, I have no
Is that
idea.
a racist term now?
Maybe.
Just like
don't know
doing
the
the
origins.
OK sign is now a sign of white supremacy?
I heard that.
Yeah,
Wasn't that
I
back
think
in
that's
like
kinda weird.
2016?
What?
Wasn't that like a 2016 thing?
Maybe. Yeah, so what is today? Today's our Wednesday shows. Today we got it's already 2:45 our time, so we're coming up here live at 3:00 Eastern, right? Yeah, so check us out today at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time if you're here in Colorado. But other shows we got today for the rest of the afternoon. Check out Triple Shot Sports, Opinionated Facts, MILFs, Strikeout Beer, and Behind the Bunker. Those are our shows for Wednesday. And then tomorrow, on Thursday, you got to check out the Ryan Hickey Show. Kicking and Sticking, Dad's Watching Sports, the Mike and Mike Man Hour, Infinity Sports, Twist, Nerd Thug Sports. That sounds street. That sounds hip hop. Down to the Wire, To Be Blunt with Peasy, Monty and the Pharaoh, Draft Vice, and Lakers Fast Break. So that's our Thursday show, so check them out tomorrow. RTF Sports Network, our massive conglomerate of sports podcasts, 24/7, baby. 24/7. So check us out Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 1 p.m. Mountain Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and put it together with all the other time zones.
Too easy.
Yeah. So, moving on. What do we want to talk about today, man? We got freaking messed up last episode, so I feel like we gotta go a little bit more in depth on this 252, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe a little bit of a recap of that knee from the Beast, that knockout.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that
Of the other night?
The fight night from last weekend.
That was a fun one, dude. I thought he was... Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, that was a pretty
sure.
crazy. I think that sets him up for pretty big fight. You know, because I mean,
You think winner or loser of Stipe? Well,
no,
DC's last fight.
no. I think Derek Lewis goes and fights like Alistair Overeem or Francis Ngannou next.
I think for sure Ngannou. I think they already said Ngannou has winner.
Oh yeah, for the Stipe
Championship
DC.
fight,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure. That's 100% happening. But what happens if Ngannou loses to Stipe?
What happens if DC wins? Right?
Sure, but my money's on Stipe. Yeah, and we'll get to that.
Okay.
And I rewatched the I haven't watched all the embeddeds yet. I started the first episode, but how many are there now? 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay. So I got to catch up a little bit, but so to kind of recap, the Lewis Olenek,
whatever. Yeah. Olenek. I think Olenek.
I need to get better.
Olenek.
At that. That's
Olenek?
I'm gonna start watching the actual fight and announcers and remember the way they're pronounced, because that Shemaev fucking Khabib 2.0.
Oh, no idea.
You know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, but I didn't remember his name.
Shemaev something. Yeah. Anyways, Derek Lewis, badass. His balls are still
Just because
hot.
I don't remember his name doesn't mean he goes
Still a
away.
good guy.
He's still around.
Yeah. Still a good fighter.
There.
Still on the rise.
Doesn't mean it ceases to exist.
Well, he might,
Is that
vanish.
kinda like
Is
a
he like a
philosophy
jumper?
thing? Oh.
Like,
I thought you meant like if a tree falls in the woods.
I'm on a freaking pyramid in Egypt.
Wherever
Ready?
you've been. That's a movie.
Now I'm
that
in.
Never got a
frickin-
second one that we
I
wanted.
know, bro. That was such a fucking sleeper movie.
Oh, I love that movie. Fuck yeah! And I was stoked for the second one. They set it up great for the second one.
Hayden Christensen.
I don't remember. It's
Freaking
fucking
Darth Vader.
Maul.
Darth Vader.
Vader, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
Anakin. He's Anakin, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro, that's such a good movie. Anyways, who do you think Derek Lewis fights? Let's look here. UFC heavyweight rankings. Let's see where the other night.
Dude, there's another
Derek
great
Lewis.
heavyweight fight come on 252.
On 252?
That could easily go into this conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Did Chris Weidman win?
Oh, I have no idea. I forgot he even. I totally
man.
forgot. I just honestly, I just watched the Derek Lewis. I wanted to see that fight.
Yeah, let's see here. Because I didn't watch that fight. I fell asleep. And then
I watched it.
Just recapped. Because you can rewatch everything on ESPN Plus if it's a fight night.
Right.
Well, you can scroll through the pay-per-view if you order it too. I noticed that.
Afterwards?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So, events. Let's go and see all of the past fight right here. Past. Boom. Recap. Yeah, my boy Chris Weidman won by decision. Hell yeah.
He's still your boy?
That's my boy.
He's
Yeah.
still your boy.
Yeah,
Is that what you saying?
That's still my boy. Yeah. All right, Dad. Fuck you, Dad. God damn it. I love that. That's sad that that's what he's kind of known for on social media.
Holy shit.
I think that's good for him, man. I like Chris Weidman. He's a good dude. You know.
The All-American.
Hell yeah, bro. He's a fucking,
Yeah, I like him.
likable
I really
dude.
like him.
Yeah. Good role model for kids. You know.
He had his time. I mean, he was champ for a little bit.
Yeah, and I think he's like the, I don't know, when I was younger and, really looking at like whoa, that was close. Spilled water. But like looking up to like fighters and stuff like that for role models, like he's kind of like equivalent to like a, Forrest Griffin to me.
Sure.
Very dry humor, tries to, be as, straight and narrow as possible, lay, low, not try to fucking cause a bunch of shit. I don't know.
Just wants to fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
he's
I
there
know
for
what you're
he's
saying.
there for business. I'm rambling on. Whatever. Shut the fuck up,
Give
Johnny.
me them heavyweight rankings.
The heavyweight rankings. I'm
It's stacked,
I'm
dude.
squeezing the fuck out of this ESPN Plus card. End of the day, Derek Lewis won, Chris Weidman won, Darren Stewart won, performance of the night by submission in the first round. That's something that I think we need to go and rewatch and talk about next podcast. Because I want to start recognizing these guys for, fucking performance of the night. That's impressive. You got a bonus for that too, right? Probably 5 Gs?
50 G's, baby.
50 G's. Yeah. Yana Kutsiana, she won. Pink hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got nice hair. She reminds me of, what's her name from Greece?
Pinky? Frenchie.
Yeah, you got it.
But
You
they
had
wore
to put the
pink.
E.
They wore pink.
Yeah, pink ladies.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, because she dyed her hair pink and then she dyed it yellow for the banana.
Pink ladies.
Yeah.
Isn't that an apple?
Pink ladies.
I think that's a type of apple.
It might be. That's kind of a cool observation there.
Could be way fucking wrong.
Yeah, you probably are.
Somewhere in my brain, I can see it in Walmart.
Nah, you made it up.
Definitely might have made it up.
So Derek Lewis is number 8 in the heavyweight rankings according to MMA and RankingMMA.com.
It showed.
Dude, he's been slept on. I think he's really taking it serious now, and he has for a while.
He said in his post-fight that he's not taking a fight till he loses another 15 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, he wants to be, I forget, maybe 240.
Yeah, because what, he's 262?
Or 5 right
yeah,
now,
265, yeah. But he's still, like, he's lost a lot of that fat that he had on his gut.
You can tell, yeah, you can tell he's definitely taking a lot more seriously.
Yeah, I mean,
which is awesome.
It's like what they did with John Jones, man. You know, John Jones had a hell of a lot of potential, and somebody was like, yo, dude, get your shit together, man. I mean, it's what Joe Rogan pretty much did to him, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if somebody... Because Derek Lewis was on Joe Rogan, too, wasn't he?
I think so.
Yeah, maybe that's what would happen, bro. Maybe Joe was like, hey, bro,
Yeah,
let me hook you up like I did John Jones.
It was
really?
around that time.
Yeah, it's kind of weird
He did
thinking
My
of
Balls
it
Is Hot.
Yeah, yeah.
And then he got huge.
I gotta redrop that Icy Hot meme, the Shaq one.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking
I
about.
edited Derek Lewis on Shaq's face with the Icy Hot. And it's a clip of him with his balls on fire.
Yeah.
and it's a little, when your balls is hot. For when your balls is hot, that shit is great. Primo fucking meme creation by Heirs of the Dog.
Who else is in the heavyweight?
Top 10, we got Junior Dos Santos, Alistair Overeem,
Dude,
Rosenstruik.
JDS looks fucking awesome right now in the countdown.
Yeah,
He's got the fucking mustache, dude.
Yeah.
It looks, and he's just fucking jacked.
He's a caveman, mean looking motherfucker. Like,
he looks good.
Yeah.
Looks fit.
He looks
ready.
Russian, but he's Brazilian.
Very Brazilian.
Yeah.
Mustache works for him.
Fuck yeah, it does.
I want to say he's a cop.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Brazil.
Probably fuck some motherfuckers up on the street.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, be like, fuck you, pig.
Dude,
Be
because
like,
for
do you know who the fuck I
legit
am?
while, he was the heavyweight champ.
Oh, yeah.
Just knocking dudes fucking dead.
Oh, yeah, probably.
What a
he
great
probably
reign,
has some
dude.
confirmed kills.
That was us coming up, was JDS fucking on top. Not some giant dude.
Yeah, and he was like a tactician with it. Like,
I'm
crazy
excited for
cool
this
fucking
fight.
submissions. Yeah. I think he's got Rosenstruik, right? That's going to be a good fight,
He could
man.
easily get. That's why you
Yeah,
know.
he could get slept. but
That's what's
Rosenstruik
scary
just
about-
lost to freaking Ngannou.
Yeah, that's what's scary about these old dudes coming back is.
Man.
History shows they get knocked out kind of pretty quickly.
Bro, the heavyweight division is fucking crazy awesome right now, too.
I know.
Curtis Blades from Colorado.
Yeah.
Bro, shout out Curtis Blades. We would love to have him on the show.
That'd be a good fight
Just
for
to
Derek
chill.
Lewis. Didn't they fight once? I think they maybe. I don't
Kurt,
know.
who?
Derek Lewis.
I'm not sure if Curtis Blades and Derek Lewis have fought.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's a
Could be
good fun fact to find out.
That'd be a fun
I
fight.
want to take the time. Yeah, it would be a fun fight. I think it'd be a freaking huge haymaker match. Yeah. Oh my god, bro.
Unless
so
he
many.
decides to wrestle, he's wrestling good.
Yeah, and they also have that altitude jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
That shit is crazy out there.
But that's what
That's
Olenek
where,
is known for, right? He's known for taking dudes down in the front head and arm choke. Not front head and arm, but like the anaconda choke, right? Where you just arm triangle
Yeah.
and he just squeezes you. And so that's what everybody thought once it went to the ground. And then he fought it off. It's like, whatever. And then he gets up, and it's so fun watching Derek Lewis on his feet because he knows he's going to catch you and knock you out. He knows that.
Well, I think
now he's a tactician with it.
Yeah. Yep. Because then, like, I was watching Fighter and the Kid, and Brendan Schaub had Jason Ellis.
Yeah.
Did you listen to that one?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay, it's fucking awesome. It's
definitely
great.
wanted to.
He's got a great fucking like California Aussie accent, and it's just so cool to listen to on a podcast either way. So anyway, they're talking about how like subconsciously when you're in the octagon, right, you can fucking feel when somebody's done. You know what I mean? Just the fucking look in their eyes. Like,
And
do they know?
Give you an arm.
Yeah, it's like
or they kind of give you your back.
Yeah, or it's just fucking subconscious like energy. You know what I mean?
Getting punched in the
Yeah,
face.
it's like, do you understand that I'm done too? Like, and then it's like Derek Lewis, like we were just saying, it's like he fucking caught on to that, and then was like, all right, cool, all right, now I'm gonna put it together so it looks good on paper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or it looks good for the highlight reels. And that's what Sean O'Malley does too. You know what I mean? He's very much a flashy, finisher.
That's why I'm excited for him to fight someone fucking good, awesome as well, right? Is he flashy?
He is.
Or is it fucking awesome?
That's the thing is, it is flashy.
I know.
And that's what's awesome about it.
It can be both.
Yeah.
Right. We just don't know yet if it's top 10 worthy, top 5 worthy.
Yeah.
Like he talks which I understand you would talk about.
Yeah, I mean, this is make or break right now because he's right now gatekeeper for the bantamweight division is legend Uriah Faber. I think that's
or even like a Cody Garbrandt.
I don't think that's the fight for O'Malley next.
I think Garbrandt would eat him alive.
You think?
Yeah, I think it's way too fast, and he don't give a fuck, dude.
I think Sean O'Malley has the distance on Garbrandt to keep him at pace. You know what I'm saying?
Is it a 3-round fight or a 5-round fight?
Oh, ideally? I mean, fucking Cody Garbrandt doesn't have the belt.
No, I know. But it could be a main event on a fight night.
And he's not fighting for the belt anytime soon.
It could be a main event on a fight night somewhere.
Yeah, true. You're not wrong. I'm just saying. Let's just say hypothetically it's just a fucking regular
I think
undercard
the answer
bout.
is different.
Either way?
Yeah. No. I think in a 3-round, O'Malley's got a chance. More of a chance than in a 5-round.
Well, O'Malley's never fought in a 5-round fight before.
So, doesn't mean he can't do it.
Sure, but that's what I'm saying is that's the
and that's what I'm saying.
unknown factor here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. So let's just say hypothetically for the, better chance, to narrow the odds a little bit more that it would be a 3-round fight. Because I still think it's a toss-up at that point.
Yeah, someone's got to get knocked out, I think, for people to know otherwise it's too close of a fight.
I think...
You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, people can say...
You don't think Sean O'Malley's jiu-jitsu is underestimated? I don't think he's been able to showcase it.
Yeah, you're right.
And I follow him on IG, and he's always fucking posting shit about being in a gi. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's always rolling.
Garbrandt was champ.
Sure,
champ, but
yeah,
champ.
Yeah, and I'm not knocking that. He got his pee-pee smashed by TJ on them fucking EPOs. But I got respect for Garbrandt. I'm not able to keep up with his fucking social media because he blocked us.
I think you have to respect the
I'm really salty about that. In case you were not aware.
Oh, that's whatever.
I think that's so
kind of what
stupid.
gatekeepers are, though. It's like you have to beat that fucker to get to top 5, and that's gonna be a feat because he's good. He's stupid. They're all stupid good. They all could be champs, easy champs.
Yeah. What about Sean O'Malley and John Dodson? The dude, he's kind of small, little freaking. I think he's a Muay Thai practitioner, but he used to have the massive freaking curly hair.
I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about. If you saw him, you'd recognize him and be like, "Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about."
That is usually
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much recognize every fighter anymore. Because I try to follow any, blue check mark for a UFC fighter anytime I see it on social media, Twitter, IG, anything.
Why not?
And then try to fucking watch a highlight video of them on YouTube, like what we were talking about before. It's like I at least try to get a background on this person.
Research.
It's just so many anymore. You kind of blur them all together.
Fucking a lot.
Yeah, it's a job. I wish we could make it full time because it'd be a hell of a lot easier to organize the shit. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
But anyway, I think Sean O'Malley has a good chance of really becoming a fucking massive name with this fight, especially because, like you're saying, man, Marlon Vera, he ain't no chump.
No, from here on out, dude, that's what I'm saying. Every fight is going to be a test, and I'm excited.
Yeah, and I really think
see him take that
yeah,
test.
they're putting him to the test, no doubt.
That's just the nature of the beast. He's at that spot, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to fight anyone lower. He only wants to go up the ladder. Well, everyone else is a fucking motherfucker. What are you going to do? There's no more easy fights. Here we go.
Now's your chance, buddy.
Yeah, time
Here
to
you go. Fucking, you're at the plate. Swing the
do
bat, motherfucker. Yeah, let's do this whole Stipe DC lineup.
OSU. Who's coffee
Yeah,
time, dog.
let's go Pokes, baby.
Oh.
So we got the undercard here. Let's see who's on it. Oh, the return of Felice Herrig.
Yeah.
Bro, I love her, man. She's cool as fuck. I like her. I like her Instagram. She's like all about like physical therapy through injuries, and she posts about it. And like, I don't know. She's definitely like non-representative of what you would think a female fighter would be. She's definitely still like a chick. You know what I mean? She has a cat and like
cats are cool.
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I just think she's cool. I'm not trying to fucking get her number or anything. I'm married, okay, Felice? Jesus.
Okay.
Are you answering? You know her?
No.
Oh, I was waiting for
I was saying okay for you also.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you're behind me in support. Like back the fuck off, Felice.
Right.
Jesus, thank you. All right, I was just
Come
making
on.
sure you were on my side. Thank you. So we got first fight of the night, TJ Brown and Danny Chavez. Welcome to the UFC. You are, or you just didn't show up for your picture, so you're either new or lazy.
We got to unlock him.
Yeah, he's an unlockable, or he is a locked character as of the moment.
Shit.
Second fight of the night, we got Herbert Burns. Yeah, I've seen him before. And Daniel Pineda. I heard both of those names before. Those are rising stars. If the name sounds familiar, you know what I'm saying? I've at least seen a fight.
Name?
Huh?
What's that guy's name again?
Daniel Pineda. Pineda. I'm a white guy. I say Pineda or Pineda.
How do you spell it?
Daniel Pineda.
What's his nickname?
His name Daniel Pineda.
What's his nickname?
I don't know. Daniel the Pit Pineda.
The Pit?
Yeah, that's his name.
Oh.
And then Herbert the Blaze Burns.
Nicknames are kind of funny.
Yeah, they're getting creative now, like even more creative because they're already really creative on the video game.
Could have been anything.
Yeah, it's like, why didn't you just go to the game, bro? They already give you a shit ton of them.
Maybe put it out to your friends.
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's figure this out together. I'm a professional fighter now.
Isn't it you should never...
Hey, man.
You shouldn't have ever picked your nickname. You're like, you're not the
Blaze.
one. Yeah. How about the Pit? Why? Because I'm an endless pit of energy.
Oh, okay. I like
Oh.
that description of it.
Yeah, but it's still, like, you have to describe it.
Well, not like the black hole. No.
What about the glory hole?
Oh.
Oh.
I like
yeah,
that
let's
one.
go with it.
Run it.
Write that down. And then we got my girl, Jesus. She just keeps
Who you
fucking
got?
making forwarding advances, and I'm not fucking taking it.
Oh, you already
Felice.
got it. Yeah. She fights
Jesus.
twice.
No. I had to bring her up because she's back. She had that surgery, you know? So, anyways, she fights. Verna Jandiroba.
Okay.
Verna Jandiroba.
Okay.
Let's see what her fight name is. Gagara.
Gara?
Gagara.
Kagara?
She's from Brazil. Yeah.
Spell it.
C-A-R-C-A-R-A with the chica accent.
C-A-R-C-A-R-J.
C-A-R-A with the chica.
Karkara.
Kakara.
Oh.
It's like
that
Kukui.
startled me. Kukui?
Yeah. El Kukui?
Oh. The boogeyman.
Yeah. Kakara.
Oh, okay.
It should say El Kakara. That would be
Is that
cooler.
really what it is? You know that?
No.
Oh. Could have fooled me, dude.
Yeah, I just tried to.
I would have been walking around for
the
the
fact
rest
that
of
you
my life,
questioned it
probably.
and didn't just move on makes me feel like I'm stupid.
Well, I guess I just question things.
Yeah, it's all right. Still want to do the podcast. So yeah, my money's on Felice, man. I think she's recovered back with a vengeance. This Verna Kakara, she's 15-1. So
she lost once.
Yeah, she did.
Who?
Maybe make it twice, because I don't know that
Wow.
that 1-inch reach.
What?
Significance.
Oh,
by
I thought
Felice.
you meant that's all it was, like T-Rex.
Yeah, she got T-Rex arms. She can't eat.
Excuse me?
She can't eat Burger King.
No.
Alone.
That commercial fucking killed me, dude. I got
The-
two small hands.
Yeah, I got these small hands.
I'll hold it
Like,
for you.
It's like, I got you, bro. I got you, big dog.
I knew a dude who had small hands.
Oh yeah, so did I.
We
There's
gave so much shit out of that commercial.
You can't control it.
You
either.
cannot.
Yeah.
What's wrong with us?
And what's funny is that there's people like my dad'll do it. Like I mean, even me sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I got big hands. Like it's something that I've accomplished in my life. Like
Who
yeah,
gives a
yeah,
fuck?
look at these hands. Look at these hands that I have. Like okay, I get it, man. You got big hands. Fucking stop.
I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cool.
It's kind of fucking weird that you want me to justify your large
Yeah,
hands.
it's like, okay, there's bigger hands out there. Yours aren't the biggest in the world. You wanna have a fair for it?
Yeah, I'll show you a picture of fucking
Michael
what's his
Phelps'
name?
hands.
No, what's that dude name? The Andre the Giant holding a beer can.
Oh
Like
my
it's
god.
4 babies.
Yeah, like it's a thimble in his hand.
It's the strangest thing.
Yeah, that's funny.
Maybe not the strangest thing.
The strangest. I think the strangest thing is the background music right now.
It's very
yeah, it's very Middle Eastern.
Yeah, like
I
Egyptian.
feel like
kinda
there's a snake that's about to come out of the computer.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, don't go charming snakes on our
When was the
podcast.
last time you saw a wild snake?
It's been a while.
But it was an event, wasn't it? You remember it?
I think the last time I saw like an actual fucking snake within like,
Yeah.
touching distance from me
you're right.
was in tech school. When we were at Bullis, and remember you had to go do that fucking land nav shit?
Yeah.
In your little fire team or
Yeah.
4-man squad or whatever?
Yeah.
Well, the cadre or
woods.
whatever, yeah,
That's okay.
they were kind of like scattered throughout, And one of the cadre, we were just chilling, fucking hanging out on, rocks, just hanging out, waiting for everybody to get there because we were one of the first teams to finish, right?
Yeah.
And so it was just chill, wait for the fucking dumbasses
Those
to
are the
finish.
best.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
they're like, fuck, well, now we get to chill. I got my Ranger bar, you know what I mean?
Fuck yeah.
And then all of a sudden, we're just shooting the shit in the trees, and all of a sudden we hear, like somebody's fucking running, bro. One of the cadre fucking found a rattlesnake underneath a rock.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was his reaction. It was a fucking male.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we were like, what a fucking pussy, man. Like, let's go look. Snake? And then he's like, no, nobody go over there. And we're like, why not, man? I want to fucking see the snake. It's not going to fucking chase me. It's more scared of me than anything else.
True.
It's under a rock. I'm not
Right.
going to go and fucking poke it. I'm not a dumbass. Because, then if it chases me, it's a matter of, who it gets. And either way, I'm the one that poked the fucking snake, so I'm in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just wanted to see the goddamn snake, dude.
Yeah.
And he was freaking out. But, yeah, that's the last time I saw a snake. We did get
you
to see it. Yeah, I got to see it.
So
It
who
was
had
just
to pull the
coiled
rock
up.
up? Oh, he already had the rock already pulled up?
No, we just left.
I mean, like who had the rock was already off of it? And it was
No, it
just
was like
chilling?
on a downward slope in the fucking
Sun?
trees.
Yeah.
So it was like kind of, like you can have a rock in the ground kind of, and it kind of has that little cave underneath shelving.
Yeah.
Where it's like a little
I know what you're
crevice,
talking about.
like
Yeah.
a crevice. Well, the fucking snake was coiled up underneath the crevice
Oh,
of the rock.
it was like at a zoo. You looked at it and
Yeah,
walked on.
I was just like, oh, fuck yeah, look
Cool.
at that. It was a fucking, when we were in Texas, it was a fucking big-ass rattler. I don't know what
Texas
kind of
rattler.
rattlesnake it was.
Diamondback.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I couldn't recognize exactly. Couldn't see the head or anything, but
Right.
it was a fucking big-ass, thick, probably,
There's markings
six.
look like diamonds. I mean,
No, it wasn't a diamondback, but it was definitely a rattlesnake.
Was it pissed? Like at you?
Oh
guys?
yeah, it was rattling.
Fucking go away.
Yeah.
That
But
is
I was
awesome.
far enough away to where it was like,
There's these snakes in Iowa that mimic it. They're
gonna
called
run.
bull snakes.
Oh really?
Yeah. So they'll fucking.
Oh okay.
It's like I know you're not a rattlesnake, you fucking piece of shit snake.
Wow. Oh my god. I'm just scrolling through. Sorry to change the subject, but we're back on freaking 252. This Ashley Yoder chick looks like a freaking Instagram model. It's kind of funny. She's the next Paige Van Zandt.
Hopefully better, right?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, does she have a record? The Spider Monkey. Nope. Sorry. You're getting your ass beat by
I hate it.
by Levana Souza.
I hate it.
Like, why does Dana's just like, yeah,
No.
give her a shot.
What's your name? Yeah, I need to approve
Ashley?
every nickname.
Ashley? Okay. No, but I'm saying like Dana giving these freaking, hot chicks shots at, because they don't have. I don't know. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions. She could be badass. She could be the next Ronda Rousey. I'm being an asshole. Sorry. Lavina Souza. She faces the Ashley Yoder, but Lavina Souza's got freaking 15 fights, and she's 13-2. And this Ashley Yoder chick is 7-5.
It's not a very good record.
No, it's not. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Good luck, Spider Monkey.
Right, I'm gonna watch.
And Lavina Souza, her fight name is the Brazilian Gangsta.
Whoa.
Yeah, and she looks like a Brazilian gangsta. She looks like freaking Letty from Fast and the Furious.
What if she like for real won?
Oh, she for real's got like confirmed kills and shit?
Or like was a high up, yeah.
Yeah, she's like a mob boss.
Yeah.
Jim Miller fights, 252.
Sweet.
In the undercard. Welcome back.
Yeah.
He hasn't fought in a while.
No, yeah, he really hasn't.
Another one of freaking Khabib's brothers. Or cousins. I don't know. Jesus. Can't keep track of all of them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people from that team.
There really is.
And they're all, like, I'm not trying to sound ignorant, but they are somehow related. You know what I mean? In some way, shape, or form. Like, this is my cousin's, this is my cousin's, cousin.
Oh, sure.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like,
well, it's a small area.
Yeah, you're very, like, somehow, like, distantly related.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. But
everyone's kind of
not
married
weird.
into everyone's family.
Sure, they're all inbred.
Oh, is that what you were going?
No, I'm being an asshole. We're American.
Being
We're all
an ass.
the human race is a big fucking
Being an ass.
conglomerate of inbred.
Inbred.
Yeah, if you go back far enough.
Yeah, the royalty.
Yeah,
That's
back
all
in the
that
day,
means.
like it's where we come from, bro. Humans, just in general. But I'm getting in the weeds. Let's get out of the weeds. This none of these Russian dudes have, not very many of them have fight names. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah, they're just there to fight.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, the Hulk, like this guy, Ion Kudubala. He's from Moldova. His fight name is the Hulk.
Moldova. Yeah, I know of that place. You know how
You
I
been
know?
there?
No, but I watch a lot of 90 Day Fiance.
Oh.
Yeah.
90 Day Fiance.
The dude from there's a prick. He's all like male chauvinist and shit. Is hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Fun to watch for TV.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's not great for live.
And you just sit there and go, "What's this girl doing?" You know?
Yeah, like I'm going to track you on this device here that will stick under your fender.
Oh, dude, that sounds exactly like something he'd say. No joke. It's
Yeah,
fucking
be careful.
Crazy. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I'm watching you.
And she's always like, "Our dad taught us to stand up for ourselves and to."
I'm an
you know,
independent
it's like,
woman.
Are you? No, obviously, you're fucking not.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
What are you doing?
You don't know anything about anything except for where you've
So
been
dumb.
in your small ass fucking town.
You're so dumb.
Yeah. Why you gotta be so stupid?
Shit.
Yeah, here you go,
You
John
gonna have some
Dodson.
music?
Look at him. Look.
Let me fucking
Come on.
see this.
Come on, turn it. Look. Now you know who I'm talking about.
I do know.
You recognize him. Thank you. Jesus. John Dodson. I think that may be the next fight for Sean O'Malley, and that's why he might be on that. Because he's number 13. Number 12. And Sean O'Malley's number 14. And John Dodson is a veteran. Like, He's been in the UFC for a minute. I think he was a Bellator guy prior.
I bet they give him. It depends, but I bet they give him a top 10 guy if he wins in spectacular fashion.
Like another walkaway KO.
Yeah, they might.
Yeah, well, Sean O'Malley's got a big following right now too. Exactly. He's been on a hell of a lot of podcasts lately, and I think we kind of missed our mark, honestly. As far as like right now, when it comes to like promoting for this fight, like he's already been on some huge mainstream podcasts, so it's like I'm not gonna go to a small little no name.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and I'm not salty about it, but I feel like eventually we'll be able to get there to where it's like, yeah, man, fucking come out, and then it actually happens. You know what I mean? That's the dream. But anyway, dream. Junior Dos Santos and Rosenstruik.
I'm excited.
I know you were just talking about that. I think that's a sleeper fight, man.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
too.
that's going to be a fight to bet on for sure.
I like JDS.
I think if you're betting, JDS is the one to go for. I don't know what odds look like for the fight, but
however, dudes
that power,
of
bro.
Of that era coming back, history shows they don't do very well, right?
No, and that's true. He is.
Look at Cain Velasquez.
Yep.
Fighting. Who'd he fight? Who'd he just fucking fight? Who was that last fight? Was it Overeem?
Yes. Thank you.
I don't know if it was, but that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look it up, but that's gonna be a fun fight. Back to main card. We've already beaten the dead horse of Sean O'Malley and Marlon Vera. It's going to be a good fight. You guys got to watch that one for sure. And if you're betting on the fights, I mean, that's obviously, it's my pick. I'm going for the Irishman.
The Irishman.
O'Malley. He's Irish of descent. Because, I don't know, the American.
Where's he from, though?
I think originally he's from Seattle or something. No, he's from a small ass town.
In the States.
No, he's from Montana.
Oh.
Yeah, he's from Montana, and now he lives in Arizona.
You're right, Phoenix.
Yeah. He's from a boring ass fucking depressing place in the world.
Yeah,
Unless you like fishing and hunting, then it's the funnest in the world.
You can't just like fishing and hunting, though.
Yeah, that's why I said love.
Oh, you
Unless
said love?
you love fishing and hunting.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
But Sean O'Malley's
Sugar.
He's I really just want to see him become the star that I think he'll be. You know what I mean? Because I want to see more of him winning. Because I really like him as a person. You know, I think him being a ambassador for cannabis, being very fucking nonchalant, kind of fuck you about things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
I think that's kind of cool, man. Like,
it is.
It's very
anarchy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck the
it's
man.
very yes. Thank you. He's very 70s peace, love, and happiness, but also like
Good
I'm
vibe.
educated. Fuck you. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Don't try to fucking don't mistake my kindness with weakness, kind of thing.
Sure.
But anyway, Stipe and DC, man.
Who you got before that? Oh, my bad.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sean O'Malley and Marlon Vera are the co-main event, and DC. I don't know, man. I think like you were just talking about with
Yeah, who you got? You said
Dos
you got
Santos. I do have Stipe, man. I really do. I think he's been wanting this opportunity for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
Like this is very much like anticipation of like what Khabib and Tony was for me.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, like
it's
people
up
are
there.
people are all stoked about the whole freaking Tyson fight and all these which are cool. I'm gonna
If it
tune
ever
in.
happens, you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
and I guess that thing got delayed.
Postponed.
I don't know, which is fine.
Hiatus.
More time for Tyson to do some fucking more steroids to get bigger.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy's massive.
Just a little TRT.
Yeah, dude. No, he's already been juicing. Dude.
Enough to get to where you were.
Yeah, do a shred stack, Tyson. You know what I'm saying?
Couple, yeah.
Do one or two. Make this like a freaking January.
All the
and come out in some American flag Apollo Creed shorts. That's what Tyson needs to do.
Living in America.
Yeah. I live in America. Get some the pageant girls, or the what are they called? You know what I'm talking about? Like the girls that kick.
Yeah. Can.
Yeah, but they're called something.
Yeah, the like
burlesque.
Rockettes.
The Rockettes.
They're like
the burlesque is something.
It's a type of dancing,
Yeah,
but the
a type of
Rockettes
dance.
are like the New York fucking best.
Sure, like the girls from Captain America. Remember when Captain America is doing like the propaganda? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Anyways, but the fucking what's his name? Jake Paul's on that. Supposed to be on that card too, facing that NBA player.
Right.
Nate Robinson.
Uh-huh.
Which again, it's cool, but it's not this. This is a true baddest of the bad motherfuckers in the world.
Huh.
If you are a fight fan, this is the fight to watch.
Yeah.
If you're a sports fan, period,
You
this
like
is the story.
competition.
Yes,
It's a
if
rubber
this is-
match.
bro. And
DC won the first one with a sweet knockout in the first round.
Yeah.
Stipe won the second one.
the controversy behind all of it.
In fucking, what was it, second round TKO?
Yeah, I think this rivalry,
Dude,
like, I
awesome.
like this series more than the Conor Diaz 3.
Oh, yeah.
This means more
they,
to the division. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Conor and Nate is just Conor and Nate. This means more to the heavyweight division overall. Because does this mean if DC wins, does he retire and then it's interim? Because DC said that this may be his last fight, right?
Yeah, I think on contract it's over.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he'd have to sign a new contract.
But if he wins, that could inspire him to be like, fuck, man, I still got it.
I think he's getting old.
He is, but
And he's got a sweet commentator gig.
he really does. But there's people like Tito that you just can't convince to fucking stop fighting. Or Chuck, you know? It's like, hey, man, stop.
No, you're right.
And I'm not saying DC's to
I
that
hope-
point
yeah, I
by
hope
any means, but
I hope not.
I think he's a little smarter.
I don't know who
But
I
then
have in
again,
this
man,
fight.
dude, there's like
I'm
people
excited
like
to watch
Conor.
a good fight, dude. That's all.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who I'd pick, honestly.
We're picking nits, man.
I think DC says last time his back was fucked, he couldn't wrestle. He couldn't even train wrestling. Right?
Mhm.
Which to me, that's kind of whatever. You wouldn't need to train wrestling. Fucking, you're an Olympian.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's
You
just
wouldn't-
conditioning at that point.
You wouldn't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you couldn't do it in the fight, your back was that fucked up, I get it. That would
Sure.
kinda
Yeah,
hinder
no.
your-
Yeah, you're...
Because Stipe's a better boxer, for sure. DC's a damn good dirty boxing, like Randy Couture. Dude, fun watching him dirty box. That's what he got him the first time.
You don't think
It's like-
Stipe, tries to mimic Jones's game plan?
Head kicks him?
Just fucking picks the perfect moment and watches enough of DC to... Because DC, he knows that is the only opportunity where he's going to be the only one to be able to thrive is on the ground.
DC?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
so
what
Stipe outboxes him all
yeah,
day.
but that's what I'm saying is Stipe knows that that's going to be his
He
game
knows
plan.
he can outbox.
So that's the opportunity. Wait for that shoot and find the opportunity to fucking...
Stipe's not a bad wrestler.
And that's what I'm saying.
He's not an Olympian.
Does he let DC go to the ground and try to test himself, when it comes to his wrestling game? Or is he training himself to be quick enough and reactive enough, like Jones, to be able to find that hole and throw a fucking knee, throw a fucking head kick, and starch fucking DC? Because DC does not take heavy hits easy.
No, Stipe's a fucking knockout.
Yeah,
artist.
and that's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
that's his upper hand. That's his little ace in the sleeve. You know what I'm saying? And I
can't
this
wait.
is yeah, bro. And we can fucking like I was saying, we could pick nits all day, but
Yeah.
I love Daniel Cormier. I'm a
He really
poke.
might. If he
I'm a
feels
cowboy through and
I
through,
hear you.
loyal
if
and
DC
true.
wants to hold him down all night, he probably fucking can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's just that's the determining factor. The first round of this fight, I'm sure, is going to be a feel out. Just like what Conor does, just like what DC and Jones did in the first their first two fights.
Yeah.
They feel each other out in the first two rounds, really.
Oh yeah.
And
That's what's so fucking awesome about championship fights.
And it's not all of
5
them that are that
rounds,
way.
Baby. That third round changes things. Because
Sure.
now there's a 4th round and there's water.
Yep.
And then now there's a 5th round and we're in deep, deep waters. Oh, it's fucking...
Not all of them are that way, though.
It's a story. The journey begins.
Yes.
And the story ends. It's so... I love 5-round fights so much.
But do you think it's more because of the, the buildup of what the actual, story of this fighter versus this fighter, and them being able to build the story with the amount of time that they have? You know what I'm saying? And there's, like I was saying, it's not always that way, because there's guys that come out and it's, they're going balls to the wall for 5 fucking rounds. And it's not like this is more of like a chess game. You know what I mean? Yeah. Where you are able to see DC making decisions on, all right, nope.
They're going to stand like this in front of each other, just parallel to the ground.
Yep.
And fucking throw.
And
for about a minute.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what DC's game plan is. We'll see how Stipe implements his game plan. Stipe says he felt like he was in water the whole fight, the first whole round.
You see he's been swimming?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says his feet were in water. He couldn't fucking get him out of cement. And he just felt fucking sluggish.
Isn't that funny how they like, these people have degrees, but all they do is just take practical information. It's like, oh, you felt like you were in water? Let's go take your training and put you in water.
Yeah, it was fucking.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you could, in reality, if you use fucking basic logic and, if you go and experience things for yourself, you can go and, you know what I'm saying? From the outside looking in, really fucking help somebody get to a point, you know what I mean, where they can overcome obstacles like this. Like, making minor adjustments, like with DC. He made, maybe minor adjustments to be able to avoid, a counter strike for him shooting, and it's little shit like that. And that's a 2-week fucking workshop for their camp. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's something that the casual MMA fan doesn't think about. And it makes the fucking fight so much more fun to watch if you think about that shit, man.
Oh, definitely. I also think, too, if DC comes in too heavy, it hurts him.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And that's been his freaking, Achilles heel. His conditioning. Yeah.
Because he might come in 240.
Yeah.
Like he did last time.
Yeah. And it's a confidence thing. It's almost like him flexing. Like, I don't need to be in shape. I can.
Yeah, it's heavyweight.
I can just wrestle you. Yeah. It's like kind of like what Derek Lewis mentality of, I'm just gonna fucking bulldog you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's like, but you're an athlete, bro. Look like an athlete. You can.
I was excited when Derek Lewis said that. He's not taking a fight until he loses 15.
Yeah, bro. And he's gonna look like he's gonna be dangerous, bro.
You go there like, what do you think of the timeline on that? He's like, December.
Yeah.
He's like,
that's smart.
Take it serious.
That's smart, bro. He's being smart. But yeah, I think DC has work cut out for him, man. I think people
it's gonna
thinking
be a long night for both of them. I think.
Sure. It's a toss-up, though, man. Really.
Oh, it is. That's why I just know it's gonna be a good.
It's just my opinion.
Fucking night. Let's get a good drunk going. Fucking eat some wings.
Fuck yeah, we're gonna do a podcast with Matt too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little hour pregame podcast. Talk about the prelims. Probably be playing in the background, and then we'll walk down right before the main card starts and maybe do a little IG live.
Right.
That'll be fun. So yeah, man.
I'm excited, dude.
Remember I told you I thought I was seeing a UFO?
Yeah.
Every day.
Figure out what it was?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a planet.
Oh yeah, a Jupiter or a Saturn.
I don't know which one it is, but I guess you can see multiple planets in the.
I have an app on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll have to.
You just like move it around.
Okay.
And it'll be like that's because I looked the other day.
Yeah.
It wasn't close to the moon.
No.
I want to say you can see Jupiter right now.
Okay.
It's fucking big and bright.
Yeah, I don't know which planet it is. I'm gonna have to download that app and figure it out in the morning.
Star chart.
Yeah, we'll do it. Yep, and then we'll report back. So yeah, I literally like 4 a.m. pulled Emily out of bed and was like, "There it is, come here," and she fucking what? Like, there it is, the UFO. And she's like,
if it's big and bright and it's fucking like basically bigger and brighter than a star, chances are it's a planet.
but dude,
chances are it's a planet.
Yeah, but this thing is some mornings it's like way fucking brighter than others. It's kind of weird, and maybe I'm just a fucking dumb.
Venus. You see it. You can see in the morning.
Maybe so. And I'm just a dumb idiot. I'm trying to make it more fun than
It's
what
cool
it
though.
really is.
Be like, I'm looking at a fucking planet.
Yeah, for sure. But it's more fun for me if I think it's a UFO.
Well,
you know, I'm
in your
disappointed.
defense, Venus itself could be a fucking UFO.
Yeah, the moon is made of barbecue spare ribs.
You think?
Yeah.
Would you want or cheese? I've always heard cheese.
No.
If
the moon was made of barbecue spare ribs, would you eat it? I would.
Yeah.
I'd go back for
Where
seconds.
are they from?
What?
Who made them?
The barbecues,
They gotta be
homemade.
good, right?
They're homemade.
Do they go bad in a vacuum? Can't, right? No, there's no oxygen to fuck with
I mean,
for water.
They're nice and toasty. It does have a nice warm neighbor, the sun. Yeah, just like slow roasting it like one of those big steel, deli roasters. You know what I'm saying? Has the little hot irons and chickens just rotating in that motherfucker. A rotisserie.
Or the Brazilian.
Oh, like the kebab.
Steakhouses.
Yeah.
No, they cut it, shave it down in front.
Yeah, like a kebab.
You flip the card red or green if you're done or.
Oh, dude. What is that called?
Their steakhouse.
Hoo-ha.
Brazilian steakhouse.
Hoo-ha.
Hoo-ha.
Brazilian? Yeah, I think.
No, hoo-ha is Mongolian.
Mongolian. But they have the same thing where
Well,
you
you
flip
give them the fucking. Yeah, you're right. You just keep going up. You give them the bowl. You're like, cook my meat.
Cook my meat. I like it raw.
Yeah, put this sauce on it. You.
Put a little
How dare
sauce on it.
I've been to Hoo-ha in a long time.
What's it? What?
I haven't been to Hoo-ha in a long time.
Hoo-ha? I've never been to Hoo-ha.
I
And
need
I've
to
always
be
been told to
treated.
stray away if you want to shit through a screen door, go to Hoo-ha.
No, I've never had that experience there.
Really?
Really?
I think it's worth a try then.
Oh, bro, you could eat. It's all you can eat.
Yeah, I know that. And that's maybe what keeps me from not going.
It's one of the greatest experiences of your life.
There was that teppanyaki. Did you ever eat there at Lackland in San Antonio? It was like a Japanese, Asian buffet. They had sushi rolls and crab legs, and it was a buffet. You
It was
paid like
on base?
No, it was right off base.
Okay.
Right off base, Cadam School. Me and old Nate Tuna and the rest of the gang. After our freaking workout on base, we'd be like, "You guys want to go get some sushi?" It'd be like $13, right? I had per diem. I was in tech school.
Yeah.
Like, fuck yeah. Get some, a to-go box, fucking fill it with sushi rolls and eat that, for lunch tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Or that night.
Yeah, exactly. Like, fuck, whatever. And
Well, because
dude-
you're lifting.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I needed
Oh, I know those meals.
the freaking post-workout meal.
That was
shit was-
Alec and I. It was either sushi,
Mhm.
basically fucking a shitload of sushi, or you go to B-Dubs and get
Oh, yeah.
30 wings
30
on a
wings.
Tuesday or Thursday, right? For like the 10-cent wings.
Yep.
50-cent wings, maybe something like that. I don't remember.
I would
Dude,
go and
30
get,
wings.
like the shrink-wrapped fucking
After
grilled
a
chicken
heavy
strips.
squat day, heavy bench day, do deadlift day or something.
Fuck yeah.
Give me that meat.
Hell yeah, bro. That's exactly what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about though? The shrink wrap fucking. It's already pre-made food.
Yes.
In Arizona, there was a dude that would stand outside of the grocery store of the house that Emily and I moved in before I got out. They would fucking be outside. There's a guy on a grill, fucking old Mexican guy, fucking mustache, and he's just fucking grilling all day, bro, all day. Now you can smell that shit for miles down the road.
Yeah.
And they fucking shrink wrap it and they put it in the grocery store.
Oh,
And
no.
yeah, bro. And you just fucking go and buy that shit for like $3 or $4. It's like 2 portions of
What's
it.
he cooking?
It's like carne asada, fucking
Just whatever?
grilled chicken with like lemon lime seasoning with salt and pepper. It's like
Yeah.
And it's like freshly cooked, shrink wrapped, sealed, and then put a fucking sell by date on it.
That's bad.
And then all you did was go home, fucking throw it in the pan. Because, Arizona, bro, there's a fuck ton of bodybuilders out there, man.
Right.
Everybody's going to the gym. You know what I mean? Because it's summer all day. You got to keep
every
that
day.
beach body all day. Every day. But yeah, I used to love doing that shit, man. It's a good time. The meal prep game is definitely something that I miss.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get back into it. As far as like, because I've been on point as far as staying with keto and, not eating heavy carb meals and
Know a lot about golf.
We're waiting.
Trust me, it's worth the wait. Those Weekend Golf Guys every Monday night at 5 here on RTF Sports Network. Join me, John Ashton, and my co-host, Jeff Smith, Golf Digest's #1 golf instructor in Indiana. You'll learn how to play better, you'll learn how to lower your scores, and you'll learn how to laugh for a full hour. Every Monday night at 5, Those Weekend Golf Guys here on RTF Sports Network.
I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Basketball is back.
Goes to work, gets inside, gives the Fever the lead.
As champions on the court and in the community, your Indiana Fever are always ballin'. Basketball may not be at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, but you can still catch the Fever by streaming games for free at feverbasketball.com, because we believe we're better as one. This is Indiana Fever Basketball. New season, new location. Still ballin'.
Red Sox fans have already heard it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. This is going to get to the point. It's over.
Woo! Welcome to the best sports podcast on the planet. I am your host, Brandon Combs. Tonight, I am not joined by Soup Boss. He could not be with us, unfortunately. He is driving to Dallas to pick up his son from the airport. So hopefully he is watching this in his car as he is driving. And stay safe, Soup Boss. Safe travels. Hope everything's all right, and we'll see you on Tuesday. But I am joined by a familiar face. Please welcome back to the show, Mr. Wayne G. Wayne, how's it going, buddy?
It's going pretty good, man. I just am excited to be back on here. I think that people who've been listening to the show from the start, they're going to remember me helping you start the show off as your original co-host, kind of transitioning Soup Boss over. So it's cool to be on here. Obviously, I'm with Infinity Sports, so I'm guessing all of our diehard RTF crew, they know who Infinity Sports is. They know what 12 is greater than 9 means, So it's just great to be on the show and be able to kind of just talk with you.
I love that shirt, man. You're talking trash without talking trash. I love it. I love it. I am all about trash talk. I am a sports guy through and through, and trash talk is part of every sport, and so I absolutely love it. Anyway, we're going to talk some NFL today. We're going to talk some NBA. We are going to get to our top 5 baseball movies of all time. Play a little spinoff of the Infinity Sports Infinity 5, their great segment that they have over there. They really do have a great product. So for you Triple Shot Sports fans, if you have not checked out Infinity Sports just yet, definitely get over there. We got Wayne and Sully. They do an amazing job, and they are a great crew over there. So definitely check them out.
And Jesse joins us too.
Oh yeah. Oh, I always forget about that guy, man. I easy face to forget, I guess. Anyway, so let's get into some NFL talk. I'm not sure, Wayne, if you saw this, but it really made me chuckle when I saw it. The Seahawks cut Kema Siverand. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It doesn't even really matter. This guy was a non-drafted, invitee to training camp. And this moron decided he was going to go pick up a woman and dress her up in Seahawks gear and try to sneak her into his hotel room as they are doing training camp during COVID. Now, I don't know about you, Wayne, but I mean, you're not even a star. You're not a guy who contributes. You're an undrafted invitee. I really think that you have bigger things to be worrying about. And not only that, but how big is this girl that you're dressing in Seahawks gear that you are expecting people to mistake for a Seahawks player? I don't know. What do you think, Wayne?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely two mistakes he made there, right? So the first one, like you said, he's an undrafted free agent. This is a kid who was a wide receiver at Texas A&M. He couldn't hack it as a wide receiver. He transfers to Oklahoma State. They convert him to a defensive back. He had one tackle in 2019. NFL.com did not even have him listed on their draft tracker. That's how far down the list he was of defensive backs. He gets luckily invited to camp, I'm guessing because he knows somebody or maybe one of his teammates got on the team, something. And then he goes and he blows it by doing something stupid like this. And then dressing her up in Seahawks gear, like that's going to pass. It reminds me of way back in the day, I used to work at a department store that had video. Somebody stole a video game console and they put it in a bag and then they put paid stickers all over the bag.
Right.
Like,
and you're a movie guy. Have you ever seen A Fish Called Wanda?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when he's trying to cover her up and not let anybody see that she's a mermaid and do all this, dude. Like, what were you thinking? How, like, Soup Boss says it all the time. These guys are millionaire children, and I get to the point where I'm just like, at some point you have to be an adult. At some point you have to have responsibility. At some point you have to take responsibility. And this idiot decides, you know what? I really, in these couple of weeks that we're here for training camp and getting everything ready, there is going to be no preseason. I really need to make a name for myself. But man, do I really need to get laid. Like, what the hell is going on in your head? You're trying to become an NFL roster. You're trying to get put on an NFL roster, I should say. And instead, you're more worried about getting a piece of tail. And now you have no job. Now you're not on a roster. Now you're not even getting an opportunity to be on a roster, all because you wanted to get some tail. It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, and I'm betting she was probably a 4 or a 5, right? And like, dude, you make the roster, you can start bringing back 7s and 8s. Like, get the roster first, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely got this girl off of some website, I'm sure. Met her online and was like, "Hey, I got an idea. It's been a while. I can get you in. Just come to the hotel lobby. We'll go to the bathroom. You can go ahead and change." Like, come on, man. Now, on the flip side of that, though, let me ask you this. If this was Russell Wilson or if this was Tyler Lockett, do we even know about it?
Oh, if it was Russell Wilson, we would know about it for sure because of his whole publicized thing with Sierra not wanting to have sex until he got married. And so it would be kind of a big story in that sense. But would he be cut? No, not a chance. It's just the fact that he was undrafted free agent. You know what the stakes are. I mean, if you're a superstar, you can do that kind of stuff. You get slapped on the wrist. If you're not a superstar, don't act like a superstar.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Some of our guys are already chiming in. Part-time nerd, what's up, guys? Who is it? Strikeout Beer here. Soup Boss looks different. Hey, he got a lot uglier overnight. I'm not sure what happened. He lost the beard and then turned into Wayne G. I'm not sure. Soup Boss is listening.
Nice.
And then Soup Boss, you'll like this. Alan has already chimed in with his Go Cardinals crap. Man, I hate that you've turned my son into this. Every week he chimes in with Go Cardinals. Drives me nuts. All right, but moving on. There was more news other than people trying to sneak women into their hotel rooms. Kittle and Kelsey, man, these guys went and set records for contracts for tight ends. And look, Michael Buckheiser put a thing out there and said that a tight end shouldn't be paid that much money, and that Kittle isn't worth the contract he signed. And then his boy Kelsey, because he is a Chiefs fan, gets signed to a little bit of a less deal, but in terms of he signed for less years, so it was around the same annual salary, and he just says that the tight end isn't worth it, and I beg to differ. I'm not sure about you, Wayne, but I mean, you look at a guy like Kittle, who can be a tight end. He could be a fullback. He could be a running back. He could be a wide receiver, and he's a damn good pass blocker. I think he's well worth the money. I think he is, Rob Gronkowski 2.0, but a Rob Gronkowski that hopefully won't be riddled by the injury bug every year.
No, I think all those guys deserve the money. And I think that I like to break things down into statistics and to numbers because it's hard to argue those things. It's easy to argue somebody's opinion. Like I can say, hey, they deserved it. And people can say, no, they didn't. But let me put it into numbers for you, right? The top 5 wide receivers in the NFL last year, which is what we're talking about. Tight ends have kind of become more of an extra wide receiver. The top 5 wide receivers in the NFL last year averaged $19.25 million per year in salary. And their production was roughly 30% more receiving than the tight ends. So that means that the tight ends should make 30% less than them, which would be $15 million a year. Well, the top 5 tight ends get paid $12.6 million a year. So if anything, those new contracts, those guys are underpaid.
Yeah. Look, we had, that was another conversation we had, last week about athletes and underpaid or overpaid and all that stuff. But these guys, I mean, they're your obviously. Are there any 2 better tight ends or any 1 better tight end than either of these 2 in the game right now?
You could make an argument for Ertz, but I think that it's pretty much consensus. Those are the top 2 guys.
I mean, I think you got your Ertz, and then can't think of his name right now, out of Dallas. Was out of Dallas and now is playing somewhere else, I believe. Their longtime tight end. Oh, I can't think of his name right now. Jason Witten. There you go. Those 2 guys I think are guys who have just sustained long careers and who are, they're viable options and they're always going to be consistent, but they're not on the level of Kittle and Kittle and Kelsey. They're just not there. And I mean, both of these guys were both in the Super Bowl last year. Both of these guys were pretty prime weapons on both of their offenses. Kittle is probably the biggest threat for the 49ers. Kelsey, I mean, that team's just filled with studs. So, I mean, Kelsey benefits a little bit there. But these guys are 2 of the best tight ends. Their contract extensions are well-deserved. They are definitely worth the money. They are probably worth more money than a lot of the guys on their offense. So I had no problem with the contract extensions at all.
No, again, like I said, they're going to play up to him. And I know we talked, even I joined in on that conversation, I think, with the whole underpaid, overpaid conversation. To me, the only time that those terms are factual is if you are outperforming or underperforming your contract. That's when overpaid and underpaid makes sense. I don't want to hear them compared to regular jobs, but in terms of if you're underperforming, then you're overpaid. That's the way it works. Yeah. These guys, these tight ends, they are overperforming their contracts. I mean, like you said, Kittle's getting $15 million a year. That's the highest paid tight end in the NFL, and that's what the average top 5 tight end should be making. So these guys are all taking less money because they've been sold a bag of lies by NFL general managers that the tight end isn't as important as wide receivers. And just ask Tom Brady if he thinks that's true.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, and that's why I think Kittle's pass blocking is unbelievable. He's a great pass blocker. He helps with blocking on the run games, and then he's a dominant threat in the offense. So I like his value to me. I think he's more valuable than any of the wide receivers that they got over there. And then obviously quarterback's the most valuable position, but I would argue that he makes his quarterback better than what a lot of tight ends make their quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, San Francisco is basically New England light, right? So I mean, when you look at them, they rely very heavily on the tight end. But not only that Jimmy Garoppolo has become somewhat of a game manager. I think he's better than what he's been doing, but what he's been doing is being a game manager. And game managers thrive off of play action. And tight ends benefit from play action, more so than wide receivers. Plus the fact that they don't really have a big-name wide receiver on the outside. So really, he's their number 1 and number 2 target. And like you said, with the whole run blocking and the pass blocking is huge because now you're not going out for a route, but you're still taking away a pass defender because they have to be cognizant of you. So he's just such a huge thing. He should be making $18-19 million a year, and that would be very fair for what he does in that offense. So 15 to me is a bargain.
I watched him a lot last year with the Niners, and the way he picks up blitzers is unreal to me. Just even like a little chip block before he goes out to give Jimmy G just that little extra second or two to get that ball off. He is unreal. I love George. I'll watch him every day of the week. And so I'm excited. I mean, football's only 25 days away from kicking off, and I'm really excited. I'm not sure how it'll do without fans. I was having this conversation with a buddy of mine on Facebook today. It's going to be interesting without fans because I think more than baseball and more than hockey and more than the NBA, in the NFL, the fans have a huge dynamic. You look at places like Seattle and Kansas City. Seattle and Kansas City, they thrive on the noise that their fans are bringing. Not only in the end zones where most stadiums love having their fans, but those places are just so loud and so hard to play in. And I don't even think even if you start piping in fan noise like they do in baseball, and I've heard it a little bit in hockey, I don't think that you get the same feeling. I think you're going to be able to hear cadences better. I don't think hard counts are going to be as effective. I don't know. What do you think about the NFL with no fans?
Well, I think that fans are a bit of an equalizer, and so you're taking that away, and that's going to make more teams on a level playing field. I'll say, like, how good is Kansas City really if they don't play at Arrowhead? How good is Seattle if they don't play, up in Seattle, where it's so loud, like you said, and you can't hear things, and you're the opposing team. So you might have a team go in there like Green Bay, who's got a phenomenal all-time great quarterback, right? And if he can't hear and his teammates can't hear, right, then he's going to have a hard time. But now put him up against that Seattle defense with no noise at all, right? How good are they? Let's find out how good they really are without the noise.
I don't think Green Bay has an all-time great quarterback, but that might be a discussion for another time. Aaron Rodgers, me and Supos touched on this last week. I don't even think Aaron Rodgers is, a top 10 quarterback of all time. But like I said, that might be a conversation for another time. We might have to have you on to debate that one. I smack you down in another debate.
Yeah, I mean, all time is definitely debatable, but he's definitely top 10 now. I mean, that's the Supos is nuts for having him in his top 10 right now.
Yeah, no. Supos also had Lamar Jackson as his 10th ranked running back in the league. So Supos is a little crazy all over the place. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here, and then we will get back to it with some NBA talk. So don't go anywhere. Definitely stay with us because we've got some good stuff coming to you. Be right back.
What's going on, everybody? Make sure to tune in to the Infinity Sports Podcast. We go live on Facebook every Monday and every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the RTF Sports page and on the Infinity Sports page. We have great interviews, great games, great sports coverage, and altogether great fun. It's a great show. If you aren't already listening to us,
it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Dreams and I'm struggling. Do you see me? How can I lie? All up in my face, every time that I talk, every time that I stop. Take a breath for a second, when you stepping on my chest, taking shots. Keep the others down, but you never keep them down. I'm a king with my crown, and a king with a king of me. Won the victory when he rose from the ground. Jesus, can't shut us that crowd. Care about the in crowd. Care about you. That's something you don't know about. Life trying to make changes, but your trolls trying to change me back to the old me. This in high school, you don't know me. No, all you just troll me. Got so. Can you hear me?
All right, guys, that was Mises. Again, Mises is incredible. God has great messages in his music and just a phenomenal talent, and I can't wait to see this guy do some collaborations with some of your bigger artists. So again, that was Mises with "Do You See Me." We got some people chiming in. We got I don't know if you know who this guy is. says, "What's up, boys?" Never seen him
CB.
before, but I don't know. I've never seen him. Mike Manauer says, "Seahawks already pipe in noise, cheaters." Let's see. Yeah, he's top 4, Combs. Are you talking? Look, if you're telling me that if you're trying to say Aaron Rodgers is top 4 all time, Michael Buchheister, you're smoking something good, and I need the number to your dealer because he's clearly got the good stuff. There's no way, Aaron, if that's what you're talking about, if you're saying Aaron Rodgers is top 4 all time, you're out of your mind. Absolutely out of your mind. He's not even a top 4 right now. No way. At any rate, moving on, let's get to some NBA talk. Some we don't do too often on this show, but I figured since we had our resident NBA guy on the show today, and, I didn't have to hear it from Soup Boss, I figured I would talk to you a little bit. And Tim Leonard says, "I am Professor Leonard." What's going on, Professor Leonard? How's it going? So the biggest news coming out, well, I guess not the biggest news, but for me it was something that I was surprised by, and that is the Spurs playoff reign coming to an end after 22 years. That's amazing because the Spurs have been a staple in the NBA for a long time. I mean, I remember, in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, these guys were, constantly in the NBA finals. And for, Greg Popovich, who I believe is probably the greatest coach of all time in the NBA, and I know we argued this on the Great Debate at one point, but Greg Popovich is an amazing coach. And even though they don't have the most talented team on the floor, it's just surprising to me that they couldn't even get in as an 8 seed. I know that, some circumstances surrounding this year with COVID and the restart and all that stuff, but I would have, if you didn't tell me, if you would have said, "Hey, who do you think the 8 teams are in each conference?" I definitely would have had the Spurs in the West if I didn't read that they were knocked out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all things do and must come to an end. And I think for an idea of the dominance of a 22-year run, a 22-year playoff run, people talk about the New England Patriots and their dominance over the past 20 years or whatever it is, and how they're always in the playoffs and they always win the division and they're always in the AFC Championship. The Patriots streak is at 11. So the Spurs have doubled their playoff streak at 22. I mean, that's how dominant the Spurs have been. They won 5 championships. I think the reason that they ended up there, the biggest thing to me is maybe you didn't know that the last year that they missed the playoffs was 96-97. And that was right before they got Tim Duncan, right?
Right.
You know what else is significant about 96-97? It's also the last season before this one that they didn't have an all-star on the team. So every year they've had an all-star. This year they did not, and that's why they missed the playoffs.
Yeah, the Spurs, look, that means that 1998 was the first year of this run, incredible run was 98. And to put that in perspective, some of you guys watching the show right now weren't even alive. So you've never seen a year in which the Spurs were not in the playoffs. And look, it makes me feel old to say something like that, but it is, and Greg Popovich took it like a champ. Greg Popovich says, regardless of the streak, I don't really care about the streak. I'm still proud of my guys. I'm proud of how we performed in the bubble. So he, he's a class act. I do love his interviews sometimes. Sometimes his interviews are great because he doesn't really say much, but he gives you that, that whatever answer, the answer that he knows that you're looking for anyway, and kind of just gives you that snarky answer. So I do love his interviews, but it's a shame that we're not going to see him in the playoffs for sure. Speaking of not going to go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, definitely. I love Greg Popovich. I think he's become somewhat Bill Belichickian with his answers. But unlike Belichick, I think Belichick is truly a dink. And I love that about him. But Popovich is actually a really cool, nice guy.
Yeah.
But I think he loves playing the dink,
Yeah.
So I I do miss that. I mean, I thought when Craig Sager got sick, his response, because he was very good friends with Craig Sager, was just extremely heartwarming, and I really loved that. Just one more note on the Spurs on why they didn't make the playoffs this year. Aside from not having an all-star, looking into the stats and really diving deep, the big thing is last year when they didn't make the playoffs, they shot 35% from three. This year they shot 28% from three. So when you're taking the same number of shots, but you're missing 7% more of your three-pointers in a three-point driven league, you're not going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's great points. And like I said, I mean, everybody knows, and I say it all the time, I'm not a huge basketball guy anymore. I don't watch too much, but I do still follow it. I still keep tabs on everything. I will watch the playoffs just because it's sports, and that's what I love to do. But yeah, it was kind of shocking. Speaking of shocking, so we talked before Soup Boss became a part of the show, and I think we talked about this a little bit on your show as well. We were talking about how the NBA was, gearing up the way that they did their restart to try to get the Pelicans into the playoffs. And I think that the Pelicans not getting into the playoffs is absolutely hilarious. But I also think the biggest sign that they probably could have just went straight to the playoffs and did a round robin, kind of like the NHL did, was the Suns. The Suns went 8-0 in the bubble. They went undefeated. They didn't lose a game in the bubble, and they still missed the playoffs. Like, why were they even there? So even if they win all their games, they had no chance at the playoffs. Why did you have them there?
Well,
I don't understand
that. They did have a chance. I mean, you have to understand that it's very much like, you remember at the end of every NFL season when they're like, well, the Patriots could make the playoffs if the Jets throw one interception and the Bears, jump up and down 3 times after scoring a touchdown. And there's all these little details. Yeah. Well, it's the same thing here. The Suns went in there knowing that if they went 8-0, that wasn't going to be good enough. They still needed help from the other teams. And they got some help from the Pelicans, but the Pelicans didn't hold the 8th seed. The Memphis Grizzlies did. And there were still 4 teams ahead of them going in. So they knew the long shot of it. It's great that they went 8-0, and I think it shows a great glimpse into 2021 of what they're going to be able to do with DeAndre Ayton and with Booker and those guys. And plus, they're going to get a lottery pick now because they missed the playoffs. And just to touch on the New Orleans Pelicans thing, again, I think that the NBA did want the Pelicans in the playoffs, but who didn't want to be in the playoffs? The New Orleans Pelicans, because they played Zion Williamson. He missed 3 games, and they only played him like 16 minutes of games when he did play. So they were tanking on purpose to get out of there.
Didn't he? He had to leave for a little bit, right?
But he was still there for the first game in the bubble. It's just they didn't play him.
Oh, okay. All right. I did not know that, to be honest with you. I had no clue. So I'm relying on you for all this NBA talk. Look, the Suns going 8-0 in the bubble and still not making the playoffs, to me, suggests that in order for them to make it, they needed to do what they needed to do, which was go 8-0, but they also needed a bunch of help. Why couldn't the NBA have just done what the NHL did, where the NHL did, look, we're going to take our bottom 8 teams, and they're going to play for the play-in. They're going to play a series to do a play-in, and then the other ones are going to play a round robin to determine their seeding. To me, that made more sense than doing what they did and having a team go 8-0, and now they're bounced, and now we don't even get to see this team who's on an unbelievable run, and maybe possibly as an 8 seed could have given LA some trouble.
Well, first of all, they couldn't have. That the team's just too young and inexperienced. And I understand they looked really good for those 8 games. But the reason they didn't do what the NHL did is because they were trying to simulate as best as possible the final 8 games of an NBA season. Now, don't feel bad for the Suns. They went 20-40 or whatever it was before the whole COVID thing happened. So it isn't like they did anything to help themselves before the bubble, and that's why they ended up in that situation. The reason you couldn't take more teams like the NHL did is because they went with teams that were 6 games out, because in both sides, the East and the West, the next team after being 6 games out was like 11 games out, and then that team would have to go not only 8-0, but they'd need the 8th place team to go 0-8 to get in. So I mean, there's just way too much.
Yeah, I think that a team that you invited to come down and say, hey, look, you're good enough to make the restart because this is where we want it to be, because we want the Pelicans to be down here, and because we want the Pelicans to have a chance to get in, and that's what we're hoping for. We're going to bring you down, even if you go 8-0, you still need other teams to go pretty much 0-8. in order to make the playoff. To me, you kind of wasted their time, and you put them, you put them in a spot where they had zero chance. So I just don't get it. I don't get what the NBA is doing sometimes.
They weren't tied to the Pelicans. The Pelicans had a better record than them going into the bubble, so they didn't have to invite Phoenix at all. So it isn't like you're like, well, we have to invite Phoenix if we bring in the Pelicans. That's not true. You could just brought the Pelicans and not Phoenix. They were bringing in teams that were within 6 games, and they had an 8-game schedule saying you do have a chance to make it, but you're going to need some help. And like I said, Phoenix understood that going into it. I'm fascinated they went 8-0 just based on how terrible they played before the bubble.
Yep.
I mean, good for them. Like I said, they looked really great, but I don't feel bad for them at all. It's just the way that things were going to play out if we had a full NBA season. Anyways, in fact, they probably would have finished even worse if we had a full NBA season.
Right. All right. So speaking of the New Orleans Pelicans, and we touched on Zion Williamson. And look, Zion Williamson's a beast. I watched him in college. I do watch college. I love college basketball, so I do watch a lot of college basketball. And he was just a beast at Duke. He was unreal. And I'm not sure because I didn't watch too much of the regular season before COVID, and I didn't watch any of the bubble play until today when I started watching playoff bubble play. Zion Williamson to me just seems like I'm hoping that he's not going to be another what's his name there from the Blazers who always gets hurt.
Greg Oden.
Greg Oden. I just hope that's not going to happen. So I'm going to leave the floor to you because I know you watch way more basketball than I do. But what we want to do here is I want to grade Zion's rookie season. So let's talk about Zion Williamson here. And how did he do his rookie year, Wayne?
I think he did fantastic. I mean, his true grade would be an incomplete. He only played 24 games. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we had the 3 months off or whatever it was because of COVID. But during the games that he played, he averaged 22.5 points per game. So he was putting up monster numbers. And if you watch any of those games, like I love watching him play. He hustles. He is not a dog. Like he is out there hustling both ends of the floor. He gets tired quick because he's a big, heavy guy. And I think the best comp for him, and it's been thrown out there before, so I'm not going to take credit for coming up with it, but Larry Johnson, who is a 6'6" power forward, similar build, similar athleticism to Zion. He's a little bit better rebounder. Zion needs to step up the rebound numbers a little bit, but they both are very good inside scorers. And to give you an idea, Larry Johnson's career average is like 16 points per game. The best he ever averaged was 21.5. So Zion's rookie year, he averaged more than Larry Johnson's best year ever. So I think that things are looking very up for them. I don't think he's injury prone. I think this all started with his foot sliding out and the sneaker blowing out at Duke, and that kind of hurt his knee, and that kind of started this whole snowball effect. But I don't think he's going to be Greg Oden. I think he's going to come back next year. They're probably going to take it easy with him. He'll play 60 to 65 games, and I wouldn't expect anything less than maybe 23, 24 points per game from him. He only averaged 6 rebounds a game. So like I said, he needs to get the rebound numbers up. For somebody as athletic as he is, he should be pulling down 8 or 9.
So do you think that Zion Williamson can be a guy that carries a team on his back, or are they still a superstar or two away?
I wouldn't say they're a superstar or 2 away, and I also wouldn't say, kind of way. I wouldn't say that, he could carry the team on his back either. I mean, Zion Williamson is a phenomenal talent. He's a great, great player, but he's not LeBron James. Right. Guys who can carry teams on their back, like LeBron James, Tim Duncan, Shaquille O'Neal, they are once-in-a-generation type players, and Zion is that in terms of his marketability. He's a once-in-a-generation marketability player. Right. But as far as his playing style, he needs another scorer, slasher, shooter, somebody on the team. And they have them. I mean, they've got J.J. Redick there right now. They've got, Brandon Ingram. They've got Lonzo Ball, who I think is a phenomenal talent in his own right. If he can stay healthy, that whole team's riddled with injuries. But that team, if healthy, which now they're getting another lottery pick, but they don't need it. That team as constituted with a healthy Zion and a healthy Lonzo is a 5 seed in the playoffs next year. Okay. Fair enough. And to me, it'd be great to see because I would love to see, more of Zion Williamson, and for fans like me. And I know it's not just me who doesn't watch regular season NBA, and there's a lot of guys who don't watch regular season hockey, and there's a lot of guys who don't watch regular season baseball, and they just tune in for playoffs. So, for me to see more Zion, they would have to be in the playoffs. But I love the kid. He's always been a great kid, as like to your point with the marketability.
everything I hear about this kid is that he's unbelievable to be around. He's a very, down to earth type of guy and very marketable. So I'd like to see him win and do great things over there in New Orleans, especially New Orleans. Really, I mean, you start thinking about teams in the NBA and teams that, you can see winning championships. New Orleans Pelicans would probably be the last team that anybody ever says, right?
The Sacramento Kings are right up there.
That's true. Well, Sacramento had a good run for a little while there.
They've got a good young team too. They got Buddy Hield, they got Harrison Barnes. I mean, that's a good young team. De'Aaron Fox, so that's a good young team as well. They're farther away than New Orleans is because Brandon Ingram is a bona fide superstar in the making. And if he can stay healthy, none of the guys on Sacramento are of Zion's ability. But I will say this: a guy that I love in Sacramento that nobody knows who he is because he's in Sacramento, but Marvin Bagley is phenomenal. Marvin Bagley is a top 5 power forward in the league if he can get a little bit more publicity.
Okay. All right. So let's get into something that I do know a little bit about, and that's my Chicago Bulls. And the Bulls are just they're a train wreck right now. I mean, to be completely honest with you, if dumpster fires were a real thing in the NBA, they would have a picture of the Bulls on them because they're just so poorly. And to me, Jim Boylan is just the start of what needs to go in Chicago. They need to rearrange that front office. They need to have different people making all the decisions out there. They've done an abysmal job since, they weren't expecting the Derrick Rose thing to happen the way that it did and all the injuries and stuff like that. And they wanted to build around him. And as soon as they lost him and started trading away guys like Joakim Noah and all that, they have done a horrible job of trying to build around him and make guys want to come to Chicago to play basketball. Chicago, it used to be the Mecca. It used to be where everybody wanted to come and play. And now you couldn't get a guy to come here to play for anything. I mean, we had Jimmy Butler for a little while. Jimmy Butler wanted out. And this Bulls team, man, it's tough to watch because, me, I'm a big Bulls fan in the 90s, Jordan, Pippen, all them guys. Like, I loved my Bulls for a long time. And they're just probably the biggest reason why I don't watch basketball anymore is because of how hard this team is to watch.
Well, they have a lot of talent, too. We talk about young teams. I mean, this team went with the youth movement, a lot of first-round picks. Wendell Carter is a great player out of Duke. I think that Lauri Markkanen had a good year last year. He regressed this season significantly. And you can chalk that up to the head coach who went 22-43 and was 22-60 the year before. So, I mean, he could be responsible for all these players regressing. They bring in a huge contract on Otto Porter Jr., who I thought underperformed his last contract and didn't deserve what he got, but they gave it to him anyways. They've got one or two directions they can go right now. All right. If they want to get better, they got one or two directions. You can either build around Zach LaVine, which means you're banking on his health because he's had a very unhealthy, huge bank. But you build around him by trading away some of these young pieces that you drafted, trading away some of your future capital, bringing in a couple of veterans, signing a guy from Chicago like Anthony Davis, maybe in the offseason, who hasn't re-upped with the Lakers as far as I know. You bring in a guy like Jabari Parker, right? Who I mean is a nice role player. He's from Chicago, and you bring these guys in, and then you bring in a coach like an Ime Ukoda, if that's how you say his name, from the 76ers. He's their assistant head coach. And he worked under Greg Popovich for 7 years. So this is a guy who has a mentality on how to coach veteran players to the playoffs for 22 straight seasons and how to get them to perform. So you build around Zach LaVine, who I believe is a bona fide superstar with that type of coach. Option 2 is you do what the Celtics did, which is the youth movement, right? You trade away Zach LaVine. You get more first-round picks in. You build around Markkanen and Carter. You trade away Porter. And you bring in a coach like Shaka Smart from Texas, right? A college coach who can now take over a team that has mostly rookies and 2 or 3 year players, and you do what the Celtics did, which is build with the coach and those players right up through for the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I love Zach LaVine. I love the Lauri Markkanen pick when they picked him. A lot of people, were down on the Markkanen pick, and I thought the guy was going to be really good. Everything that I heard about him was really good. Everything that I had seen was really good, and he did regress this year. He really did. But you're right though. It could have been a product of Jim Boylan and all of that. this team, whichever direction they need to go, they need to figure it out, and they need to figure it out quick because to your point, you mentioned Anthony Davis. If I'm Anthony Davis, there's no way I'm leaving LA and playing with LeBron James to come to the shit show that Chicago is right now. There's just no way. I mean, it just doesn't make sense from a business standpoint, from his standpoint. Like, I don't understand. I wouldn't even think twice.
But the reason it makes sense is because only if the Los Angeles Lakers win a championship this year. Because then he gets the championship, he can go to Chicago and start his own legacy. He's still only 26 years old, right? Mm-hmm. So he can go to Chicago, which is a big city. You're not going to lose any marketing deals going to Chicago because basically Chicago, LA, New York, those are big cities. So he's still going to have all the endorsement opportunities. He's going to be able to be the captain of the team, what LeBron is in LA. So even though Davis is probably the better player right now, but it's still LeBron getting all the love. So he can go to Chicago and get all the Chicago love from his hometown and get paid and get all the endorsements and be starting his own legacy with Zach LaVine because he only goes there if LaVine stays.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we'll see. Being a Chicago guy, I would love to see these guys get back to prominence or at least get back to some sort of a formidable team. Like they're just a joke right now. So moving on, so speaking of legacies, we were just talking about Vince Carter came out this week, and I know this is an interesting one for you because for me and for a lot of people out there, it's Michael Jordan 1, and then after that it's debatable. And for you, it's Will Chamberlain 1, Michael Jordan 2. So I understand where you're coming from, but from what Vince Carter said, he was asked about the GOAT and where the greatest of all time status falls. And he said after Michael Jordan, and this is something that I've said in the past, is that Kobe Bryant is at number 2. So what were your thoughts on that take?
I took it as Vince Carter talking about the best 3 players he played against. I mean, he didn't play against Wilt Chamberlain. He didn't play against Larry Bird or Magic Johnson. You know what I mean? So he's talking about these are the 3 best guys I played against in my entire life from high school right up. These 3 guys are tops. Like I played against all 3 of them. They're all tops. So I understand that, and I understand why he wouldn't include some of the older guys. If he's saying that those are the best ever, I just chalk up to bias. I can't take him seriously for it because I don't know how much of a historian he really is. Right. I would trust Kobe Bryant more because he seems to be a guy who studied the game, who knows the history of the game, more so than Vince Carter, who seems like he's just kind of a guy who's been playing. And so I understand if these are the 3 best guys he played against. I also would disagree with him at LeBron at 3. Because I'm the biggest Kobe fan in the world. Kobe Bryant is the angel on the top of my Christmas tree every year, and he has been for the last 10 years. And yet I still have LeBron James as a better player all time than Kobe Bryant. So I think that he's wrong there. I do think it goes Jordan, LeBron, Kobe. I mean, obviously I think it's Wilt, Jordan. But I think between those 3, I think it goes Jordan, LeBron, Kobe.
Now, I remember, so when we worked together over in New Hampshire, and then we started playing a little bit of men's league here and there, I would join you, and I'm atrocious at basketball, but I would go out there and run around and try anyway. But I remember we went to the bar and we were watching the LeBron thing, which, to be honest with you, I didn't even remember that we were at the bar for the decision. But until you mentioned it the other day, and then I started thinking, I was like, oh yeah, you're right. I remember wanting him to pick Chicago and all that. And look, LeBron's a great player, but I also remember telling you, and I've said this a lot to other people as well, but I don't even know if LeBron is as good as Kobe when it comes to the debate about the GOATs. And I think for me, it's Jordan 1. For me, it's Kobe 2, because I'm not saying that LeBron isn't an amazing talent, and I'm not saying LeBron isn't an amazing athlete, because he clearly is. He clearly is probably one of the greatest athletes to ever step on the court, and probably a better athlete than Michael Jordan. But when it comes to just strictly basketball and the will to win and the desire to win and the unwillingness to fail, it's to me, it's he's not even close. Like, he's not even in the conversation. And so that's why, for me, it's always been, I'm not sure if this guy's even as good as Kobe. And Kobe was Kobe. I mean, everybody wants to be on YouTube and shooting paper into trash cans going, Kobe. Like, everybody does that. And LeBron's thing on the internet is flopping. So, like, I I just think that there's a different legacy there. So I understand when people have Kobe ahead of LeBron in the greatest of all time debate. Hell, I have him better than LeBron. Not that my basketball take means much, because I talk all the time about how I don't watch much anymore, but I used to watch a lot. And Kobe was, look, the guy was a killer, man. He was just, he was unstoppable. And when he wanted to just go out and shoot 100 times a game, he would put up 81. That's just the type of guy he was. And Kobe, to me, is just, if I am starting a team and I have the second draft pick and you've already taken Michael Jordan, or in your case, Wilt Chamberlain, I'm going Kobe. If Jordan's off the board, I'm going Kobe.
Well, I think that's a mistake, because I think that Kobe Bryant needs a certain type of player around him. Kobe Bryant is a phenomenal scorer, and like you said, he's a killer. He is a tenacious player, and I love that. And I always thought like a dream scenario would be Kobe and KG, because KG's got that killer kind of dog in him, And the two of those guys together would have been sick,
Yeah.
But at the same time, I understand why people don't put LeBron ahead of Kobe, and that's basically on likability. You have to remember that LeBron James was trending prior to the decision as being the most popular player, even ahead of Michael Jordan, of all time in the NBA. And that decision just totally derailed that whole popularity thing. And as soon as that got derailed, then his legacy got derailed. Not because of anything. I believe it's fine that he went and started his own team. That's fine. But I think that it's just people stopped liking him, and so they stopped ranking him as high. But the reality is, yes, Kobe's a killer. Kobe's an assassin. I'll give you that. Name one thing he does better than LeBron James. There's nothing on the basketball court he does better. He is a killer, but he doesn't have the skill. He doesn't score as well. He doesn't rebound as well. He doesn't pass as well. He doesn't defend every position as well. He doesn't see the floor the same way that LeBron saw it. He's got a great IQ. I'll give you, some of you say IQ. I mean, I give him that, but on the basketball court, LeBron James does everything better than Kobe Bryant. So for me to say, yeah, he does everything better, but Kobe's still better. Why? I like him more. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. See, my argument is just always the LeBron's okay with failing, and we can say all we want that no, he's not, or he just handles it differently, or any. But he's okay with failing. He's okay with, at the end of the day, if they don't win a championship, he still goes home, and he said it before. He goes home to his house, to his mansion, and his beautiful wife, and all that stuff. Like he can accept losing, and for me, that's just not a guy that I want leading my team. So for me, having him on the greatest of all time list, ahead of guys like Jordan and ahead of guys like Kobe and Wilt, who would not accept that and would not accept failure or losing, I have a hard time doing it, regardless of his, ability to, like I said, LeBron's a great athlete. He could play all five positions, and he would be an all-star, all NBA team at all five. He's that good, but I just don't think he wants to win enough. So that's my argument against LeBron.
And I would say that I understand what you're saying, because that's what he says, and I do believe that he can disassociate his personal life from basketball, and maybe there's something to respecting Kobe and Jordan because they couldn't, like it ate at them when they weren't playing. I don't think LeBron James plays the game of basketball like he's okay with losing. In fact, I think that series that he lost to Golden State back in, 16 or 15, whatever it was, I thought that finals performance and a losing performance was better than anything Michael Jordan did in any of his final wins, because it was just nothing but pure heart poured all over the floor trying to win the series. But then, okay, you lose. Now you're right. He can go home. He can go on the banana boat, right, and have fun with his buddies. And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, because he's just saying, it's like you or me saying, listen, I care about my job. I want to be the best at my job. And when I'm in the office, I want to kill everybody in the office at my job. But as soon as I get home, I'm not even thinking about the office, So does that mean that I'm not as good as somebody who goes home and does think about it? I don't think so. I think it's just what you do within those walls. And LeBron plays like winning means everything to him. But the fact that if he doesn't win, he can go home and it's not going to eat away at him, I have no problem with that.
All right. Our freaking chat is blowing up. I've got, let's see here. We have Mike and Mike. Man Hour says Kobe isn't even top 5. Do you have Kobe in your top 5?
He's 5th.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I go Wilt, Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Kobe, and that's interchangeable, by the way. So depending, Mike and Mike like to say Kobe's not in the top 5. They're just saying that to start a fight. They don't even know who they have in their top 5. The reality is that if you were to switch out Kobe for Duncan, I'd be okay with that. There's certain guys you could switch him out for, and I wouldn't put up too much of a fight. So because he is 5th, but to say he's not top 5, I think that they're just trying to start a fight.
They also say LBJ is the GOAT, and then they put up LBJ, MJ, Wilt, and Bird. Wow.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking. Bird in the top 5. Get out of here.
No. Yeah. Chad joining us. Soup Boss says a lot of people hated Kobe when he played. His personality and persona was better after he retired. You think that's true?
I think people hated him when he played because he was kind of a dick. And unlike Michael Jordan did a really good job. There wasn't social media around, and there wasn't as much coverage. And so Michael Jordan was able to be a dick on the court, and anybody who ever played against him will tell you that he was. So was Kobe. Again, they were basically twins, but the difference was Kobe was covered in a different manner. So when people saw him being a dick, like, "Oh, what a dick!" So he didn't get the Jordan love, but they were both comparable. So I understand why people didn't like Kobe when he played. I know when the whole rape allegation came out, a lot of people really were happy. They wanted to see him go to jail because people are sick-minded. But at the end of the day, yeah, I understand why people didn't like him when he did play. As far as him being, more popular, more likable after he retired, I think that's just because he wasn't killing your team anymore.
Look, Mike and Mike Manauer said Kobe needed Shaq to be like, come on, stop. And this is why his wife, not hot, just saying. This is the type of stuff that you get from Mike and Mike Manauer. This is the type of stuff that you get. And so, look, guys, come on, Buckheister. You're better than that. Come on. Jeez, crow. Subas says Wilt dealt with a lot of losing. He did deal with a lot of losing, but he didn't accept it. He just he didn't have anybody around him when he was losing.
I think that's debatable depending on who you talk to, that some people will say that he cared more about his statistics than he did about winning. And so there were times like he wouldn't play hard on defense because, he didn't foul out in one single game of his 13-year career. And so it got to a certain point where, if he got 4 fouls, he would start not trying as hard on defense because he didn't want to foul out. He didn't want to end that streak. So depending on who you talk to. But I know when you talk to Bill Russell, because I've seen interviews, Bill Russell said that Wilt Chamberlain, there's nobody better, not even MJ.
Hey, look, I'm a big, and I know you are with the tree topper and everything. So Kobe in your heart is probably number 1, I would assume. But
it's my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved watching Kobe, man. It was sad. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I shed tears when I heard about the news of the helicopter and all that. Kobe was just. Jordan was hated too, but Jordan wasn't hated by his teammates, and I've heard a lot that Kobe was. So I don't know. It's hard for me to ever put LeBron above Kobe or MJ, but that's just me. And like I said, my takes don't mean much. Speaking of my takes not meaning much when it comes to basketball, let's get we're going to start doing power rankings here on the RTF Sports Network. And I do know that Wayne G is going to be coming out with the NBA power rankings. So Wayne, why don't you go ahead and give us the top 5 power rankings for the NBA?
Well, right off the bat, we're going to stir some controversy. And keep in mind that I'm a Lakers fan, and like I said, I have Kobe on the top of the tree. I bleed purple and gold above any other sport. I just love the Lakers. And this kills me. My number 1 in the power rankings is the Boston Celtics. I just think that what Brad Stevens has done with that team, they keep looking better and better and better, and Jason Tatum's looking more and more like a superstar. I do think that of all the coaches in the playoffs, he is the best coach in the playoffs right now. You can make an argument for Spoelstra, but it wouldn't be a very good one. I think that Popovich is the only coach in the NBA better than Stevens, so he is the best coach in the NBA right now, and he's coaching an extremely hot team. Number 2, I have the Lakers. You got to consider them with LeBron James and Anthony Davis and the shooters and the defenders around them. They're just one of the top teams. You could put them at number 1. I didn't, just because I don't love Vogel as much as I like Brad Stevens. Raptors at number 3. They've been playing insane. Isn't it crazy that Kawhi Leonard leaves that team and they're still vying for a championship? Milwaukee Bucks at number 4. Again, you could put them at 3 if you want. You can put them at 2 if you want. I mean, Giannis is playing great. He's impossible to guard. And then, of course, number 5, this one I have the Mavericks. I think Rick Carlisle is a great coach. He's right up there in that Stevens category. You bring in Luka playing out of his mind, Kristaps Porzingis, the unicorn, Tim Hardaway Jr., shooters like Trey Burke and, Seth Curry. This team is really, really good. And the Mavericks, I think, are going to make some noise in the playoffs.
All right. There you go. To be honest with you, I could give you my top 5, but it probably doesn't matter because I really don't watch anyway. So Chad says, there goes my co-host with the awesome NBA takes. I do. He did like your pick, though. Go Celts, go green.
That makes me want to puke, but they're the top team, I think.
He wants to know who's doing the NHL power ranking. I don't know. Have we found anybody do the NHL power rankings? If not,
Sully.
Oh, okay. So Sully's going to do them. All right, perfect. So Sully, also from Infinity Sports. Look, those Wayne G and Sully do an amazing job on Infinity Sports. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Them two guys, they do a great show. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to who?
Jesse B, who chimed in.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know why I can never remember that guy. At any rate, we are going to go ahead and take another break. And then when we get back from break, we are going to have our top 5. I won't call it Infinity 5 out of respect. We are going to have our top 5 baseball movies of all time. Stay with us. We will be right back with you.
Yeah, rap, let's take a walk. So you and I can have a little talk. Word is you ain't doing well. Well, I'll be down to make 2 of us. I make plans for the 2 of us. Fuck a minivan, I want a tour bus. Oh, you don't want that? You do with us? I'm about to kill us both, but then blow us up. I mean, blow us up. I'm screwing up like ain't that. I'm rude as fuck to the wrong people like a call evil. Think I'm all for demons. That's true as fuck. Who a joking that? Who a joking tracks? Get killed with a shit that I concentrate. Y'all don't even know half the shit I roll the tracks. The time I tell the shit needs some open that. Now these bricks wanna die, I ain't rolled them back. And these chicks wanna holler, I ain't rolled them back. But please forgive me. I've been busy taking room and walked down rebel tracks. Now I lost my train of thought. Okay, name of seed is travel park. No, I ain't eating now. No, I wear no face mask. He sounds like MF, but saying MF, but answer not that I have to shop. I don't have.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Louder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on the drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
All right, welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed that little break. A little bit more Mises there. If you guys, anybody out there who knows any local or small-time guys that are trying to get their music heard, their name heard, look, I know the music industry is really cutthroat and you know, just like the sports industry is. But, you know, I just seriously, I'm not trying to look for anything for free or anybody, you know, trying to get over on anybody. If you've got some stuff that wants to be heard, that needs to be heard, send it to me. I'll play it on our breaks. Absolutely, positively, we will get your name out there. So moving on, we're going to get to our top 5 baseball movies of all time. And Wayne, this was a tough list for me because I'll tell you right now, I've got some stuff that I thought was going to surely be on the list. And then once I started doing my list, some stuff didn't make it that I really thought would. There are some honorable mentions that I have. I've got The Natural, did not make my top 5. Major League did not make my top 5. Bull Durham did not make my top 5. And then, obviously the ones that I loved as kids, like the Bad News Bears and Rookie of the Year, which before 2016 I thought was going to be the only way I ever saw the Cubs win a damn World Series. So those movies like that did not make my top 5. How about you? Who are some surprises that are not on your list?
Sure. Well, I think the biggest surprise for anybody who knows me is that Major League is not my top 5 because it is my number 1 all-time favorite movie. And as much as I'm a sports buff, I'm equally a movie buff. And so I am very good at separating, like, these movies are great, but I like these ones, and making 2 separate lists. So in this case, we're doing the top 5, what we think are the 5 best baseball movies ever made. Major League doesn't fall into that. So that's the biggest surprise, probably, because everyone who knows me knows that has been my favorite movie for 30 years, and it will be for the next 30 years, but it's not one of the top 5 baseball movies ever made.
Yeah, no, I agree. It didn't make mine either, and I love the movie. I'll watch it every time it's on. I still laugh hysterically every time I watch it. But yeah, it definitely was on top 5 for me. I think my number 5 people are going to have a problem with, just because it's not a lot of people when I say that I love this and it was a great baseball movie, a lot of people come at me with, that's not a baseball movie, that's a chick flick. But my number 5 baseball movie of all time, is For Love of the Game with Kevin Costner. Look, they just do a phenomenal job in that movie of portraying sometimes that we forget that athletes are actually still human beings. They still have lives. They still have things going on in their head. And even though they're on the field and they're performing, sometimes they've got stuff going on that they're thinking about and they're not even thinking about the game. And For Love of the Game, for those of you who haven't seen it, it's a Kevin Costner movie. He's pitching a perfect game, and at the same time, he's reliving, all the different things that he could have done differently or wanted to do differently with a woman that he's fallen in love with. And they just do a phenomenal job. Kevin Costner he's on this list again, obviously. But Kevin Costner is just an amazing actor. He loves baseball himself. So I think maybe that's why he does such good, baseball movies. But yeah, for me, it's For Love of the Game at number 5. You have any issue with that there, Wayne?
No, actually, it's probably my number 6 because I actually have For Love of the Game on my list here, and I have it crossed off in place of a different number 5, so it almost made the list. It is a phenomenal movie, and his love interest in the movie was played by John Travolta's late wife, Kelly Preston, rest in peace. She just passed last week. But very pretty. I remember seeing her in Twins. But the thing I liked about For Love of the Game, not only is the way the story is told and yes, the different dynamics they have in it, but I love Costner's character in that he is such a down-to-earth. He kind of understands life more than he understands baseball. I think that sometimes. And I think of the scene where he meets her. She almost stands him up for dinner, and she goes, "Billy Chappell," and he goes, "Well, why do you use both of my names when you talk about me?" And she goes, "Just so I know what I'm up against." Little kids buy cards with your face on it. He goes, "They buy those for the gum, Gene." And it's just, there's so many great lines in there about how he understands that baseball is not life. Just what you hate about LeBron James, that like this is not his life. He does it, and it's important to him, but life is so much bigger, and that's what the whole movie's about. And there's so many great scenes in that movie. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it specifically because my all-time favorite singer, Garth Brooks, sings a song in that movie called "It Don't Matter to the Sun," and it comes on when he sees his basically stepdaughter at USC when she's coming out of the college. So keep an eye on that, or ear out for that. Yeah, absolutely. It really was a good movie. I definitely recommend it. Wayne, what do you have for 5? My number 5 is Field of Dreams. Again, Costner. You can't go wrong, right? If you build it, he will come. Obviously, I first saw this movie. I was probably 14 or 15 years old. I didn't see it right when it first came out. And I remember this is a movie that, one of those first movies that you really cry at because you're a guy. It's not really sad, I guess. Like, it's not like somebody dies. It's just like, as a human being and as a man, if you're a man and you don't cry at Field of Dreams, you're not really a man. So turn in your man card, because that when he says, "Hey, Dad, do you want to have a catch?" that should bring every man to tears. And the story is just so great. And with James Earl Jones playing Terrence Mann is phenomenal. Ray Liotta as Joe Jackson is so great. Again, great lines when Costner's pitching to him and he says, I want to see if you can hit my curveball. And he throws a curveball and Joe Jackson rips it back at him. He goes, yeah, you can hit the curve.
I hate to do it. Me and Soup do this all the time with our list. It seems like he has one ranked right ahead of mine, but my number 4 is Field of Dreams. I absolutely love the movie. James Earl Jones was absolutely phenomenal in that movie. And a lot of his damn speeches, man, they hit me right in the heart. And when he starts talking about baseball and how, one thing has stood the test of time, and that's baseball, through everything that you do, everything that you go, baseball has always been there for you. And that always hits me, man, because that's how I feel about the game. I'm a baseball guy. I absolutely love the game. And I think this movie does a great job of capturing what it's like for somebody who really, really, really loves the game of baseball. And they do a great job. Obviously, people aren't really going to start coming out of cornfields and playing. And I'm really upset that COVID took that from us this year, because there was the White Sox and the Yankees were actually going to play a game there this year at the Field of Dreams. So it disappoints me that they are not doing that this year, because I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah, James Earl Jones, like you said, you said your finger was a gun.
Yeah.
It's such a good movie.
Dude, that guy.
So speaking of James Earl Jones and baseball movies, my number 4 is The Sandlot. I think that this is just a great movie that kids from all ages, and when I say kids, I mean 50-year-olds. If you enjoy the game of baseball, how could you not like The Sandlot? Kids getting together, playing baseball all summer long. It's nostalgic because it goes back to the 60s or 70s, whatever it is. And in order to play under the lights, they play under the fireworks. Benny the Jet Rodriguez, classic character. The PF Flyers, the Beast, and then of course, like I said, Mr. Myrtle. When they say, that's signed by George or by Babe Ruth, it's like, George signed this. It's just so great. He gets out the murderer's robe on. It's just so good. I mean, I could watch that entire movie probably for an entire week or two straight and not get sick of it.
Yeah. So at number 3, I have Moneyball. Moneyball, a phenomenal movie. I mean, if you want to know what it's like in the front office of baseball and what Billy Beane did with that Oakland A's team and the way that they run their signings and their draft pick, it is just unbelievable. And they have so many celebrities in this movie. You got who we have in I got Philip Seymour Hoffman. You have Jonah Hill, Jonah Hill was brilliant in that movie.
Kills it.
Man, he was unreal. And then you have Chris Pratt obviously is in there, and Brad Pitt is obviously Billy Beane. But that movie to me is kind of like for draft day for football. It really brings you inside of what it's like inside a front office. Most of us have our ideas as to what these guys do or, what phone calls are like or anything like that. But this really gives you some inside information of the front office of an MLB team. And I thought that was an absolutely amazing movie. Well, who do you have at number 3, Wayne?
Yeah, well, I'll say I love Moneyball as well. And like I said, Jonah Hill, phenomenal. And to me, obviously, my favorite scene is when he's trying to get the money to buy Rincon, and they're calling the owner, right? And he's like, Billy needs $250,000 for Rincon, please. No, I added the please. And he says, and so he's like, no. And he goes, all right, tell him I'll buy him myself, but when I sell him next year for twice as much, I'm keeping the money. And so he tells him, and then he's like, yes, they got it, So that's such a great scene.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my number 3 is one that you left off the list. You said it's Bull Durham. Obviously, Bull Durham. When you think of like minor league baseball, who doesn't love minor league baseball and the show that they put out there? It's a big family event, and the lifetime minor leaguer who's just so knowledgeable. And Kevin Costner plays that so well, like the guy who just understands life. And while he's trying to teach Nuke, who has no clue about life, Tim Robbins was phenomenal as Nuke LaLoosh. Susan Sarandon back when she was a smoke show. She's so hot in that. I don't know, the whole movie in general, and just how life is like baseball. She says it right at the very beginning that she goes to the church of baseball. That's her church. And that whole movie just kind of, reiterates that point after point after point. And to the point that, Kevin Costner has so many great comebacks for her because she's an educated woman. I think she teaches, at the university, and everything she says, he has a witty comeback for it. And it's so fantastic.
Yeah, that's it. The Church of Baseball one is one I use all the time because people start getting into religious talk or something like that with me. I'm not a religious person, so a lot of people will be like, "Oh, who do you pray to?" "Oh, I pray to the baseball gods." That's what and man, they get so mad, so angry, and it usually sparks a long argument. But no, Bull Durham was a great movie. Look, again, another Kevin Costner flick. Like, the guy has done some really, really good baseball movies. I don't have that one on here, but it definitely, like, I have no problem with anybody who does have it in the top 5. That's for sure. Who do you have at number 2?
Number 2, I am going to go with another one that you missed, The Natural. Obviously, Roy Hobbs, it starts off the movie, he's the pitcher. He strikes out the whammer, which is really the Babe Ruth, right? Strikes him out in 3 straight pitches. Robert Duvall is so good in that movie. Kim Basinger, Wilford Brimley is the manager, diabetes. He keeps talking about how he should have been a farmer, which is hilarious every time he says it. My favorite line, I think, though, is when Bump, who is played by Mark Madsen, Bump actually misses a fly ball, and he's like, hey, the sun got in my eyes. And it's just like a cloudy overhead day. He looks up, he goes, yeah, blinding. But then, he tells Roy, he's like, all right, Roy, batting practice tomorrow, I'll be there. He's like, I always am. And he's hitting these bombs like out of the stadium pretty much. And this turns into this. I think if you were to do a Major League Baseball draft of fictional players, number 1 is Steve Nebraska from The Scout because he hits bombs and he throws 108 miles per hour. Right. But number 2 is going to be Roy Hobbs. I mean, just the guy is just a phenomenal hitter.
Yeah. No, look, I mean, I might take the Hambino at number 1, but I mean, you mentioned the Sandlot earlier. They had some good Benny the Jet Rodriguez. So there are definitely some great. That would be a good one, man. Do a baseball movie draft. That would be to draft the players from baseball movies. That'd be interesting. Where Billy Chapman? Would you take him in the first round?
Billy Chappell as the first pitcher. So I did a blog on the RTF page. You guys can check it out. Where actually I pick a lineup based on fictional movie characters, and I actually make baseball cards to match the player. Yeah. So my starting pitcher was Steve Nebraska because, like I said, he throws 108, 110 miles per hour. So you
it's a no-brainer. Or the kid from Rookie of the Year, didn't he hit like 132 on the radar or something like that?
No, he was throwing in the 90s. But he was like 11, so that's why it was cool.
Yeah. That's true. All right, so at number 2, I have probably the most underrated baseball movie of all time, and that's 8 Men Out. 8 Men Out was a great movie. You had a lot of, your supporting actors, your great supporting actors who were all in this movie. You had John Sayles, John Cusack, David Strathairn, you had Charlie Sheen, Christopher Lloyd, Clifton James, Michael Rooker. And the list just keeps going on and on and on of guys who played in this movie. But they did an amazing job of detailing the 1918 Black Sox scandal. And, I mean, it was so well done. Such a good movie. They really let you into, they kind of – there's always different perspectives on, what Shoeless Joe Jackson did or didn't do. And this movie – really portrays Shoeless Joe Jackson to be innocent of all the things that they were ultimately charged with and kicked out of baseball for. But it was such a good movie, so well done. And I think that they really did baseball a whole lot of justice by going through all the events and letting people who, weren't alive at that time or just were interested in the story of the Black Sox scandal, especially nowadays. I mean, everybody with the Houston Astros or with, any sort of cheating going on in baseball, the PED, era, like I really feel like they gave you a great glimpse into something that is seen as a black mark on the game. And it was just really well done. The actors that they had in there did a great job. And so I have 8 Men Out as my number 2.
Amen. That's a fantastic movie. I love it, and I mentioned it before we came on the air that is a great movie, and that the only reason I didn't include it is because I have a hard time with real life stories kind of being put out there as movies because they're building off of something that actually happened. But that said, D.B. Sweeney played Joe Jackson in that movie, and he's great. If you know him from The Cutting Edge and Heaven is a Playground, he's a very good actor. You say that it shows him being innocent of all that stuff, but Joe Jackson did take their money. He just hit 330 and hit the only home run of the series, but he did take their money. He did know about it. If anything, Buck Weaver, played by John Cusack, did nothing. He didn't take any money. He didn't try to throw the game. He was trying to win, but he knew about it and he didn't tell anyone. That's why he got the lifetime ban. So I really thought it was a kind of written from the player's perspective also of seeing why would you ever take money to throw the series? And they kind of show because these guys weren't getting paid anything and the owner was making a ton of money and all they wanted was little bonuses and the owner wouldn't give them bonuses. And it was just, you understood that Charles Comiskey is one of the worst owners of all time,
Yeah.
So I totally think that's a great movie. Neither of us have 42. I
don't have
says
42. If neither of you have 42 on your list, I'm fucking lighting this show up on Tuesday. Well, Soup Boss, not only did it not make my list, but it didn't even make my honorable mentions. I liked the movie. 42 was a great movie, but at no point in time did I even think about it as being a top 5 baseball movie of all time. Great movie. Did an awesome job of portraying Jackie Robinson, did a great job of letting you really know of the things that he had to endure being the first African-American ball player. And they really did do a good job at it. It was a great movie. Anybody who hasn't seen it, I definitely recommend 42. But 42 is not on my list. And I know from talking to you before the show, Wayne, it's not on your list either.
It is not. And I will tell people who like the movie 42, you should check out the movie called Soul of the Game, where Blair Underwood plays Jackie Robinson and Delroy Lindo plays Satchel Paige. Bubba from Forrest Gump plays Josh Gibson. And it's about the Negro Leagues. And it's a better movie than 42. I promise you. And that's not to take a knock at 42, which was really well done. And in terms of camera angles and set design and stuff like that is a much better movie. But Soul of the Game, in terms of entertainment value, much better movie about Jackie Robinson.
Soup Boss here calls us a name. If you're watching live, you can see it. If you are listening to this as we re-air it on the RTF Sports Network, I am just going to give you 2 letters, and it is MF. So
it's a word that describes very cool porn on X Hamster.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, that took an unexpected turn. All right.
Hey, Corey Chase, baby.
Who do you? Oh my God! Oh man! All right, so who do you have at number 1?
Number 1, and this is going to go right smack dab in the face of what I just said. My number 1 is A League of Their Own. And I know it's based on a true story, but the performances in here from Tom Hanks as Jimmy Dugan, and again, so many players. The guy who played Eddie Seacott in 8 Men Out is the chocolate guy. He's the one that gets the league started. Gina Davis, Rosie O'Donnell when she was still funny. Madonna when she still looked good. It's a really good cast. But it's just such a great story, and the story about how it went on during World War II and what these girls did and their experiences playing professional baseball. John Lovitz as the scout is probably my favorite character in the entire movie. He's phenomenal. When he first is introduced to them and they're milking cows in the barn, and he goes, "Doesn't that hurt them?" And they go, "No." It bruised the hell out of me. So it's he's such a great character. But no, that whole movie from start to finish, there's not a single moment of the movie, even the part where the girl's husband dies. None of it is bad to me. It's so good. And Tom Hanks, that's why he's so brilliant, is everything he touches is gold. And so I have A League of Their Own, which I believe actually is the best baseball movie ever made, is A League of Their Own.
League of Their Own was really good. There's no crying in baseball is something that you hear said. Even kids now will say it in Little League. So it definitely was a great movie. Definitely, it wasn't in my top 5. Michelle, my girlfriend, she says it is a great pick for number 1, Wayne. And Soup Boss lights you up and says, "You said you don't like movies from real events. You damn liar! Bullshit."
Well, I preface by saying that.
With that said, that is the best baseball movie ever, he says.
Thank you, Chad.
And Brandon, my son's out here. Apparently you tuned into the show late, Junior, because he did have The Sandlot on his list. He had it at number 4. And my number one baseball movie of all time is The Sandlot. Look, The Sandlot is just an amazing baseball movie. It does a great job of capturing the purity of baseball, and where we all grow a love for the game is when we are children. I mean, that on The Sandlot, picking teams, throwing the bat up in the air. I remember, having to catch the bat and then you put your hands on top till you get to the top of the. You ever do that where you get to the knob of the bat and whoever's hand goes on top, they get to bat first or pitch first? And there's just so many different things that The Sandlot brings to you. Comedy being one of them. I mean, when he tells that kid he plays ball like a girl, the look on that kid's face, I crack up every time. Every time. And it's still a great, I use it as a meme all the time. People talk shit. I use that one as a meme. I use a lot of "You're killing me, Smalls" is one of the things I say all the time, especially to my kids. I always, "You're killing me, Smalls." That movie was absolutely amazing, and it does a great job, like I said, of capturing the purity of the game and what we grow up, how we fall in love with the game, with our friends, playing in the sandlots or in the alleys or in our backyards or wherever we're playing. And then, all the stuff that we do that our parents don't know about, when they sneak the tobacco and they go on the roller coaster, or, they do it's all stuff that we do as kids. And I love that movie. I'll watch The Sandlot anytime, anywhere. Anybody who says, "Hey, let's watch The Sandlot," I'm in. So
fantastic soundtrack as well too. I mean, the soundtrack, so because it's all those 50 songs, and you have 2 songs in that movie by the Drifters. Which I'm gonna tell you this right now. I had this debate with somebody. I said, who's better, Benny King and the Drifters or Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons? And most people will say Frankie Valli because they had more, hits that you think of.
Right.
But Benny King and the Drifters were by far better. And in that movie, you have this magic moment when he kisses Wendy Peppercorn, and then you got There Goes My Baby
scene, man.
Yeah, There Goes My Baby, which is where Wendy Peppercorn's walking down the street, and just so good. Yeah, the scene with her is fantastic. And I think you talk about things that you say, like "You're killing me, Smalls." My wife says that a lot.
Yeah.
What I say to my daughter a lot is when she's like, "How long do I have to do this for?"
Forever. Yes. And then the Wendy, you gotta. I mean, when you first watched The Sandlot, you have to admit that when he did that, when he went in the pool, you really thought something serious was happening. And then when he opens his eyes, you're like, "This kid's a freaking genius." Tell me you weren't thinking about going to the pool and doing this, or going to the beach and doing this, and hoping that a hot lifeguard came to pick you up.
When I was a kid growing up, none of the lifeguards looked like Wendy Peppercorn.
Soup Boss wants to know if there's a 50s music debate happening.
He was like 73 when that stuff came out.
Yeah, that's. Oh no! Oh, he's definitely gonna have something to say about that on Tuesday. I guarantee you. It's a movie that both kids and adults can get emotionally connected with. You're right. It's something that I watched it with my kids. I know my girl, her nephews, they love that movie and they watch it all the time. So that's why for me because The Sandlot is one of those movies that generation after generation after generation, you can still get the kids to watch it and they'll love it. Because no matter what, it's still going to be a great movie. Whereas like all the other ones, like 8 Men Out, Field of Dreams, if you really love baseball, then you'll like those movies. But The Sandlot, even if you don't know what baseball is, as a kid, you'll still enjoy this movie. It'll still make you laugh. It'll still be funny. So Soup Boss. Oh, man. All right, so we're going to get to another quick break, and then we will come back with Way or No Way. So hang out with us for a little bit. Things are getting heated between Wayne, the guest co-host, and Soup Boss. So you guys are killing me here. 12. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, 12 is more than 9. You're not wrong.
It's just a fact.
Yeah. I mean, it's you learn that early on in math class. So, all right, we'll be right back, guys.
But there's something you don't know about. Life trying to make change. With straws trying to change me back to the old me. This in high school, you don't know me. No, all you do is troll me. Got so. Know about things, so I know a whole lot. Fighting in my sleep all the time, speaking time, wake me up at 3 o'clock. So what's that tell you? Think it means that I'm going to hell? Do hell no, it means I'm a threat to him. So I suggest that you listen real close to what I tell you. Cause I ain't gonna be here long, but you can always hear a song. On myself while I try to when I write this. Heat strength to hold on. Struggle for so long, I don't even know what peace feel like. My dreams died, this is real life. Tears in my eyes, looking at the ceiling like.
All right, guys. So that is Mises with "Do You See Me?" That is another one of his that he just does a great job with. He is talking about depression and people that really don't have anybody to talk to. And I know I've got some friends that have struggled with it, whether it's PTSD or depression. Look, if you need somebody to talk to or you need somebody to reach out to, definitely there's always somebody out there. Hell, if you need to reach out to me, reach out and we can talk. But just again, Mises is one of those guys who has a message that needs to be heard, and he's got all sorts of songs with all sorts of meanings. So check out that one. Check out Free Pression, and check out Our Father has a great message, especially with everything that's going on in the world today. So definitely check it out. My girlfriend texted me during the break, and she wants to know what's going on with 12 is greater than 9.
We'll get to it. We'll talk about it at the end of Way or No Way.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Way or No Way. So you guys know the game. This is Way or No Way, and you know how it's played. We will give you an answer, whether it's way or no way.
No way. Yes way.
Or in Wayne's estimation, kind of way. Yeah.
You'll be happy to know I don't have any kind of ways in this list.
Oh, that is an amazing thought. So our first way or no way is Brett Favre comes out and says that he thinks that after this season, Aaron Rodgers should go sign with the Chicago Bears and rub it in Green Bay's face like he did with the Minnesota Vikings. And I got to tell you, even though Soup Boss doesn't have his top 10 quarterbacks, and even though I've spent his entire career loathing the man, if he was my quarterback, especially with the options we have now, that would be amazing. So for me, it is definitely a way. Aaron Rodgers should absolutely come to the Bears. If Aaron Rodgers is the Bears quarterback this year, they are the number 1 seed in the NFC. They are going to the Super Bowl, and they are winning the Super Bowl. They are a top 2-3 team with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, and to throw it at Green Bay would be absolutely amazing. I know I've got some friends that are watching this that are Green Bay fans. Brad, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, buddy. And I know you're probably vomiting in a bucket, but Aaron Rodgers should absolutely come to Chicago. What do you say, Wayne?
I say no way. In fact, I think if you're going to be like Brett Favre, Why don't you be like Brett Favre and make the rookie sit for 3 years before he ever sees the field? And Aaron Rodgers knows what that's like because he had to sit for 3 years behind Brett Favre, who they thought was out of town, and just stuck around and stuck around and stuck around. After they drafted this kid in the first round to be his replacement, he wouldn't let him get on the field. Eventually, it happened, and I think all that time was great for Aaron Rodgers. And if there's anybody that needs it, it's Jordan Love. The guy set an NCAA record last year for most interceptions in a season with 21. He is not ready to see the NFL. He will not be ready next year or the year after that. So if I were Green Bay, I would ride Aaron Rodgers as long as he will allow you, as long as he's under contract, because he will leave and go somewhere else. I don't know if it'll be an NFC North team, but he is going to leave and go somewhere else at the end of his contract. But as long as he's under contract, soak it up, take as much as you can, get to as many of those division wins as you can. But that's how I say no way. I say, make Jordan Love wait on the bench for 3 years. That's how you should be like Brett Favre.
Yeah, and the difference between Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers when it comes to that is you could learn from Brett Favre. Brett Favre was the type of guy that could teach you. He didn't want to. He didn't want to train somebody to take over his spot, but he was somebody that could teach you. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is that guy. Aaron Rodgers is not an approachable human being. His own family doesn't even like inviting him to family events. So I don't think that it's the same scenario as it was with Brett and Aaron as it will be with Aaron and Jordan. I think Aaron still feels like he's got probably another 5 or 6 years left in the tank. And, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, look at Tom Brady. So not saying that Aaron Rodgers is on that level, but you could definitely play well into your 40s and be a successful quarterback in the league. So I just don't know that Green Bay wants to deal with him. I think the draft of Jordan Love really means that Green Bay's ready to move on from Aaron, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him go. I don't think he's going to come to the Bears. I don't think that just because the Bears never have had a quarterback of that caliber, and they just don't seem to ever want a quarterback of that caliber, a la picking up Nick Foles this offseason as opposed to everybody else that was available. So I have a hard time seeing him come to Chicago, but I don't see him in Green Bay much past this season.
Yeah, I think he is. I think that he only had 6 interceptions last year or whatever it was. He never throws double-digit interceptions. He's a very accurate, very smart quarterback. I understand what you're saying is that he doesn't want to be the mentor, but neither did Tom Brady to Jimmy Garoppolo, and yet Garoppolo was still able to soak up things because just being in the same meeting rooms as that guy, even if he doesn't want to help you, listen to his answers to the coach's questions. Listen to him describe the breakdown when the coach asked him to describe the breakdown. You can still soak up being around Aaron Rodgers, and he is a very, very good cerebral quarterback that you can soak up stuff without his help. I do agree with you that he has no interest in helping because unlike Brett Favre, I think Brett Favre would be like, if you're like, hey, Brett, can you help me? He'd say, no, and he'd just take a couple of Vicodin and a couple of 6-packs and he'd be fine. But like Aaron Rodgers, on the other hand, I think Aaron Rodgers is legitimately butthurt by this kid being brought in. And I think that he not only would not help this kid, I think he hates this kid. I don't think Brett Favre hated Aaron Rodgers. That's just his personality. But I think Aaron Rodgers hates Jordan Love and has no interest in helping him whatsoever. So that is the big difference, like you said. But I do think that he can still learn a lot from Aaron Rodgers in those meetings.
Soup Boss says you're going to find a way to talk yourself into a kind of way before it's over.
Nope.
He also says Rodgers can teach you how to spend holidays alone. He ain't wrong. I mean, he's not wrong. Look, I just think, I don't know. I don't see him in Green Bay. I don't think he wants to be there this year. I really don't. And that's why I feel like Green Bay is going to have a down season. Not only do they not have any weapons beyond Devontae Adams, but they just, I don't see him wanting to be there. And then if they start, it's going to be one of those, if they have a stretch of 2 or 3 bad games, the talks are going to start. And I don't think Aaron Rodgers is mentally capable of dealing with that stuff. So
I don't think the talks are going to legitimately start within the organization because anybody who knows football knows that Jordan Love is nowhere near ready to take the reins. I mean, it's like drafting a number 1 prospect in baseball out of high school and then saying, well, Mike Trout's going to look over his shoulder if he strikes out 3 times.
They're not going to start within the organization, but they are going to start within the media, and the fans might even start booing a little bit. And like I said, Aaron Rodgers is not the guy you want your home fans to start booing, because he is the type of guy who'll take his ball and go home.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So, all right. So moving on. We talked about this last week, Soup Boss and I. We talked about the NCAA and, how poor it has been for the football season with their ability to get some actual seasons going. You got some conferences shutting down. You've got other conferences saying that they're going to play, releasing their schedule. And then you've got teams that are within the conferences that are shutting down, and they're going out there and practicing the same day that the conferences announced that they shut down. So you got a whole lot of discourse. So the next way or no way is the NCAA failed its players, coaches, boosters, and fans by not coming up with a plan to play a full season. What do you say, Wayne?
I say no way, because they shouldn't be playing a season. It's just too dangerous right now. I think that there's no way for them to completely manage it, especially with 136 Division I teams, whatever there is out there, and all the travel and whatnot. And I understand talk about how many hub locations are you going to have for 136 teams, and then you're just going to decide, well, we want the top 25 to play, but not everyone else has to play. It just gets really messy. What they should have done right from the get-go, and I said this on the Dad's debate, I said, back in March or February, they should have said, guys, the season is suspended indefinitely. We will revisit in August, September, right? Because that gives you enough time to get a training camp together, have a season, and then you go straight into the bowl games instead of having a month off between the end of the season and the bowl games. Just go right into them. But they didn't do that. They gave everybody, this idea, hey, we're going to have a season, guys. We're going to have a season. We're going to have a season. And they pumped up everybody's expectations, and now there's not going to be a season. When if they just suspended it indefinitely right from the start, you wouldn't have had those expectations. And then right now they should be canceling the season. I think the Big Ten is making a mistake. I think the SEC is making a mistake. Every team should be canceling the season. I think the NCAA should step in and force their hand.
See, that's where I disagree. This is definitely a way. Look, the NCAA, I get what you're saying with the dangers and with COVID and with everything out there. But the NCAA could have turned this around just like Major League Baseball did and say, look, we're not going to send Florida State to go out to Utah and play BYU, but we are going to play interconference schedules. So, you guys are going to stay inside your conference and play inside your conference. The SEC is going to play the SEC. The Big Ten is going to play the Big Ten. The ACC is going to play the ACC, and so on and so forth. And the NCAA just came up with nothing. They had no plan in place, so it doesn't surprise me now that teams aren't playing. It doesn't surprise me now that conferences are shutting down. But the NCAA absolutely could have came up with a plan. Every other league, every other sport is playing, but the NCAA just all they do with these kids is make money and make money and make money. So the billions and billions of dollars that they make off of these kids, they don't care about the money. One season off isn't going to kill the NCAA. They're still going to have the tuitions. They're still going to have all the boosters. They're still going to have everything that they need to have. But you're costing these kids a year. You're costing these kids a year of their career, a year to prove what they want to do to move on to the next level, and you're costing them that, and that's not okay. It's not okay. What the NCAA did is atrocious, absolutely atrocious.
And to quote the movie The Program, this is an institute for higher education, not a football vocational school. And the idea is that, yes, if you're not going to make the kids go to classes, and a lot of these schools are having remote classes right now, if it's too dangerous for the kids to go to class, how can you tell them, but it is safe enough to get on a plane or get on a bus and go to the next game? It's basically prioritizing football over academics. It's prioritizing football over lives. If you're going to protect the life of a science major, the quarterback for the football team equals. They should both be protected the same way.
But see, where you say like that quote from the program, look, these kids that are going to play football, let's be real. The starters, the guys that are on scholarship, they're not going to class anyway. And if they are, they're going to major in TV watching. That's what these guys do. That's what these athletes do. That's what these guys who are trying to go to the next level do. Now, granted, don't get me wrong. Not every single athlete does that. There are some athletes who go out and they get their degree and they major in study, and they're far smarter than I'll ever be. So I get it. You look at guys like I can't think of his name right off the top of my head, but he's a genius, a Rhodes Scholar, and he played football. So these guys that are going out there, especially these kids that are in situations where if they weren't playing football or they weren't playing basketball or they weren't playing baseball, would be stuck in situations that aren't really good for them. They have to go back to neighborhoods that aren't good for them. They have to go back to homes that aren't good for them. Whatever the case is, you're taking that away from these kids. And these kids need this game. They need what they're trying to do to succeed for their families, to succeed for themselves. The NCAA absolutely failed its players, absolutely failed its coaches, absolutely failed its fans and its boosters, 100%. So let's move on, since I just killed you in another debate. Let's move on with another one.
No facts, as usual.
Hockey is still a better watch than basketball, especially with no fans in the stands. Now, I watched one basketball game today, and I've watched 2 hockey games. And I've watched a bunch of hockey games, but I watched 2 today. And to me, basketball is tough to watch anyway, just because it's kind of watered down now. It's nobody really plays defense, but it is what it is. It's still a competition. I still like watching it. I'm still going to tune in for the playoffs. I'm still going to look and have an opinion on basketball. But I think hockey's just a higher rate of speed. Hockey is more exciting, especially in the playoffs. Any team can win at any time. I don't want to see, you don't get the Lakers Grizzlies matchup, or these matchups where already that this series is going 4 or 5 games and this team is definitely going to win. You don't get that in hockey. There's so much parity in hockey. An 8 seed could absolutely win a Stanley Cup any single year, every year. You've got teams like for me, my hometown, the Blackhawks. Look, this series and the Knights, which they won tonight, so they extended the series. It's 3-1. They're completely outmatched. They're completely outgunned. I thought that they were going to go out and lay an egg versus Edmonton, and they came out and beat Edmonton in 4. So I don't see the same parity in basketball. You get a lot of lame duck series in basketball, and to me, hockey is just a much, much, much better watch than the NBA.
Well, now, what do you think I'm going to say here? Because obviously I'm the NBA head, right? And I'm going to say no way. I mean, listen, nobody watches hockey for a reason. You can say it's a better watch, but there's a reason it has the lowest ratings of the 4 major sports. Hockey fans have become the new soccer fans, right? Remember all the soccer fans talking about the beautiful game and how it's the greatest thing ever? You know why it was the greatest thing ever? Because nobody watched it. So they were cool for being the fans of the thing that nobody liked, right? That's what hockey is. You're fans of something nobody likes. Listen, the reality is basketball is a better watch. It's a faster up and down games. The scores are 110-96, not 2-1. You can talk about intrigue all you want, but seeing people go up and down the ice 100 miles an hour for 2 periods with no scores, why is that exciting to me? Like I said, you say it's a better watch, but I think that's coming from the perspective of being a hockey fan. It's like if you ask a Republican who's a better president, Trump or Obama, not to get political, but who are they going to say? You're a hockey fan, you're going to say hockey. I'm a basketball fan, I'm going to say basketball, but I'm trying to be unbiased on this. I'm just going to the statistics, which is the ratings. If it's really a better watch, then how come nobody watches it?
Well, because people don't take the time to understand it. That's why there's so many nuances in hockey, and there's not in basketball. I mean, it's dribble ball, shoot ball. There's not, you know what I mean? Like hockey is nobody understands icing, nobody understands offsides, so people that don't take the time to learn, I wouldn't say nobody. Especially, I mean, as a guy up there in New England, I mean, hockey's huge. And there are a lot of places where hockey is huge and hockey is a bigger sport than basketball.
They have free healthcare. It's called Canada.
Well, especially amongst youth play. And that's another thing, too, that there's the other problem is that, in youth sports, hockey is so expensive. Absolutely so. I remember my son plays hockey, and I remember putting him in, and for the Learn to Skate program, it was like $800 for the season. Like it's a ridiculously expensive sport. So there's another reason why a lot of people don't get into it is because their kids don't play it. And so I get from a ratings point of view, hockey is just a much more exciting end-to-end sport, start to finish. Even in a nothing game, you still got end-to-end action. A guy's getting hit, or there's a chance on a goalie's making a great save. Them nothing games sometimes are more exciting than a 10 to 12 game. They're just, you don't get those often in hockey, but they're more exciting to watch just because there's so many more chances, so many more great saves. Like, I don't know, if you think basketball is a more exciting watch than hockey, then you're just, to me, you're probably a boring person, a la Wayne G.
I don't think anyone's ever called me boring.
12 is greater than 9, though. Speaking of which, way or no way, 12 is greater than 9, and why don't you explain to us why 12 is greater than 9, Wayne G?
So I'm not going to take any shots at anybody because I promise not to do that. So all I'm going to say is I'm going to give people kind of a history lesson, which is basically in our industry, we work at a place called RTF Sports, or the RTF Sports Network. We all have shows on there, and everybody likes their own show, and that's understandable, and you should. So I'm a type of guy, I like to bust balls, so to say. I like to throw shade at people just to kind of be funny, and I like the back and forth. I do it. I throw shade at you guys. You throw shade at us. You pretend not to know who Jesse is, So it's like that's the way we do things, and it's funny, and we get along, and all's good. But there are some people who can't take that. And on an RTF thread, there was a show that I threw shade at being funny, and they took it personally, and they came at me starting to talk about how their show's better than my show, their show's amazing and my show's crap, they're a long-term juggernaut, like whatever, and I'm just this flash in the pan. And so then I started throwing statistics, because that's how I like to win arguments, is by actually bringing facts and statistics. And so I brought up the fact that between me and this other show, our show had more views the last month than their show, not only on the RTF page, but on our personal pages where the views are a lot higher. But on the RTF page in particular, they had said to me, 49 views. I remember when I did my first podcast, and it was 49 views for a commercial I did. It wasn't even my podcast. So I found on the RTF page their actual live podcast, like we're doing right now, and they had 9 views. So I sent a screenshot to the chat, and I said, "Oh, is your first podcast last week when you got 9 views?" And so they sent a screenshot of my show, which had 12 views on the RTF page. And they said, "Yeah, look at this." And I said, "Yeah, 12 is greater than 9. And so I thought it would be funny to come on with a 12 is greater than 9 shirt.
You guys were arguing about whether or not 12 views versus 9 views. I saw this little exchange on Facebook. I found it hilarious. I am a guy, and I explained this to our guy over there, Rapid Dave from Strikeout Beer, because we were talking about this a little bit. And I love chaos, man. I'm one of those guys who, when the Patriots decided to trade away Jimmy G, even though everybody knew Bill Belichick wanted to keep Jimmy G, and I thought it would be great if the Patriots, went into, when it was during the Super Bowl when they played Philadelphia, it was the same season. And I said, man, wouldn't it have been great if after, the Patriots lost to the Eagles, if Bill Belichick during a press conference ripped off his hoodie and he had a Jimmy G jersey on and went over to San Francisco and decided to coach them instead of New England? Like, I'm a big fan of chaos, and I would love to see it more in sports. And I know our business, look, this business is cutthroat. The fact that we have the opportunity to do what we are doing now with the RTF Sports Network, I don't take it lightly. I think we have a great opportunity here. Granted, it's not a ESPN or a Comcast Sports or anything like that, but it's still a platform. It's still a platform for us to perfect our art. It's still a platform for us to do the things that we love to do. The great thing about us is that we're not bound by the politics of a big network. And so throwing shade at other shows, joking around, getting there. Look, some people just can't handle it. And Chad Launder chimes in and says, "You're a big fan of being a WWE writer." I am. Look, I love the WWE scenarios. I love the idea of a heel turn. And so some people can take it. Like, look, you can come at me all day and I'm going to laugh. Like, if you say something derogatory towards me and it's funny, I'm still going to laugh. And I'm going to say, wow, that was a good one. I have nothing left to say. And some people just can't handle that. And I think that there are a couple people that are, within the network that would love to talk a whole lot of crap, but just can't take it. And, I think you found one of them, and I loved every second of it. I'm not going to lie. I loved the exchange. I may have been stirring the pot a little bit in there. I may have thrown a couple of jabs trying to get you to go back at him, trying to get him to go back at you.
But it wasn't needed. I think that
good.
I think you would agree because you, like I said, you watched the entire exchange. It was eventually deleted, and like I said, I'm not throwing any names out there because I don't want anyone to get hurt again. You mentioned WWE. I will say that this host starts off a show like Hulk Hogan, like, thanks for tuning in, brother, to my show. So maybe you'll know who that is. But but like I said, you watched the entire exchange and you saw it all play out. In your opinion, without naming any names or wanting to hurt anyone's feelings, in your opinion, watching the entire exchange play out, if it were a boxing match, what do you think the result of that match was?
Oh, man. Look, I will just say this. One of you guys would have been declared the winner, and one of you guys would have lost. And, you're not wrong. 12 is greater than 9, and I'll just say that, and I will let it go there. So there's the explanation for the live viewers who have been wondering what 12 is greater than 9. And it is now time for us to get to our Shop Talk segment. So this is the segment here for you, the fans. Look, we're just going to talk about anything you want to talk about. We're an open book. Me and Supa say it all the time. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about, anything that is going on, anything that you want us to know, any sports stuff, personal stuff, whatever it is. Wayne G might not be so much open to the personal stuff, but we are.
Oh, bring it. I love it.
I like to be as open and honest as possible. So if you're watching and you want to chime in, let us know what you want to talk about. I'm going to go through some of the comments here. I missed a bunch of them. Chad has been blowing it up. Brandon comes here. Where is your chin? Who are you talking to? Look, if you're talking about me, I got like 4 of them, so you have to be more specific. I don't know which one you're asking for. Chad's throwing some shade. I'll say blow me, Wayne.
All right.
Listen, brother, don't say that about my show.
Oh, my God. I can't even with you, man. Chad says you play the other 3 sports in your park as a kid. That's the difference. And you're right. And that's what I was getting at, is that, the other 3 major sports that get more attention, especially from the younger viewers, because you can pick up a bat and a ball and you can go play at the park. You can pick up a basketball and go play at the park. You can pick up a football and go play at the park. You can't do that with hockey. And so, I get it. I get why, there's more viewers. Chad, this is for Wayne. How does it feel to be as damn sexy as the guy you are sitting in for? To try to be as damn sexy as the guy you're sitting in for?
Well, it's not a whole lot of effort. I guess, somebody who remembers the Adams administration, I don't really need, all I need to be is, I just need to be younger than you and I look good.
Oh my, he's only turning 40, right?
Oh, okay. So I'm older than him, right?
Oh man. Brandon Combs Jr., the Blackhawks won today. Is that a one and done, or do you think they will pull a Cubs? I don't see them coming back down 3-1, not to the Knights. Anything can happen in hockey, though. Look, if Corey Crawford gets hot and stands on his head for the next 3 games, it's absolutely possible. I never say never, but the Vegas Knights are just a more talented team. They have, hell, even their goalie was our backup goalie last year, who we decided to let go and hang on to Corey Crawford. And they're just a more talented team. I think they'll find a way to pull out one of the next, 3 games. the Hawks might win one more and make it really interesting. But if it goes 7, if they do pull it back and make it go 7, I will say that they may have Vegas pinned against the wall, and I do like their chances. But I think this one ends in either 5 or 6, though. So sorry, bud. I know you're a Bruins fan anyway. So, but the Blackhawks I think they're done. Coming from the guy tossing 50s bebop debate. The only thing I like about Chad being gone is there's no big green turd on the wall. So I don't know if you've seen the show, because I see you chime in all the time. So Chad's got that thing, that backdrop with all the Boston logos, and I always tell him that it looks like he's got a big green turd on the wall because he's got Wally the monster sitting right behind him. Oh man! So your show here, you had a little bit of technical difficulties with the interview for Ronnie Fields. Have you guys talked about getting him back on, or when you're going to get him back on, or?
No, we don't have a date yet. I've been in touch with him, and I'd mentioned that it's really kind of funny that to get him on the phone and to think that I'm actually talking with Ronnie Fields is nuts, and actually seeing him on the video, because we did have him on the video before we got to we had all those technical difficulties. He still looks jacked, like he is like pumped.
Yeah.
But it was just exciting. He did say he wants to come on, and so we are going to try to work out a date. We had Coach Fields on past Wednesday, which was a great interview.
That was a great interview. Oh my God, that guy! I wanted to comment on there, but I didn't want to do it because I just didn't want it to be unprofessional. But I want to be like, hey, will you come on our show? He was amazing, man.
He's phenomenal.
Yeah. He was a great interview. That had to have been good for you as a host to be able to, because he kind of made it easy, didn't he? Like he almost felt like he was, sitting in as a co-host.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted from him. And again, he answered the questions really well. He had a great personality, very gregarious, very thankful and humble as well. He kept saying, "Oh man, thanks for having me on your show. I really appreciate it." He's just so gracious, and he's so wonderful to have on. And like I said, his name is Coach Scott Fields, and you guys should check out his podcast because he has his own podcast. If you like basketball, this guy knows basketball like nobody else. He's just deep in it,
right.
And so his stuff is really good. So I'd recommend checking him out.
And
then of course this Monday.
Right?
Yeah, he coached with the Utah Jazz, the Golden State Warriors, Sacramento Kings, and in FIBA, kind of coaching in Venezuela, Puerto Rico, stuff like that. And then this Monday we're going to have Silk Kozar on. So he played, in White Men Can't Jump, Blue Chips. I've posted a couple of clips from his movies. He was in 3 to Tango. He played Kevin, the gay football player that kind of has a thing for Matthew Perry.
Yeah.
He's been in a lot of movies. He's been in movies with Clint Eastwood, with Nicolas Cage, with Denzel Washington. So we're going to have him on first to talk about acting, but then we really want to get into Blue Chips and White Men Can't Jump and kind of talk some basketball with him because he actually was on a basketball scholarship. So if you guys want to hear the answer to this question, here's a spoiler so you guys can tune in, a teaser, maybe not a spoiler. I am going to ask him if the rumors are true that Wesley Snipes, when it comes to basketball, is the real chump. Like, he can't play at all.
That should be a good one. Brandon Cove Jr. chimes in with, I know it's early, but do you guys have a prediction for the Stanley Cup Finals? Well, Wayne, I know you don't watch hockey. Do you have a prediction? Probably not.
Somebody will hold up a cup, and about 2 million people will see it happen.
All right. Look, there's a lot of. It's hard to tell right now. It's still early. We're only in the first round. Vegas looks really strong. The Montreal Canadiens look good in that series against the Flyers. Whoever wins that series can easily come out of the East. The Bruins obviously are the Bruins, and so it's really hard to tell right now. So I don't really have a prediction. If you pinned my ears to the wall and said, hey, look, pick something, I would probably stick with the Vegas Knights. I think that they're
probably the Bruins are the Bruins, but Tuukka Rask is out. He's done.
Yeah, and so look, Tuukka hasn't really played to par, and the fact that he left, it bothers me that he left. It bothers me that you even showed up and then decided to leave. So for that, I'm very, like, I hold that against him. What I don't hold against him is for saying, hey, guys, you know what? Look, I tried. My head's not in it. I'm out. So it's kind of a catch-22 for the guy, because you're going to catch a lot of flack from hockey fans just because, look, hockey, and I've said this before, hockey players are the baddest men walking the planet. I mean, you've had guys, like, literally, you had a guy die on the bench, get resuscitated behind the bench, and then as he gets resuscitated, ask if he can make his next shift. These guys are nuts. They are crazy, and they are badasses. So when you do something like this, you're going to have a hard time coming back from it, especially in your own locker room. Tuukka is, for me, I'm okay with him leaving because he wasn't playing well anyway, and he obviously his head wasn't in it. But to me, at that point, you probably should have just stayed home to begin with. They do have a very good backup, so I think that they'll be all right. And they're, you know, look, it could be, they could come out of the East. They could come out of the East with a backup. I'm not even going to say that they can't. Anybody in hockey can win. The Blackhawks could still, even though I picked Vegas to win the Cup, the Blackhawks can still come back in this series. Not likely, but it's possible. You just need a hot goalie. And Halak out in Boston is just, he's a phenomenal backup. He was a starter over in Montreal for a little while. The guy is a really good goalie, so they're not out of it yet. So let's see here. What else we got? Wayne is the guy who thinks NASCAR is better than F1 because more rednecks show up. I don't even know what that means, but
well, maybe the reason that I thought Chad was so much older is because he's the kind of guy who likes to sit on his porch and watch the same car go past.
You know what that sound is? That's the sound of a new time and a new day for Mike on the Mic on the RTF Sports Network. Every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. Mike on the Mic, a spin-off show of Twist, the weekend sports talk. You want to hear great sports content twice a week? Then don't miss Twist, the weekend sports talk. Every Monday and Thursday. New time, new days at 2 p.m. Eastern. Only on the RTF Sports Network.
Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports, and not have those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
You can only sing karaoke to your dog so many times. It's your turn to see live music again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite music venue reopening plans.
That's a little music back.
Are we live, Red? We should be live.
We live, baby. We live. What it do, baby? Time, though. We gotta get up out of here.
Microphone check, microphone check. Hey, this is the world's most popular barbecue talk, barbershop talk, man cave conversation. However you like it or dislike it, this is the Heavyweight Champs, your sports talk podcast. Your boys are back in the building. Self, B-Way. We also have the red-headed assassin. the man that gets to pop in the old head community, the last member of the redheaded Indian tribe, Mr. Reg in the building with us. We got music playing here.
Copyright infringement. That's copyright infringement. I thought it'd be nice over here. Nah, there's no lyrics. I thought it'd be nice over your intro, B.
Nah, man, I couldn't even focus. You messing up my focus.
If you can't focus over that, over a little bit of music, buddy, you gotta go back to school.
How you gonna teach America's youth?
Hey, man, I'm gearing up. I'm ready for it. I've been off since.
We know the youth of this.
Don't tell them, Big. Don't tell them. They won't want to pay if you know how long you've been off for.
You're right. I'm just gonna keep it quiet, man. What's going on, Ray? How you feeling, man? How you away and on vacation? I ain't gonna tell them where you're at.
Still playing the music.
The connection I got is terrible. So I'm missing some things you guys are saying, but I'm out of town, man, with the kids. We're about to hit the aquarium. I just figured I'd pop in for a little bit, help you guys out. I don't want you guys to be lost without me.
Yeah, that can definitely happen, man. F. Rudolph, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
What it do, baby? I'm up, ready to roll, man. Took a week off last week.
We did. We had a lot of birthday parties to get to last week. So let's dive right into it. Let's start with no college football in the Big Ten or Pac-12.
And an assortment of other small conferences.
A lot of teams. How about that? A lot of teams are. Nobody cares about the small conferences, which is disrespectful. It's like the ones that wasn't making no money really anyway. Nobody cared about, but the Pac-12 and Big Ten shut it down, and all of a sudden we have issues.
Well, everybody knew they were waiting for one of the majors to do it, but I texted you earlier in that week saying that when that report came out about the heart conditions for young athletes, I was like, that's all they needed.
Well, the the Pac-12, they were waiting for somebody. They didn't want to play anyway.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be the first ones to opt out, but they definitely were waiting for somebody else to do it.
Yeah, as soon as Big Ten won, they went, 2 hours later?
Yeah.
And they're 3 hours behind us, so it was probably like 6 in the morning over there. As soon as it hit 8, we out of here.
California crazy, man. But I don't know. Like
California don't care about football.
They need to care about.
You won't see no one in the SEC. You won't see the SEC cancel.
Do you think, and I'm going to do this early in the show too, so the Pac-12 and the Big Ten play in majority of their colleges are located in Democratic-run states. And you have the Southern SEC and Georgia, Florida for the ACC, and down the coast, North Carolina, Virginia, mostly Republican-controlled states, and they're refusing to cancel. And we all know the coronavirus has been basically turned into a political.
This is where you want to go. This where you are taking it.
I usually don't take it there, but it does. Look what conferences canceled, what conferences didn't cancel.
I mean, yeah, that's the reason why the SEC probably will not cancel. I mean, it's a lot of red states down there, and they love their football. They love their old ball.
Man, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, they love their football too.
And Ohio State.
Not like down there. You go out to Texas, boy, a different football down there.
Well, it's kind of like there's no leadership. Like same thing here in Pennsylvania. That looks like we're doing with the high school sports. Everybody's scared to make a decision, but make the decision so we can prepare accordingly.